Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Acquired Forbidden Magic? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The chair was cold. Izuku swung his feet beneath it, little shoes barely brushing the tiled floor. The room smelled like antiseptic and old paper, and the only sound was the buzz of a flickering ceiling light above him. He gripped his All Might action figure tighter in both hands. It had a scuffed arm and faded paint, but he didn't care. All Might always smiled. Always saved people. Always won. Izuku smiled back at him, just a little. He tried not to look nervous. His mom was already nervous enough for both of them. Inko sat beside him, back straight and fingers twisting the strap of her purse. She'd been fidgeting since they walked in, whispering things like, "Maybe it's just late," and "Sometimes it takes a while to show up." Izuku wanted to believe her. He really wanted to believe her. The door opened with a soft knock. The doctor stepped inside holding a folder. He was an older man with tired eyes and a slightly forced smile, like he'd done this too many times. "Sorry for the wait, Mrs. Midoriya," he said gently, taking a seat across from them. "Izuku." "Hello." Izuku chirped, trying his best to sound brave. The doctor glanced at him, then back down to the folder. He sighed. "Well, we finished reviewing the scans and the blood work. I'm afraid," he looked at Inko, then back at Izuku. "There's no sign of a quirk." Izuku blinked. "I'm sorry," the doctor said. "Izuku is quirkless." Silence. It stretched. Like rubber. Like something that should snap but just wouldn't. Inko inhaled sharply. But he hasn't shown anything yet, but maybe it's just delayed or... The doctor shook his head. There are some rare cases, but in almost all instances, quirk factors are identifiable by the age of 4. And based on his foot structure and neural scans, he shows no markers at all. Quirkless. Izuku didn't understand the word at first. But the way his mom's hand flew to her mouth, the way her shoulders curled in, the way her voice cracked when she whispered, "I'm so sorry, baby," that made it real. It was like watching a glass fall in slow motion. He was 4 years old. He didn't understand science or genetics or social structures. But he understood what it meant when a kid didn't have a quirk. It meant no hero school. No UA. No All Might. No saving people. It meant the dream was over before it ever started. He stared down at the action figure in his lap. All Might smiled up at him like he always did. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't cry. Not yet. But something small inside him cracked just a little. Quiet. Invisible. Like the first fracture in a dam. They left the clinic through the back door. The receptionist had offered stickers. The doctor had tried to smile again. But Inko thanked them quietly and took Izuku by the hand, slipping them both into the sunlight as if the shadows of the building might follow. It was a beautiful day. Blue sky. Wisps of cloud. The breeze carried the scent of bread from a nearby bakery. And none of it mattered. Inko hadn't let go of his hand. Not once. Her grip was warm and trembling. Izuku's was still. Too still. They walked in silence down the sidewalk. Her heels clicked softly on the pavement. His shoes made little tapping sounds. Halfway home, Inko stopped. "Sweetie," her voice was soft, barely above a whisper. "Do you want me to carry you?" Izuku blinked. He looked up at her. Her eyes were red. She had been crying quietly the whole walk. He didn't like it. He didn't want to see her cry because of him. Not again. She knelt down, reaching toward him slowly, her other hand already brushing his back in soft, comforting circles. "You're tired, right? I know this is a lot. I can carry you the rest of the way." Izuku stared at her. Her hands. Arms. Her open kindness. She meant every word. He remembered being younger 3, maybe when he fell and scraped his knee. She'd scooped him up like nothing and rocked him in her arms all the way home. She used to carry him after long walks, or when he cried about scary dreams. But that was before. That was before someone said he was less. Before a man in a white coat looked at him like a puzzle with the final piece missing. Izuku took a breath. He looked down at his shoes. They were cheap, worn, and loose around the toes. They had frogs on the sides. He used to like that. He still did maybe. But right now he needed them to hold up. He shook his head. No. His voice was quiet. Steady. I wanna walk. Inko blinked. Are you sure? Izuku nodded, eyes forward. Yeah. He didn't say much after that. He just kept walking, small legs pushing forward, one step after another. His hands were in his pockets now, fists clenched around the sleeves of his hoodie. Inko stood there for a second, watching him go ahead. Then she followed. She didn't ask again. Instead, she stayed behind him, silent and close. Like if he stumbled, she'd be there before he even hit the ground. Izuku never looked back. He didn't cry. Not on the walk home. Not when he saw his old All Might posters on the wall. Not even when he curled up under the covers that night, wide awake, staring at nothing. Time didn't heal anything. Not for Izuku. He was still Quirkless. Still the same small, quiet boy with wide eyes and scuffed notebooks. Still clinging to dreams he wasn't allowed to have. The years didn't make it easier. They just made the pain routine. And Bakugo, Katsuki Bakugo, had become a different person entirely. Once, he'd been a friend. Kind of. They used to play heroes together in the park. Bakugo always wanted to be All Might, and Izuku never minded being the sidekick. They used to laugh. Talk about saving people. Eat snacks on the curb while their moms chatted. But that boy was gone. What replaced him was fire and fury and explosions. The second Bakugo's quirk came in, something changed. Like the heat warped him from the inside out. And now he was a storm with fists. It happened again in class that day. It always started the same way. The teacher handed out a worksheet, and Izuku quietly pulled a pencil from his worn case. He didn't say anything, didn't even look at anyone, but somehow that was enough to provoke Bakugo. Hey, Deku, Bakugo sneered from behind him. Izuku tensed. That name. He didn't turn around. He just kept his eyes on the page. Maybe if he. A pop crack echoed, and something hot rushed past his ear. A spark. The teacher didn't even look up. Izuku swallowed hard. What? You too good to answer now? Bakugo said louder. Oh right, forgot. No quirk, no ball, no voice. The other kids snickered. One of them muttered something about extra seating for the extras. Izuku felt it like knives, not the words themselves, but the laughter. The casualness of it. Like it was just normal now. He still didn't look at Bakugo. But that didn't matter. Because the next second, his desk jerked forward, an explosion going off just behind one leg. Not enough to maim. Just enough to make a point. The desk toppled. His papers flew. His pencil cracked in two. He hit the floor with a thud that knocked the breath from his lungs. And then the worst part. The laughter again. Louder this time. Even from the back row. Izuku stayed down. Not because he was hurt. But because getting up was always the worst part. The eyes. The fake sympathy. The way Bakugo would stand above him, smug, waiting for a reaction. The teacher finally spoke. Bakugo. That's enough. No punishment. No real consequence. Just words. Just noise. Bakugo didn't even respond. He just walked back to his seat, hands in his pockets, a little smile on his face. Like a king surveying his land. Later that day, Izuku walked home alone. His backpack was heavier with every step. His knees ached. His side hurt. But he didn't cry. Not yet. He opened the door to their apartment and tried to smile. Izuku-kun, his mother called from the kitchen. You're home early, are you hungry? I made your favorite. He didn't answer right away. He just walked in and stood there, watching her stir something in a pot. The smell of miso filled the air. Her hair was messy, her sleeves rolled up. She looked tired like always. But when she turned and saw him, her whole face lit up. And something in his chest cracked again. He dropped his bag and ran to her, throwing his arms around her waist. She nearly stumbled, but caught him in return, holding him tight with surprise and warmth. Oh, Izuku, honey, what's wrong? He buried his face in her shirt. He didn't say anything. Couldn't. She rubbed his back slowly, kissing the top of his head. You're okay now, she whispered. You're home. I've got you. Her voice was the only soft thing in his life. The only thing that didn't burn. And by gods, he loved her for it. 3 years later, final year at Aldra Junior High. The journal didn't even make a sound when it hit the floor. Just a soft thump and a flutter of pages. It was his favorite one. Green cover. Number tabs. Neat little notes and diagrams, all handwritten, all careful. He'd been working on it for months. Studying hero patterns. Quirks. Battle theories. It was his dream. Bakugo held it in one hand, the cover still slightly damp from where he yanked it out of Izuku's bag without asking. He turned it over in his palm, scoffing. Still clinging to this sheet? Izuku didn't answer. He stood there, frozen in the middle of the classroom, heart hammering in his ears. Bakugo smiled. Not the kind anyone wanted to see. You really don't get it, huh? He said, sparks cracking between his fingers. You're never gonna be a hero. You don't belong anywhere near one. His palm flared. The explosion hit the journal dead center bang and the cover split, pages catching fire before Izuku even registered the motion. His notes scattered like ashes across the linoleum. A few students flinched. No one helped. Izuku stared at the pieces. Bits of melted plastic and smudged ink stuck to the floor like a kicked corpse. And then Bakugo leaned in. Close. His breath smelled like burnt sugar. If you really want to be a hero, he whispered, do us all a favor and take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life. Laughter. From the other students. That sick, empty kind of laughter that's not really joy, just complicity. Izuku didn't say anything. Not a word. Not even a flinch. He bent down slowly, brushing charred scraps into his bag with trembling fingers. His hand passed over a burnt diagram of All Might. He didn't look up. By the time the final bell rang, the sky was already graying. Clouds low, wind sharp. Izuku walked fast. Normally, he took the long route home, the one that went under the bridge. It was quieter there, more open. He liked the way the water smelled. He liked pretending he was walking the same paths heroes did. But not today. Today, he didn't want to think. He didn't want to feel anything. Every part of him was buzzing with anger, with shame, with grief that had no name. So he took the shorter way. Through the back alleys. Past the train station. Down the crowded street where he could disappear into the noise. It wasn't faster by much. Just enough. Just enough to miss everything. When he got home, the TV was already on. His mom was in the kitchen, chopping vegetables, humming to herself. Hey, sweetie, she called. Did you want to? Oh my God, come look at this. Izuku dropped his bag and stepped into the living room. The news was on. Live footage hero encounter in Eastern District sewer line. A grainy phone recording filled the screen. People were shouting off camera. A low, gurgling roar echoed through the speakers. The camera zoomed in shakily on a massive blob of sludge rising from a storm drain. It had eyes. A twisted mouth. Something writhing inside it. And then, All Might. Leaping out from behind it like he'd been waiting in the shadows, his fist raised. His voice booming as he shouted something heroic and ridiculous. Izuku's breath caught. No way. I know, right? Inko said, why did? That's the path you usually take home, isn't it? Under that bridge. He didn't answer right away. The bystanders' phone footage cut away to them gasping and cheering. A woman screamed. A piece of slime flew past the lens. Inko turned to look at him, real fear creeping into her voice. Izuku, were you near there? He shook his head slowly. No. I went the other way. Oh, thank God, she breathed, pulling him into a hug. I don't know what I'd do if... Izuku didn't really hear her. His eyes were still on the screen. All Might. Alive. Right there. So close he could have reached him. So close he could have met him. And just like that. Gone. He missed it. Missed everything. Because of a shortcut. Because of Bakugo. Because of a stupid decision. And for the first time in his life, Izuku didn't cry. He just sat there, staring at the screen long after the footage ended, the echo of what could have been burning behind his eyes. The final bell had rung. His bag was packed. His journal was gone. His seat was already empty before he even stood up. Izuku walked out of Aldra Junior High for the last time with his head down, steps slow. He didn't look. But, you're taking me where? He blinked at her in disbelief. Inko just smiled, holding her purse in both hands like she was very proud of herself. There's a new little place on 5th, she said. A proper sit-down spot. It's your graduation dinner, sweetie, we're celebrating. He hesitated. Isn't that place expensive? We deserve a little celebration, she said, squeezing his shoulder. You made it. All the way through. No absences. Good grades. I'm proud of you. He almost said, but I didn't do anything. He almost said I don't deserve it. But then he looked at her. At the way she smiled even when she was tired. At the way she still wore that necklace he made in 2nd grade from dried pasta and glitter glue. At the way her eyes always looked full of hope when they landed on him. And he couldn't say it. He wouldn't. Okay, he said instead. Let's go. The restaurant wasn't huge, but it felt fancy. Cloth napkins. Candles on the table. A waiter in a vest who poured water like it was wine. Izuku felt out of place the second they sat down. He stared at the menu for a long time, eyes skimming past long names he couldn't pronounce and prices that made his stomach twist. Order whatever you want, Inko said. He shook his head and smiled softly. I think I'll get the katsudon. She looked up from her menu. Really? It's my favorite. She paused, then smiled. Then I'll get it too. They talked the whole time. About nothing. About everything. About when he was little and got stuck inside the washer box and started calling it his hero cave. About how she used to sneak veggies into his curry. About how he looked so serious during his spelling bee in 4th grade that the teacher thought he might pass out. They laughed. Like actually laughed. And for a while, it was easy to pretend nothing hurt. To pretend the world hadn't kicked him around for 10 years straight. To pretend he was just a boy. A good boy. A love boy. And he was. He really was. The walk home was slow. Full bellies. Soft smiles. Late sun SRNG gold across the sidewalks. They got to a crosswalk not far from their apartment. The signal flashed green. The street was empty. Izuku did what he always did, he checked both ways. He was cautious. Always had been. It was clear. Come on, Mom, he said, taking the first step into the road. She stepped beside him. And then something caught his eye. A glint. A rumble. He turned his head. His mind didn't process it, not really. There was no time for thinking. No time for fear. Only movement. He shoved her. She cried out as she hit the pavement safe. And then, but no pain. No noise. Just nothing. There was no sky. No ground. No breath. Just black. Not night. Not sleep. Not even silence. Just absence. And then, a voice. But distant. Like thunder buried beneath mountains. Like the hush of a dying fire. It wasn't kind. But it wasn't cruel either. There was this. Such a noble life. It echoed without echo. To save your mother from death and die yourself. Izuku's eyes opened, but there was nothing to see. His body didn't feel real. No arms. No legs. Just his mind, floating in ink. Even as a powerless human, you still chose to sacrifice. You still wanted to save others. Why, boy? Izuku's thoughts screamed. He was dead. He was dead, wasn't he? The screech. The light. The weightless moment when he'd seen nothing but metal. He curled into himself, or tried to. There was no body to curl. But why not when he was younger? Why not when he begged for it in the dark after school, when Bakugo lit his dreams on fire and laughed about the ashes? Why now? Why after he laughed with his mother? Why after he finally felt something close to happy? Why? His voice cracked out, only it wasn't his voice, not really. It was thought given form. Why then? Why me? I tried to be good. I tried to be strong even when everything hurt and no one cared and I just wanted. He choked on nothing. Oh God, my mama. His soul trembled. She saw me. She saw me die. His voice broke in half, and suddenly it all collapsed. The spiral took him. Guilt. Panic. Terror. She screamed, I know she did. I didn't even say goodbye. Oh God, what if I didn't push hard enough? What if she still got? Your mother is safe, boy. The voice returned, heavier now. Like it stepped closer even though it had no feet. She lived. The spiral stopped. Not because he found peace, but because he had to. Izuku floated, chest heaving with breath he didn't have. She lived, he whispered. Yes. He said nothing. His soul ached. And then he whispered again. Good. He shuddered in the dark, letting the word anchor him. He'd saved her. It hurt. He still didn't understand. But she was alive. That mattered more than anything. The voice was silent for a long time. Then it said something new. You died a human, but you were never powerless. His heart, or what felt like a heart, was still pounding. His thoughts had calmed just enough for fear to crawl back in, not sharp like panic, but dull and wide and empty. Like standing on the edge of an ocean that never ends. His voice came out as a whisper. What do you mean? What's going on? Where am I? Who are you? The darkness pulsed. Not like light. Like thought. Like something shifting just behind the veil of space and memory. You are dead. That much did happen. The pause. Not for drama. Just reality settling. Where you are is harder to explain. It is a place between. Between everything and nothing. Between then and now. Between what was and what might be. The silence after that felt deeper than before. Like the void itself was listening. Izuku's voice cracked. So I'm just gone? Forever? The voice hummed, not quite a sound. Not quite a feeling. No. Another pause. Then finally, as for me, I am what your kind once called gods. The word didn't carry holiness. It carried weight. Ancient, heavy weight. Like mountains that remember their own formation. Like the bones of stars. Though I am not of importance. Not to you. Not anymore. Izuku floated, mouth dry, mind full of smoke. Then why talk to me at all? Another pause. Shorter this time. Sharper. Because you chose. You chose to give. To protect. Even when your world gave you nothing in return. You died with nothing in your hands, and everything in your heart. The voice grew softer. And I take interest in souls like that. The silence stretched again, vast, heavy, full of meaning that he couldn't quite grasp. Then the voice returned. Warmer now. Still ancient. Still thunderous, but gentle. Almost proud. You see, young man? It is my task to search the space between worlds, and find souls noble enough to fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Worlds forgotten. Realms ravaged. Kingdoms on the brink. They call us gods. But we are not saviors. We are stewards. Watchers. Judges. And I find the ones who still choose kindness. Even when it costs them everything. The void shimmered. A shape began to form. Blinding. Pure. Radiating through the dark like sunrise through a storm. Izuku shielded his eyes, except he had no arms. No face. No form. Still he could feel it. The presence before him was overwhelming. It burned without heat. It sang without sound. He couldn't tell if it was man or woman. Or both. Or neither. Its form shifted like waves. Like wind through stained glass. But one thing he knew for certain. It was beautiful. Not pretty. Not handsome. Beautiful. Like the concept of hope had taken shape. It leaned closer, if such a being could lean. My boy, the god said, voice low, velvet wrapped in thunder, do you wish to become a hero? The question rang through him. Not just in his ears. In his soul. It echoed through every memory. Every failure. Every fall. Every time he tried to help someone who didn't want his help, and every time he still did it anyway. He thought of his mother's laugh over Katsudon. He thought of Bakugo's fire, and the silence that followed. He thought of notebooks burning and feet swinging beneath two small chairs and walking with his head down and always trying anyway. He thought of All Might. He thought of himself. Broken. Quirkless. And he whispered, yes. Yes. The word echoed through the void like a stone dropped in a still lake. The light shifted. And then, for the first time, the god laughed. It wasn't cruel. But it wasn't soft either. It was ancient and heavy and real. So quick to say yes. The warmth in their voice faded, replaced by something colder. Testing. Measuring. Have you thought about what this title comes with? To call yourself hero is not to chase dreams, boy. It is to invite pain. The void stirred. It comes with death. With hurt. With destruction more than you have ever known. You may bleed for people who will never thank you. You may be hated by those you save. You may have to lay down your life again, not for a loved one, but for a stranger. The god leaned closer, light wrapping around him like chains. Would you have done the same? For Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku didn't hesitate. Yes, he said. In a heartbeat. The void was silent. And in that silence, he felt it. The god smiled. Not with a face. Not with lips. But with presence. With warmth that reached into the coldest part of his soul. I see. Good. You've answered my questions well. Now I shall give you a choice. The god paused. The light around them softened, no longer piercing, but radiant like the warmth before a sunrise. I like you a lot, Izuku. Their voice was softer now. Not gentle, exactly, but fond. Amused. Proud. I can sense great things in you. Even if I cannot see the future, I know it. The space around Izuku began to hum low and steady, like a heartbeat. The world you go to will not have superpowers or, quirks, as your kind calls them. No, it is a world of magic. Of warriors. Of mages. Of witches and wizards and creatures older than time. The god's voice grew richer, like a storyteller preparing to weave the first thread. But Izuku suddenly cut in. Wait, so like dandy? The light pulsed. The god laughed. Yes. That's a wonderful comparison. A simplified one, but yes. Like that. Sorry, Izuku muttered. No, it's all right. The warmth returned. Curiosity is good. It will serve you well. Now this world will not be the same as your own. Not even close. But you... The light grew brighter. You have an affinity for all magic. A natural resonance. A soul that listens. You will do great things there, little one. Izuku felt something settle in his chest. Not fear. Not hope. Something deeper. Older. Rightness. Will I ever hear from you again? He asked. Not often, the god said. But every now and then I may pop into your head. A thought. A whisper. A dream. I like to keep an eye on my favorites. There was a pause. Then, soft and clear. Good luck, little hero. The warmth surged. The darkness peeled back like smoke under a rising sun. Color bled into the world, gold and red and deep sky blue. He felt motion. A pull. To fall. Am I being born? He wondered as the heat wrapped around him like a blanket. The light hit his eyes. And for a moment, he was blind. Then shapes formed. Faces. Two people he had never seen before. A man with soft eyes and a tired smile. A woman with red hair and tear-stained cheeks. They were holding him. Crying. Laughing. Saying something in a language he didn't understand. And for the first time in his second life, Izuku Midoriya breathed. 10 years old. He was 10 years old again. Only this time, his name wasn't Izuku Midoriya. It was Zukamagi. Born beneath the whispering trees of the elven forests in the northeastern edge of the continent of Thalaria, Zuku was the child of two worlds. His father, a tall and quiet elven historian with sharp cheekbones and long silver hair. His mother, a warm-spirited human healer from the southern coasts. He had his father's eyes and ears, his mother's smile and the soul of someone long dead. And somehow, he was happy. The wind in Thalaria smelled like blooming starroot and riverlight. The skies changed color in the evenings, brushing violet and green across the clouds like some divine painter had gotten bored. The forests sang when the wind moved through them. Magic was everywhere here. In the water. In the soil. In the air. And it responded to him like an old friend. Zuko liked his ears. That was one of the first things he decided about this new life. They were pointed, sure, but they twitched when he got excited and flushed red when he was nervous. And he thought that was kind of adorable, even if it was weird to admit. He liked the clothes, 2 hand-stitched tunics and enchanted thread. He liked spellbooks. He liked the way his hands glowed when he focused hard enough. He missed some things. Running water. Toothpaste. Television. He missed the way vending machines lit up at night. He missed trashy convenience store snacks and traffic lights and soft jazz in elevators. And above all, he missed her. "I miss you, Mama." Sometimes he'd whisper it under his breath before falling. He didn't cry, not usually. But he missed her in a way that no magic could ever fix. Not even gods could change that. He lived. He learned. He trained. He made friends in the village, though none knew just how strange he really was. How many lives he remembered. How much older he felt, even when he laughed like a child. They called him Izuku the Curious. Always asking questions. Always trying new things. Always reading more than he should have been able to carry. The magic in him had no formal name yet. But it whispered. It grew. And soon it would wake. It started with a whisper. Not from the god. Not from anyone really. From the magic itself. It whispered through the pages of the old tome he'd swiped from his father's library, thick, dust-covered, bound in cracked green leather with a lock that should have needed a key. Izuku didn't remember opening it. He just remembered knowing how. He sat cross-legged on the rug in their small reading room, the early morning light dripping through the trees outside. Birds chirped. The scent of cooking root stew wafted in from the kitchen hearth. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. He traced his fingers over a rune that shimmered on the page. His lips moved without thought. Firash Varan Thuum. The magic responded. A warm surge. A thrum in his bones. The sigil on the page flared gold and blue and brilliant white, and the air around him cracked. He blinked. Oh. The entire back wall of their house detonated. Wood exploded into splinters. Smoke filled the air. Shelves were launched into the garden. A confused squirrel on the windowsill vanished with a squeal. A flower pot rocketed into a tree with a thunk. Izuku sat perfectly still, eyes wide, face smudged with soot. The book lay open in front of him, now gently on fire. His hair was smoking. And across his face, stretching ear to ear, was the biggest, wildest, most unhinged smile he'd ever worn. Cool. 2 seconds later. Zyukeyu. His mother's voice hit like a whip crack. A blur of green and white robes rushed through the kitchen. Tesha, her healer's satchel forgotten on the counter, her braid flung over one shoulder. Her hands were already glowing, frantic, reaching for his face. Are you hurt? Stars above, are you burned? Arthur, get water. I am the water, his father called back from outside, voice part panic, part resignation. Arthur came skidding through the front door a second later, soaked in pond water and trailing what might have been a magical fishing rod. He took one look at the gaping hole in the back of the house and groaned. Not again. Not again. Tesha shrieked. But before she could spiral, Izuku looked up at her with that same wide grin. Hair frizzed. Eyebrows slightly singed. Eyes absolutely glowing. I think I cast something. Tesha stared at him. Arthur stared at her. And then both parents sighed at the same time. Tesha slumped onto the floor beside him, half laughing, half crying. She wiped the ash from his cheeks and ran shaking fingers through his hair. Izuku, she murmured, kissing his forehead. You are going to be the death of me. Arthur crossed his arms, peering at the ruined wall. Well, he muttered, at least he didn't blow up the whole house this time. The explosion was the talk of the village for days. No one was hurt. Just some scorched trees, a few broken windows, and a very confused goose that wandered into the ruins of the Magi family's back wall and refused to leave. But the magic, the pulse of it was felt far beyond the forest. It was ancient, untamed, a raw burst of affinity that echoed through the ley lines like a beacon. And it didn't go unnoticed. It started with the knock. 3 days after the incident, just past sundown, the forest was quiet. Izuku had been trying to teach a rock to float. It was going well, until it caught fire. The knock wasn't frantic or polite. It was precise, like someone keeping time with a metronome. Arthur answered. He didn't speak for a long time after the door opened. Tesha stood beside him a second later, hands tensing the moment she saw the robes. Deep navy with silver stitching. A cloak that shimmered without light. No sigils. No family crest. No house or realm affiliation. Just a single brooch. A silver spiral. Wound inward. Endless. The man who wore it had no visible weapon. No name. Only presence. You are the boy. He said it like fact, not question. Zuko stepped back instinctively. Arthur moved in front of him. You'll state your name and purpose before you say another word. The man's eyes didn't move. I am with the order. That is enough. Arthur went still. Tesh's voice trembled. The hero's order? The man's silence was answer enough. Zuko stepped out from behind his father slowly. Hero's order? Like heroes? The man turned toward him, and for the first time, something flickered behind his expression. Interest. Calculation. Maybe even awe. You don't know what you are, he said quietly. But we do. He took a step forward. You're not a mage. Not a wizard. You're something older. Something rare. And if you remain here untrained, unshielded, you will be a threat to everyone around you. Including your family. Arthur's hands clenched. He's 10. That's why we're here, the man replied, calm as ever. To take him early. Before others find him first. Zuko's voice cracked. Take me? Tesha stepped between them. You're not taking him anywhere. The man's expression didn't change. But the air did. Magic rippled thick and cold, coiling around the walls, pressing into their lungs. I was told to retrieve the boy. His voice darkened. By any means necessary. The room fell still. Zuko's heart thundered. He looked at his parents. At the broken wall behind them. At the stone on the floor that still hovered half an inch above the rug. He knew what this was. He'd seen it in another life. This wasn't a choice. This was a draft. The air in the room was wrong now. The man in the navy cloak hadn't raised a hand. He didn't need to. The magic around him pressed down like a storm held in a jar. Heavy. Cold. Inevitable. Arthur stepped forward, sword halfway drawn from the wall rack. Tesha's fingers glowed with ready healing light, but her jaw was clenched like she might switch to something deadlier. Zuko stepped between them before it could go any further. His voice shook. I'll go. Both parents froze. Zuko. I'll go, he said again, louder this time. Just please. Don't hurt them. The man tilted his head, as if surprised by how quickly the boy understood the. No harm will come to them, he said. If you cooperate. Zuko nodded once. Then I'm ready. He didn't look back when they took his arm. He didn't say goodbye. If he did, he might cry. And heroes don't cry when people are watching. The carriage wasn't what he expected. It was black and reinforced with runes etched into the iron walls. No windows. No light. Just a dim glowstone on the ceiling and a bench lined with scratchy fabric. The doors locked behind him with a click that sounded entirely too final. Zuko leaned his head against the cold wall and stared at nothing. Man. He let out a long sigh. I was really hoping I could keep living a good life. His reflection shimmered in a brass plate across from him, messy green hair, pointed ears, wide, tired eyes. He looked older than 10. He felt older than the world. He shut his eyes. But I've got a feeling shit's gonna get bad real quick. 4 years later, Zuko sat on the edge of the old stone balcony, legs dangling into the cold mountain air. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that came after hours of training and spells that left the room stinking of ash and steel. The kind of quiet that always felt too loud inside his own head. He stared out at the sharp peaks in the distance, jagged and snow-bitten, the kind of place you could scream your name into and never hear it come back. He blew out a slow breath. How old even am I now? The question came out soft, almost amused. He counted on his fingers. I died when I was, just before 15? And I've been here 14 years now. His lips twisted in a crooked smile. So I'm technically 28? He let his hands drop to his lap. God, I need a nap. He shook his head. The thoughts didn't matter. Not right now. He had work to do. His teacher no. His handler would be arriving any minute now with his newest assignment. That meant he had about 5 minutes left to pretend he still had free will. The last assignment had left scorch marks in the walls and a deep, lovely gash across his ribs that had bled more magic than blood. He'd healed, of course. He always did. Didn't mean it didn't SCK. Izuku leaned back on his palms and closed his eyes. His ears twitched at the sound of boots echoing in the hall behind him. Here we go again. The door slammed open like it had been kicked. You look like sheet. Izuku didn't even flinch. The older man stepped into the room with the force of a storm. Cloak tattered. Boots muddy. Voice rough like gravel soaked in whiskey. His name was Daimon, though most just called him Handler. Gods above, when's the last time you cleaned this place? Daimon spat, looking around with visible disgust. Izuku, really? You're basically an adult. Izuku stretched lazily, still sitting on the edge of the balcony. I'm 14. Doesn't matter. You've been trained to be neat, efficient, not live like a demed goblin in a ruin. Izuku yawned. You keep forgetting I didn't join the order voluntarily. And you keep forgetting I don't give a damn. Daimon flicked a scroll toward him. Izuku caught it without looking. The seal was royal golden wax, sun-etched. Serious business. Kings from a few nations are forming a cooperative. Even the elven monarchs getting involved, Daimon grunted. They want to build a new vanguard. A hero corps. Izuku blinked. Like, the team? Like a bunch of scared old men throwing their best weapons at a fire they don't know how to put out. Daimon scratched his jaw. They need magic. Strong magic. And you. He gestured to Zuku's ears. You're half-elf. It works out. Izuku raised a brow. So I'm being recruited because of my ears now? You're being recruited because you blew a canyon into the sky during sparring week and melted a warlock with a sneeze, Daimon snapped. The ears are just a bonus. He turned toward the door. Clean up. Meet me out front in 30 minutes. We leave at dusk. He paused in the doorway. And Izuku? Izuku tilted his head. Don't make me come looking for you again. Izuku smirked, eyes gleaming with old mischief and new exhaustion. Understood. God, he hated this. The dressing. The protocol. The whole DMN hero thing, at least the polished version of it. Smile for the lords. Bow for the royals. Keep your magic contained, whatever the hell that meant when it wanted to leak out of your fingertips just because you sneezed. He scrubbed at his arms in the washroom, steam rising in lazy tendrils. Warm water should have helped. It didn't. It only made him sleepier. His muscles ached in that deep way, like he'd outgrown his bones again overnight. Izuku leaned against the edge of the stone basin, water dripping from his chin. Is this what Miss Nagant felt like? The thought came out of nowhere. He'd read about her in an old notebook once, maybe in his last life, maybe this one. A sniper turned assassin. Worked for the system. Then turned on it. Killed heroes. People called her a traitor, a monster. But there was that one line he remembered. Something buried in an old report. Covered up. She killed the Hero Public Safety Commission president. She killed the one in charge. Izuku stared into the water. His reflection shimmered back at him. Eyes older than they should be. Scar over one cheek. Ears twitching slightly from the cold air. Holy shit, he thought, his stomach sinking. The order is basically the same thing. A machine. Grinding noble intentions into weapons. He closed his eyes and shook his head. DMN, he muttered, drying off. I'm tired. By the time he made it down to the front gate, the sun was just starting to dip below the peaks. The clouds burned orange and violet, casting long shadows over the stone path. Daimon stood there waiting, arms crossed, cloak rustling in the wind like a flag nobody saluted anymore. When he saw Izuku, he gave a grunt of approval. See? You clean up nice, the old man said, nodding as Izuku approached. You even look like a person now. Not some demon goblin nesting in ruins. Izuku arched a brow. You're surprisingly sweet when you're bullying me. Don't get used to it. They turned together toward the winding road below, where a caravan of spellbound horses and floating platforms waited under royal guard. Whatever this next chapter was, it had begun. And Izuku had no illusions. This wasn't a team. This was a weapon rack. And he was just one of many being sharpened. Several days later, Izuku had lost count of how many stone hallways he'd walked through in the last week. Every capital city looked the same from the inside of a fortress, towering walls, banners that didn't mean anything to him, and guards who looked at him like they weren't sure whether to salute or keep a sword trained on his back. He had met the others 2 days ago. They weren't what he expected. One was a tall girl with pale blue skin and crystal-threaded hair who didn't speak much but smiled like she was hiding something dangerous behind her teeth. Her name was Nirel, and her power came from deep-water magic floods, pressure, and bending the sea like glass. The second was a boy named Kale, hot-headed and cocky, flames crackling constantly at his knuckles. He was royalty in one of the Western territories and made sure everyone knew it. He kept calling himself the Fireborn, which Izuku privately thought sounded like something out of a bad play. The third was the youngest, a girl named Seelan, with strange tattoos running down her arms that pulsed with light when she moved. She claimed to be a direct descendant of the Starbound lineage, whatever that meant. And then there was Izuku, not royalty, not descended from gods, not a chosen one, just a soul that had died once and wasn't ready to stop fighting. They didn't talk much during the journey to the capital, but Izuku got the sense they were all watching each other, measuring, waiting. They were led into the royal chamber on the 7th day. The room was enormous, arched like a cathedral, with colored crystal windows depicting old wars, lost gods, and crumbling worlds. Pillars lined with silver runes held up a ceiling so high it seemed to vanish into mist. At the far end of the hall sat 4 thrones, carved from different materials: oak, obsidian, gold, and what looked like solid ice. The kings of the 4 major nations of Thalaria sat on them like they were part of the stonework, unmoving and ancient. A drum beat low somewhere near the entrance. Then silence. Then, the king of Frost rose his crown. A band of carved bone and blue gems stood. His voice was deep, cold, clear. Heroes. He let the word settle. You have been summoned by the Order and blessed by each realm with one purpose: to fight the threat that rises now from the broken earth. The king of Verdun, dressed in armor of living bark and vines, continued. He calls himself Veilth the Hollow. The Fire King stood next, his voice crackling like embers. He wields all magic, even the kinds our ancestors buried in blood. He uses flame, frost, decay, shadow, light. He steals spells as easy as you breathe. Our strongest battle mages fell to him without lifting a finger. The Elven King was the last to speak. His gaze landed on Izuku first. There were magics we sealed away millennia ago. Curses that turned minds to ash. Summons that bent time. Soul-eating chants that carved holes through the veil between worlds. He paused. He uses them now. Izuku's eyes narrowed. How? The Elven King's lips thinned. We don't know. Kale stepped forward, fire whispering along his arm. So we're supposed to go after this guy who eats magic and breaks time? Just the 4 of us? Nirel smiled faintly. Getting cold feet, Fireborn? Seelan was quiet, but her tattoos glowed like her thoughts were screaming. Izuku looked past all of them, eyes locked on the crystal murals behind the thrones. Stories of old heroes. Of dragons. Of sacrifice. He stepped forward. If he's using magic that should be impossible, then he's more than just a threat. He looked up at the kings. He's a crack in reality. The King of Frost Rose nodded slowly. And that is why you were chosen. Izuku didn't smile. He didn't feel honored. He just felt the weight settle on his shoulders again, like a blade resting flat between his shoulder blades. They'd barely stepped out of the council hall before Kale started mouthing off. So, he said, arms crossed, boots crunching on the frost-covered stone as they walked down the palace's outer training terrace. I know what the girls can do. He pointed with a JRK of his chin. Nirel's a waterbender with pressure magic. Real fancy stuff. Seelan's got that ancient celestial junk, stars and fate and whatever. Then he turned and jabbed a finger right at Zuku's chest. But you, what can you do, half and half? Izuku blinked slowly. The nickname didn't sting, not really. He'd heard worse. But the tone? The smug tilt of Kale's voice? He was really starting to not like this guy. It didn't help that Kale looked almost exactly like someone he used to know. Blonde hair, sharp eyes, fire in his veins. All that arrogance, all that talent. Zuku's fingers twitched at his side. Before he could say anything, a new voice cut in from behind them. Why not show them? They all turned. Daimon stood at the edge of the terrace, arms folded, expression unreadable beneath his worn cloak. How about a friendly spar? He said. Kale seems eager to see what you're made of, Zuku. Kale grinned like a wolf. Don't mind if I do. Zuku glanced at Daimon. Really? The old man smirked. Why not? You're the best mage in our section of the order. He paused, eyes gleaming with amusement. Hell, you've even beat me. Kale raised a brow. You're joking. Nope, Daimon said flatly. He did it with his eyes half closed and a cracked rib. Kale's grin faltered for half a second. Zuku stepped into the ring without a word, rolling his shoulders back. The others cleared space. Nero perched on a nearby railing, eyes glittering with curiosity. Seelin sat on the cold stone, arms resting over her knees, watching without blinking. Kale flared a small flame in his palm. I'll go easy on you. Zuku just stared at him. I won't. The circle was drawn with silver dust on black stone, wide enough to fit a proper clash. Kale cracked his knuckles, fire lighting up his arms like it belonged there. The wind curled away from his body, as if nature itself knew not to get too close. You sure you're ready, half and half? Kale smirked. Zuku stepped into the circle, hands in his coat pockets. Sure. Kale didn't wait. He surged forward with a battle cry, a geyser of flame erupting from his palm, sharp, blinding, molten. It blasted toward Zuku in a twisting column of heat. Zuku didn't flinch. He didn't blink. He lifted one hand, snapped his fingers. And the world froze. Not literally. But to everyone watching it felt like it. A shockwave of blue-black glyphs exploded outward from Zuku's body like rings in water. Symbols no one had seen before, ancient, jagged, alive, burned into the air, circling him with a soft hum that vibrated in the bone. Kale's fire hit the edge of the glyph field. And collapsed inward, folding into itself like paper. Swallowed by a sinkhole. Kale stumbled, blinking. What the hell? Zuku sighed. That was a compression weave with a layered entropy core, he said calmly. It eats unstable elemental spells. Kale snarled and raised both hands. Flames surged again, this time forming into twin serpents, twisting and biting as they lunged through the air. Zuku whispered something in a language no one knew. The serpents hit a wall of nothing. Literally. A perfect black cube, no texture, no light, no reflection, materialized in the air and devoured the attack completely. Then it imploded in total silence. Kale staggered back, eyes wide. Zuku stepped forward. He raised his hand, palm up, and the wind around them stopped. The ground beneath his feet began to glow. Lines, runic chains stretched outward in every direction, carving themselves into the stone as if the earth itself were obeying him. Above him, a sigil circle the size of a cathedral shimmered into view, layered, moving, alive. Tessellating runes rotated inside runes. Glowing constellations flickered like trapped galaxies. Zuku's eyes glowed white-blue. Let's try something new. The air dropped 10 degrees. The sky overhead went darker. Then, Zuku snapped his fingers again. And a dragon made of lightning and ink erupted from the circle overhead, coiling downward with a sound like thunder screaming. The thing slammed into the dueling ring. Kale was launched out of the circle, body engulfed in static, flames doused, pride shattered. He hit the ground hard and stayed down, groaning. The dragon evaporated in a ripple of arcane wind. Zuku lowered his hand. The runes faded. Silence. Total. Utter. Silence. Narelle's mouth was slightly open. Seelin stared like she was watching a god put on a coat. Even Daimon blinked. Zuku turned around slowly, rubbing the back of his neck like a guy who just realized he might have overdone it a little. Okay, he muttered. That one was kinda new. Kale wheezed from the dirt. Kinda. Daimon finally let out a sharp breath. Godsend. Next time, Warn me before you cast a living myth. Izuku smirked just a little, then shrugged. Y'all wanted a show. The static in the air was still fading when Izuku walked over. Kale was sitting up now, groaning as he rubbed the side of his head. His fire had fizzled out. His pride? Not quite extinguished but definitely singed. Izuku stopped in front of him and held out a hand. Kale blinked, then frowned. You serious? Izuku shrugged. I'd rather not fight the guy I'm supposed to work with. Kale looked at the hand again. Izuku added, voice steady but calm. And, call me Izuku. Not half and half. It's kind of racist, man. Kale winced. A genuine flicker of guilt crossed his face. Yeah, all right. My bad. He took the hand. Izuku pulled him up with zero fanfare. Kale dusted himself off, still scowling a little. But the look was more thoughtful than angry now. You always fight like that? Only when someone calls me names and throws snakes made of fire at my head. Nero let out a quiet snort from the sidelines. Seelen actually smiled. Daimon just shook his head. Stars help me, you're going to kill each other before the real mission starts. Izuku smiled faintly. I'll try not to. The palace was too quiet for how full it was. Outside the stone walls, 1,000 different lives carried on. Guards marching, nobles feasting, students studying under flickering torchlight. But inside the wing given to the four of them Team Veilth, as Kale sarcastically called it, time slowed down. They were supposed to be training. And they were sort of. But there were moments, in between, where something else happened. Something real. Day 1. Izuku sat cross-legged on the roof, sketching runes into the clay tiles with a bit of chalk. Nero sat beside him, chewing on dried fruit and occasionally pointing out minor flaws in his formation circles. Why do you always hum when you draw glyphs? I don't hum. You do. It's like a nervous thing. Izuku glanced at her, deadpan. If I were nervous, I'd be unconscious. She grinned, wide and sharp. You're not wrong. Seelen dragged Izuku into the garden behind their wing. She said the stars aligned better from there. Said his magic felt older than his age. Said it whispered in patterns she couldn't read. You're like a stone with two shadows, she murmured. Izuku frowned. That's not creepy at all. She smiled faintly. You're not supposed to be here. You're borrowed. I can feel it. He didn't answer. He didn't know how. Day 3. Kale and Izuku sparred again. This time, Kale didn't run his mouth. This time, Izuku didn't drop a goddamn dragon on him. They traded spells. Countered. Sweated. Laughed genuinely when they both went flying off opposite ends of the platform. Kale helped him up. Izuku didn't hesitate to take his hand. Later that night, they all sat around a small fire. It wasn't for warmth. It was for peace. A rare one. Kale talked about his older sister, the princess who hated court life. Nero shared a story about her village getting flooded and how she saved a dog with gills. Seelen admitted she'd never been kissed. Izuku? He said nothing about his past. But he listened. And he laughed. And for a moment, he forgot he didn't belong. The call came at dawn. The knock was soft. Daimon didn't wait for permission. He stepped into their shared hall, his expression as hollow as the corridors echoing behind him. Get dressed, he said. Now. Izuku blinked, still half asleep in his cot. What's going on? Daimon didn't answer right away. He just looked tired. More than usual. He finally said, the order wants you. All four of you. Briefing chamber. 15 minutes. Kale swore under his breath. Nero stood up without a word. Seelen's tattoos pulsed faintly in the dark. Izuku pulled on his coat slowly. He felt it in his gut. Like pressure. Like a string being pulled tight. They're not ready. We're not ready. I'm not ready. But that didn't matter. Orders were orders. And the order was a machine. The briefing chamber. The chamber was colder than the last time. The thrones were empty now. No kings. No ceremony. Just an obsidian table and 7 robed figures who didn't give names. One of them stood. You will leave by dusk. Kale stepped forward, tense. Leave where? The figure didn't blink. You're being deployed. Directly to the target. Nero frowned. Veilth. Seelan's voice was quiet. Already? The room didn't shift. Didn't move. Didn't care. The convergence point has been located. He's gathering power. Summoning something. Beyond our understanding. If you wait, you die. If you go now, you may succeed. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You're sending children. Your weapons, the figure replied. You were forged for this. Daimon looked like he wanted to scream. He didn't. Izuku looked at his team. Neural. Seelan. Not ready. Not yet. But ready enough. He exhaled through his nose. Fine, he said. Then give us the map. Another figure stepped forward, dropping a crystal onto the table. It pulsed with dark red light. Break this at the edge of the broken valley. It will open a gate to his sanctum. Once you pass through... The figure paused. There's no return. Izuku picked up the crystal. It was warm. Alive. He didn't flinch. The journey to the broken valley wasn't as quiet as Izuku thought it would be. Kale talked the most. About food. About battle theory. About how this entire mission sounded like a setup. But hey, if he was gonna die, at least he'd die doing something awesome. Nero added sharp little comments here and there, most of them sarcastic. She liked teasing Seelan about how stargazers always get the drama edit in stories. Seelan, for her part, barely responded, but her eyes glittered with starlight every time Nero leaned close. The wind howled through the canyon paths. Their enchanted transport hovered along the ley-line-carved roads, drifting silently over ancient stones littered with the bones of kingdoms long gone. Massive cliffs loomed on either side, etched with the faded runes of those who came before. Izuku sat at the back, one leg hanging off the edge, cloak whipping behind him. He didn't mind the chatter. He just didn't need it. In his last life, maybe he would have joined in. Chattered away with wide eyes and bigger dreams. But now he liked living quietly, especially after missions. There was something sacred about that time. Those few days, or if he was lucky, a couple of weeks where his hands weren't stained with spellburn and his head wasn't ringing from the screams of ruptured ley fields. That time was his. Time to breathe. To sleep deeply. To remember. To remember them. His mother's. Both of them. He clenched his fingers in his lap. Tesh's face was still clear, warm, strong, always humming softly when she touched his hair. But Inko's face was fading. It broke him a little every time he tried to picture her smile and found only blur. Her voice, once the most familiar sound in the world, now came to him only in fragments. The crack of her laugh. The soft Izuku's sweetheart when he was sick. It wasn't fair. He died for her. And now, bit by bit, she was slipping from him. His chest ached. He turned his gaze toward the clouds ahead, just to ground himself. They were heading into a storm. He could feel it. Hey! Kale's voice cut through the wind. He dropped into a crouch beside him. Izuku didn't turn. What? You good? Izuku blinked, surprised. Kale scratched the back of his head. You've been real quiet. Like, quieter than usual. Not judging or anything. Just, battle soon. Wanted to check. Izuku said nothing at first. Then finally, yeah, I'm good. Kale studied him for a second longer. Then stood up with a shrug. Alright, just don't explode on us. You're scary when you go full wizard mode. He walked off. Izuku smiled barely. Scary, huh? Maybe. But all he could think about was a fading face, a smile he couldn't grasp anymore, and a thought that was getting louder in the back of his mind. If I die again, will I forget her completely? They made camp at the base of the broken valley just as the sun fell behind the jagged ridgeline. It was colder here. Not like the mountain frost back at the palace, but something older. The kind of cold that seeped into the bones of the land, where even fire crackled quietly, like it didn't want to draw attention. They set up in a half-ruined stone outpost, a remnant from the last war. Its walls were crumbling and moss-bitten, but it offered cover from the wind and a clear view of the plateau ahead, the spot marked on their map. The place they'd open the gate. Where they'd meet Veilth. Izuku carved warding runes into the nearby rocks out of habit. Nirel conjured a stream of water to boil for tea. Kale actually helped without complaining, and Seelan lit the fire with a slow, glowing pulse from her fingertips. For a while they just sat. No training. No orders. No posturing. Just the four of them around a campfire at the edge of the world. It was Kale who broke the silence. So, he poked at the fire with a charred stick. I know this is, like, the mission. Biggest one. But I was thinking. He glanced at Izuku. How many have you done? Izuku looked up from where he sat, hood pushed back, fingers laced together. Like, missions, Kale clarified. For the Order. You've been there the longest, right? For years. Izuku hesitated. The flames flickered in his eyes. He didn't look at any of them when he answered. A lot. Kale tilted his head. Like, what's a lot? Izuku stared into the fire. First one was 6 weeks after they took me, he said softly. Wasn't supposed to be mine. The guy ahead of me broke his leg during training. They said I was ready enough. He drew in a breath. I've stopped cults. Cleared cursed ruins. Retrieved artifacts no one else would touch. I've helped destroy rogue mage cells and fought things that shouldn't exist anymore. He paused. I've killed people. That silenced the fire more than the wind ever could. Kale didn't speak. Neither did the girls. Izuku leaned back against the ruined wall behind him, gazing up at the stars. Some of them were trying to kill me. Some were threats. Some were just in the way. His voice didn't waver. But the Order threatened my family. My parents. So, I did what they asked. He looked down again. The firelight cut sharp shadows across his face. I've done a lot in 4 years. Some of it I'm proud of. Some of it I try not to think about too long. There was a long silence. Then Neril handed him a cup of hot tea without a word. Celine gently rested her shoulder against his. Kale nodded slowly, eyes low. "'Kay," he said. "That's fair." And that was it. No judgment. No questions. No apologies. Just understanding. The kind only people on the edge of death could offer one another. They slept in shifts that night. But not before Izuku took one last look at the spot they'd opened the gate in the morning. And for the first time in years, he was afraid. Not of dying. Not even of failing. But of what would happen if they didn't make it out. Gray and heavy. No birds. No breeze. Just the soft crackling of dying embers and the long, low creak of the wind scraping against stone. Izuku was the first one up. He hadn't slept much, if at all. He never did before a mission. He moved quietly, tearing down his small tent with methodical ease. Every piece folded, sealed, and cast into his void space a personal pocket dimension he'd carved open 2 years ago with blood, runes, and a stubborn refusal to carry gear like everyone else. He jokingly named it the Void. Now it was just habit. Neril's bedroll vanished into it next. Then Kale's scorched cloak. Celine's stargazing mirror. They'd all asked him to store their gear there, one less thing to carry through hell. Izuku didn't ask why. He knew. Travel light when you don't know if you're coming back. By the time the others stirred, the camp was gone. Just the fire pit remained, and a few faint footprints in the dust. Izuku stood near the cliff edge, back turned, the sky behind him beginning to lighten. The others gathered slowly, armor buckled, cloaks drawn tight, faces still pale from sleep but eyes burning with purpose. No one said much. There wasn't much left to say. Izuku reached into his coat and pulled out the crystal. It pulsed in his palm, red light slow and steady, like the heartbeat of something asleep. The longer he held it, the more it throbbed, reacting to the proximity of the sanctum's buried gate just beneath the rocky plateau. "This is it, huh?" Kale said, stepping up beside him. Izuku nodded once. "Yeah." Neril crossed her arms. No fancy ritual? No dramatic chant. Izuku held the crystal tighter. No need. He stepped forward, to the exact spot the map had marked. A circle of cracked stone, older than the Order itself, half buried in frost and ash. The crystal flared. The ground trembled. Celine closed her eyes. "The veil's thin here. I can feel it." Izuku raised the crystal. The runes on his arms began to glow soft white first, then shifting into that impossible blue-violet that only his deep magic ever touched. A wind kicked up. From below. From inside. and then, a line of red light split the ground beneath them, zigzagging outward like veins. Izuku lowered the crystal gently into the center of the circle. It sank without touch. The light exploded upward. The gate was opening. No turning back now. The light surged. And then nothing. For a breathless second, there was only weightlessness. Falling without falling. The world pulled inside out. Magic screamed through their bones like thunder trapped in flesh. They hit ground. But they landed on their feet. All of them. Izuku blinked. The world had changed. They stood on a jagged black platform suspended in a sky of churning red clouds and veins of lightning. Giant shards of obsidian floated in every direction like broken glass orbiting a star. Gravity tugged in unnatural ways. The very air was thick with pressure and heat, like breathing through boiling syrup. This wasn't just another realm. This was Veilth's sanctum, a place bent by one man's will. And they weren't alone. The shriek came from above. Dozens of them. Dark-winged things with hollow faces and spines that bent wrong, claws that dripped shadows. Their eyes burned white in sockets of black flame, and their wings didn't flap, they twitched. "Company!" Kale shouted, already ablaze. The creature's dove. Nerel moved first, her hands slicing through the air as twin whips of water surged upward and coiled into javelins. She hurled one into the chest of a descending beast. It pierced clean through with a crack of pressure, splattering black ichor across the floating platform. Seelen raised both arms, her tattoos blazing gold. A ring of starlight blades formed around her in a perfect halo and launched outward like a spinning saw. The nearest 5 creatures were cleaved in midair, their forms breaking into ash before they hit the ground. Kale was laughing. Laughing. Finally! He launched himself into the sky on a burst of flame, crashing into a cluster of the beasts with a roaring uppercut that left behind a burning spiral of air. His gauntlets flashed red as he twisted midair, blasting 2 more from behind without even looking. Izuku didn't move at first. He stood in the middle of the chaos, eyes half-lidded, mouth a thin line. He breathed in. The magic welcomed him. He whispered something too old for any of the others to understand, and the platform beneath his feet began to reshape, glyphs crawling outward like living vines, pulsing beneath the stone. Izuku shouted, backpedaling as more creatures surged from the darkness. "Any time now." He stepped forward and raised one hand. The ground exploded. A storm of mirror shards, suspended in glowing runes, shot upward like shrapnel catching the creature's mid-dive. Each shard reflected a different element: flame, frost, light, sound. They weren't just cutting. They were feeding. Stealing the essence of the monsters they hit and recycling it. Kale landed with a thud beside him, panting. That was cheating. Izuku didn't respond. He was already carving another rune into the air, slow and deliberate. Seelen stepped up, starlight still dancing across her fingertips. "How many more?" Nerel flicked blood off her blade. "They're not slowing." As if on cue, the sky ripped. A new wave poured through larger creatures, armored, some carrying jagged weapons of bone and magic. Izuku exhaled sharply. Time to go loud. His body lit from within. The runes on his arms, his chest, his throat, they flared like wildfire, and a dome of magic burst outward, forcing all 4 of them into a unified casting circle. Kale grinned. "Group spell?" "Just follow my lead," Izuku said flatly. Together, they lifted their hands. The air collapsed. What came next wasn't a spell. It was a judgment. A sphere of raw, harmonic energy detonated from their center, layered with fire, water, starlight, and Zuku's deep glyphs. It sang as it expanded, a perfect frequency, ripping through the shadows like a bell ringing in the soul. Every creature caught in its path disintegrated. Not in blood. Not in ash. But in light. And when it faded, silence. Nothing moved. Only the 4 of them, standing on a scorched, cracked platform, staring up at a sky that still burned red but quietly. Kale exhaled. "DMN." Seelen knelt, hand to the ground. "We're in his world now." Nerel stared upward. That was the welcome mat. Izuku turned his eyes to the horizon. Somewhere out there, past the floating ruins and fractured stars, Veilth was waiting. And he knew they were coming. They ran. No time for silence. No time for thought. Just spells, steel and blood. The further they pushed through Veilth's sanctum, the less real the world became. Floating bridges twisted upside down. Stone bled light. Walls shifted behind them like they were being watched. The creatures changed to... At first, they were shadows with claws. Then came the Juggernaut's four-armed beasts with molten cores. Kale burned them from the inside out. Then came the sirens, fluttering humanoid things with no mouths, just endless eyes. Nirel drowned their song with crushing water pressure. Then came the memory beasts. Izuku almost choked when one took the form of Inko. He didn't hesitate. He erased it with a beam of chained runes that left a smoking crater in its place. They kept moving. Every fight left them more exhausted. Every win came with heavier breaths. Seelan's magic began to flicker. The stars inside her tattoos blinked irregularly. Still she fought. She tore apart a dozen skydwellers with a single flash of constellation-born fury. Kale's gauntlets cracked. His flames weren't elegant anymore, they were wild, uncontrolled. But he laughed as he fought, teeth bared, taking hits like a madman and punching harder than ever. Nirel's water was red now. She didn't say why. Izuku led. Eyes forward. Shoulders squared. His magic pulsed differently now. Less structured. More instinct. Glyphs lashed out around him like living wings. The ground didn't just break beneath his feet, it changed. Reality warped to make room for him. Still he was sweating. Still he was shaking. Still he kept going. And then, they saw it. The inner sanctum. A cathedral of bone and black crystal floating in the void, tethered to the rest of the realm by threads of lightning and bridges of screams. The sky above it was bleeding. The magic here wasn't just strong. It was wrong. Everything about this place screamed finality. Kale stepped beside him. This is it. Izuku nodded. Yeah. He could feel Veilth watching them. Smiling. And waiting. The doors to the inner sanctum didn't open. They peeled. Massive spires of black crystal unfolded like wings, revealing a hollow cathedral that pulsed like a living heart. The walls shimmered with flowing glyphs, ancient and incomplete scripts from a language lost to sanity. They stepped inside. It was quiet. Too quiet. Izuku could feel the pressure before he saw him. And then, he descended. Floating above a pulsing altar of fused bone and void steel, Veilth emerged like a dream soaked in blood and crowned with silence. Skin gray like old parchment inked with runes that moved beneath the surface. His hair was long and silver, flowing weightless around him like water in zero gravity. His eyes, there were too many of them. A cluster of blinking, black gold orbs circling his skull like a halo. He smiled. And the air broke. Welcome, little heroes. His voice was smooth. Too smooth. Like oil sliding over broken glass. He descended slowly, feet never touching the ground. I was wondering when they'd send someone. I must admit, he glanced at each of them near Kale, Seelan. I expected more than children. His smile widened. Or at least, I thought they were children. His gaze shifted. And locked onto Izuku. The shift in his tone was immediate, quieter. Hungry. Except for you. Izuku didn't flinch. Veilth tilted his head, and his eyes, all of them narrowed with fascination. Your soul is wrong. He floated closer, barely a breath above the ground, robes trailing like smoke behind him. It's old. Too old. You don't belong here. Not in this world. Not in this form. He exhaled and the room shivered. A soul that has died before. Passed through realms it was never meant to touch. Reshaped. Before. And yet. He liked his lips. Still whole. Izuku said nothing. He didn't need to. Veilth smiled again. Slower now. Wicked. I want it. Kale raised a hand. Yeah, no offense, but that's real creepy. Veilth didn't even look at him. He raised a hand. And the entire sanctum trembled. Black spires rose from the ground like jagged teeth. The walls howled. I would have accepted the others as sacrifices, he said almost gently. But you, Izuku Magi, You are a key. The ground cracked beneath their feet. To what, I wonder? Zuku's magic surged. Runes crawled up his arms, burning white-blue. You're going to have to kill me, he said, voice low. Veilth grinned. I intend to. Veilth raised a single hand. Let's see what your little heroes can do without you, shall we? The floor split. From the cracks in the sanctum stone, they came. Twisted, hunched things humanoid in silhouette, but bloated, stretched, stitched together with veins of glowing ink and bone. Their skulls were partially exposed, magic-threaded nerves sparking like loose wire across their open minds. Their mouths opened too wide. Their eyes? They had none. Only glowing pits of unholy light. 4 of them rose, screeching. Godspawn. Veilth said almost fondly. Built from the marrow of dead mages. Fed on magic until their minds melted. One of them slammed its claws together and shrieked. Go! They charged. One for Kale, who roared and erupted into flame, fists igniting with volcanic fury as he rushed to meet it head-on. One for Neril, who darted sideways, weaving a barrier of condensed water between herself and the beast before launching a blade of frozen air through its knee. One for Seelan, who stood still, eyes glowing like comets as she summoned a halo of burning stars, each one screaming toward her attacker like a divine judgment. And the 4th? It never made it. Zuku raised one hand and crushed it mid-sprint, glyphs snapping into place around its body before it even left the ground. Its form imploded, vanishing in a burst of glass-like ash. Veilth arched a brow. Efficient. Zuku's cloak whipped around him as he stepped forward, runes circling both hands. You talk too much. Veilth's smile sharpened. And then? They clashed. The sound was not sound. It was force. Zuku cast first 3 layered sigils exploding into a wave of white fire. Not flame, but memory burn, a spell that erased anything it touched for half a second. Just absence. Veilth dodged with a casual flick of his hand, warping space around him, the memory fire slashing through the sanctum's back wall like a divine scythe. Beautiful, he murmured. You understand the deep tongue. Zuko didn't answer. He launched again, glyphs surrounding his entire body now. Rotating like armor. Runes from every school: light, gravity, blood, storm. His hands blurred. Veilth blocked the strike with a wall of shadow bone, countering with a lash of molten time, arcing toward Zuko's head. Zuko ducked, rolled, snapped both hands together. A ring of blue flame shot out, burning a dozen floating glyphs into the air. They activated at once, sending spears of raw energy hurtling toward Veilth's chest. Veilth smirked. Good, he said as the floor cracked beneath their feet. Let's see what it takes to break you. Glyphs clashed midair. Spells tore through the sanctum's ancient walls, cracking the very stone beneath them. Lightning wept sideways through the air. Runic circles detonated like mines across the ground. And still, Veilth batted every blast aside with casual grace. A flick of his wrist sent Zuko's pressure spell spiraling off course. A tilt of his head allowed a burning sigil to slide harmlessly past. He was calm, controlled, smiling. It is strange, he mused, tone almost conversational as he stepped through the chaos, brushing aside a line of glowing knives with a lazy wave of his hand. You feel as if you can wield any magic. Any school. Any form. Just like me. He raised his hand and crushed a meteor glyph midcast, the energy dissolving in a silent burst of black sparks. But unlike me, you didn't have to steal it, did you? Zuko narrowed his eyes, breath tight in his lungs. He shifted cast again. A spiral of burning chains lashed toward Veilth's chest. Veilth twirled his fingers, and a mirror of light and bone shimmered into place, the chains snapping apart before they reached him. I worked for centuries, he said, stepping forward, his many eyes glowing. Centuries. Devouring knowledge. Breaking minds. Binding gods. And what did it cost me? He flung his arms wide. Everything. Zuko fired again, 6 runes layered, unstable, singing with harmonic frequency. Veilth caught one midair, turned it between his fingers like a coin. And then there's you, he said almost admiringly. Some fractured soul wearing a child's face, resurrected by powers you don't even understand. He smiled again. Too wide. Too slow. I cannot wait to take your soul. To peel it apart. To see how it was made. Zuko's voice was low now, sharp, steady. Then you're going to be very disappointed. And he moved. Zuko cast another sigil mid-dodge, but Veilth was already there. His hand struck like a falling tower too fast, too strong, and Zuko's body slammed into the wall hard enough to crack stone. He gasped, pain flaring in his chest, blood in his mouth. Veilth stood over him, not even winded. You know, boy, he said, voice lower now closer, the way your soul feels. He knelt, one long finger trailing a burning line through the air just above Zuko's heart. Reminds me of mine. Zuko tensed. Veilth leaned in, eyes glittering, dozens of them, some blinking out of sync. You're not from here. Not originally. His voice dropped. And then, in a tone far too smooth, too knowing, he whispered. You died? In another world, didn't you? Zuko's eyes widened. The words hit something deep. Something buried. Something old. He hadn't heard that language in years. Not since his mother's voice. His vision blurred for half a second, the memory hitting like a wave. A bent woman at the stove. Laughter. Katsudan. He blinked it away. But Veilth noticed. And smiled. If you could call it a smile. His face split. A maw where his jaw should be. Rows of two sharp teeth unfolding like petals. No lips. No mercy. His voice slid through that not smile like silk on a blade. So I was right. You don't just have a strange soul. You're a stranger to this world. He stood slowly, arms out again like a priest preparing a sermon. How marvelous. How utterly divine. He turned his gaze back down to Zuko. I'll peel the truth out of you, child. I'll wear your origin like a crown. Zuko wiped blood from his chin. Then stood. Straight. Still. Eyes burning. Then I'll make Diamond sure you never leave this place. The fight roared on around them, magic tearing the sanctum apart, reality bending under the weight of Veilth's power. Zuko gritted his teeth, still pinned against the wall, Veilth's hand digging into his chest like he meant to tear the soul from his ribs. But then, a scream. Zuko! Seelan's voice sharp, panicked, raw. One of those god-spawn, the black, twitching creatures with open brains and howling mouths had circled around. It loomed over her now, claws raised, ready to rip her open. Zuko didn't think. He moved. He raised one hand, shaking, bloodied, and fired. A glyph snapped into the air, blinding white. The creature exploded mid-lunge, reduced to black ash and splinters of bone. Veilth faltered. Zuko didn't wait. His left hand shot upward, the one he wasn't supposed to use like that. A second spell, meaner, older, redder, surged out from his palm. A band of anti-magic runes screamed in protest. The blast detonated against Veilth's side and flung the monster backward. Zuko dropped to the ground, panting. He stood up. Straightened his back. Spat blood. I'm gonna have to break the rules, he muttered, flexing his fingers as crackling, shifting black and gold glyphs spiraled up both arms. His body shimmered with heat, magic he wasn't supposed to know. Zuko stood in the cracked stone of the sanctum, alone now. The fight still echoed behind his ribs, but he wasn't focused on pain. He was focused on them. On Seelan. Neural. He saw the way the creatures had regrouped. Saw the glint in Veilth's many eyes. He wasn't going to win with all of them there. They'd die trying to help him. They didn't deserve that. Zuko raised his hand. The air around his fingers warped, not with heat, not with magic, but with something older. Something that shouldn't move. His left hand curled backward, forming a ring of 6 jagged glyphs. Then he threw it. The spell cracked like thunder. It hit the air in front of his team, and the world shattered. A snap of sound like glass breaking across dimensions. Zuko! Kale shouted, trying to run back, but the light swallowed them, all 3 of them, and they were gone. Gone. Teleported. Somewhere safe. Somewhere far. The dust hadn't even settled when Veilth laughed. A deep, crawling sound that echoed from every corner of the sanctum. "Are you serious?" he chuckled. "You plan to face us alone? My children. My sanctum. You've only managed to hit me once." He stepped forward, slow and cruel. "And I wanted to learn from them as well. Such a pity." The moment the chant began, the world tensed. Zuka's hands were raised, fingers etched with burning glyphs, and with every word that left his mouth. Firash varin film, selkarthanai marvor. Irasthilkai voran iron. Kolshar dathkul, renai varanos. Il kuthvanos. The light dimmed. Stone cracked beneath his feet. The ancient floor of the sanctum turned to dust. The torches lining the walls flared and snuffed out, one by one. The spell didn't glow. It devoured. Magic wasn't flowing from him. It was being seeked in. Every trace of power in the air, every drop of latent mana was pulled toward Zuku's chest like it owed him a debt. Irasthilkai voran iron. Kolshar dathkul. His eyes rolled back. Blood trickled from his nose. His veins lit up, pulsing gold-red-black. Glyphs twisted around his arms and throat like branded shackles. His skin cracked. Not metaphorically, literally. The edges of his fingers blistered. His left palm split open. Runes carved themselves along his cheek like molten tattoos. Still he stood. Still he chanted. Renai varanos. Elkuthvanos. "No!" Veilth roared, finally, his voice breaking. He lunged forward, not laughing now. "You don't understand what that spell is. Stop." Zuka dropped his arms to his sides. He was shaking. Smoke curled from his shoulders. Patches of his skin had gone pale and waxy, rotting. His legs trembled, flesh eaten away by the spell's hunger. His breath was fire, and he smiled through the pain. "You'll never touch my friends." Veilth reached him, his maw wide, claws raised. And the spell detonated. But it wasn't sound. It was absence. A pulse of inverted color, black and white, and something deeper ripped out from Zuku like a collapsing star. The walls of the sanctum folded in on themselves. Veilth didn't scream. He disintegrated. Not torn apart. Erased. The godspawn were gone in an instant. So was the sky. The valley. The stone beneath Zuku's feet. The spell devoured everything. And in the middle of that void Zuka hovered, arms outstretched, bones glowing through his skin, eyes wide and empty. Then he fell. Darkness. All black. No pain. No ground. No air. Just drifting. Alone. A voice stirred. Again, it asked, not unkindly. "You burn so brightly for someone who keeps dying." Zuka didn't answer. He couldn't. The void didn't hurt. It just was. No sky. No floor. Just drifting. Zuka couldn't tell if his body was still there, but he could still feel the echo of the spell. The way it had eaten at his skin, carved into his bones, the breath from his lungs like smoke pulled through a broken pipe. A voice. That same one from before. The one that first offered him this path. That was quite beautiful. The god said gently, a smile in the words. "To see such a spell again. I didn't think that much of the old tongues still existed in that world. And to think you killed that man. Impressive, Izuku? Or do you go by Zuku now?" Zuka breathed slowly. Didn't answer right away. "That I don't care what you call me," he said finally, voice low. "Did the others make it out?" "Of course they did. You flung them halfway across the continent. I think you even redirected the landing site midcast, which is beyond what that spell was meant to do." Zuka gave a dry chuckle. "Huh." There was a long pause. And then, his voice cracked. "I just wish I could have said goodbye." The god didn't interrupt. "I didn't get to see them. My parents. Arthur, Tesha. I was so busy training, fighting, surviving for the Dean Order I thought I'd have time later." His hands curled, even in the weightless dark. "But I died like that. And they'll never know why. Or if I'm coming home. They knew you loved them." The god said, quieter now. "Even if you didn't say it. Love as weight. It leaves echoes." Zuka blinked hard. Swallowed. "And you?" he asked. "Why are you talking to me now? You said you'd speak to me some in that world. But you never did." "Ah, the god said, sounding faintly guilty. Well, every time you were drawn to a book, or felt that pull to learn something new. That was me. Izuku raised an eyebrow into the void. You were the itch in my brain? More like a helpful whisper. You could have spoken out loud. You would have told me to shut up. Izuku gave a tired smirk. Fair. The god's voice echoed faintly in the dark. You're going to go down in history, you know, as the one who defeated that wretched man. The pause. Or should I say, that thing. Izuku's brow creased. He shifted slightly in the weightless dark, arms folded. He said he died in another world too, he muttered. He spoke Japanese. Asked if I was from there. The god went silent for a long moment. Oh gods no. The disgust was clear in its tone. I felt his soul. It was twisted, rotted. That one. He was no child of mine. Must have been one of the others. Izuku tilted his head. Others? Yes, the god said simply. The first time we met, I told you I seek noble souls. But I am not the only one who watches the veil between worlds. There are gods who seek the opposite. Dark, cruel spirits. Souls that reek of blood and hunger. That man was likely one of theirs. Izuku swallowed. But then again. The god continued, voice gentler now. I doubt you'll meet him again. Something in Izuku's chest tightened. A slow sadness, creeping in like frost. So that's it, he asked. I'm really dead this time? The god laughed softly. Not cruel. Just wistful. Well. Yes and no. Izuku raised an eyebrow in the void. You've done well, the god said. So I'm giving you a choice. You may go to a new world. Be a new person. Start again, clean slate, new path. No memories, no magic, no burdens. Or, you can roll the dice. A 50-50 chance. Izuku perked up slightly. What kind of chance? You'll either return to one of your old lives, Thalaria, or Japan just as you were before you died, or you'll vanish entirely. Soul scattered. End of the line. Izuku blinked. His heart beat once, hard even here. But, the god added quickly, I'll give you a gift regardless of what you choose. Something to take with you. A fragment of what you've learned. Of what you've become. Silence. Izuku thought of his mother's. Tesha's voice humming while she cooked. Inko's arms wrapped tight around him. He thought of the friends he'd left behind. The monsters. The battles. The stars over Thalaria. DMN, he whispered. That's not a fair choice at all. Life never is. The god replied. Sighed, his voice echoing in the space between. Well, he muttered, I guess flip the coin. The void was still. Laughter. Warm, booming, ancient. Not mocking. Not cruel. Just fond. Of course you would say that. The god said, amused and melancholy all at once. Not many souls choose to roll the dice when they've already earned peace. Izuku blinked slowly. I never earned anything. That's where you're wrong. The void around them shimmered faintly, stars blinking into view, like echoes of moments lived and lost. Do you know why I care for you, Izuku? Why I watched you when your knees bled against concrete, when your lungs screamed for air in frigid rivers, when your fists trembled against monsters made of man and myth alike? Izuku swallowed. His throat felt thick. The god's voice softened. It wasn't because you were strong. You weren't. Not at first. It wasn't because you were clever, though gods above, you are. And it wasn't even because you had potential, though I saw it burn in you like a forge left roaring in the snow. It was because every time the world tried to beat you down, you chose love. The stars brightened, one by one. Inko hugging a tiny, sobbing Izuku in a hospital lobby. Tesha kissing his forehead. You didn't give love because it was safe, or easy, or because people earned it. You gave it because it mattered to you. Because it was right. Even when it nearly broke you. Izuku's lips parted. His chest felt hollow, like something warm had slipped into a crack that had lived there for years. I care for you, the god said gently, because you remind me of what divinity used to be. Not all-powerful. Not immortal. Not cruel. But kind. The void was quiet again. Izuku let out a shaky breath. "You're gonna make me cry," he muttered. "You've cried enough for 10 lifetimes." A moment passed. "So, shall we flip the coin?" Izuku nodded. The god raised a hand and between 2 fingers, light shimmered. Not gold. Not silver. A coin made of stardust and time. Heads, you return to one of your lives. As you were, magic and all. Tails, you vanish from all timelines. A final rest. The god looked at him one last time. "No matter what, I'm proud of you, Izuku." The coin rose, spun, hung in the air, and fell. "See you later, kid," or hopefully not. That was the last thing he heard before he fell. There was no ground, no pain, just light, and then a voice. So familiar it hit him like lightning to the chest. "Izuku, wake up. You're gonna be late, baby. There's only a few days left of school." He jolted upright in bed. The blanket tangled around his legs, the scent of clean laundry and dust hitting his nose. Light filtered through green curtains. Birds chirped outside a window he hadn't seen in what felt like a lifetime. His breath caught. No, it couldn't be. He tore out of bed, feet hitting the floor hard enough to rattle his desk. He burst out the bedroom door, nearly tripping over himself as he bolted down the hallway. Standing in the kitchen, wearing a soft green cardigan and humming faintly as she stirred something in a pot, was her mom. She turned just in time for him to crash into her. His arms wrapped around her like he never wanted to let go. He buried his face into her shoulder and squeezed so tight she gasped. Aizu. What's wrong, what?" His shoulders shook. His fingers trembled. He didn't even try to hide the tears. "Mom," he breathed, voice cracking. "Mama." Inko blinked, stunned. "I'm here, baby, I'm here. What happened? Are you okay?" He couldn't answer. Not at first. He just held her like a lifeline. Because somehow he had come home. After 2 lifetimes, he was back. "I had a bad dream is all," he whispered. His voice cracked halfway through it, barely more than a breath. Like saying anything louder would shatter this moment. Like he was afraid it was a dream that if he let go, it'd all vanish again. He couldn't stop the tears. They spilled down his cheeks, hot and silent, soaking into the fabric of her cardigan. His fingers curled tighter in the soft green wool. Inko stood frozen for a second, arms half raised in surprise. But then, she wrapped him up. Held him like he was 5 years old again and the world had scared him too much to breathe. "Oh, sweetheart. It must have been a really bad one." He didn't answer. Couldn't. His throat was tight. His chest ached. His body remembered too many battles, too many losses, too many things a boy shouldn't have lived through not once, let alone twice. And yet here he was. Back in this kitchen. Izuku Midoriya alive, humming, warm in his arms. And nothing had ever felt more real. She rocked him slightly, rubbing his back in slow circles. "It's okay now. You're safe. I've got you, Izuku." He nodded into her shoulder. He didn't trust his voice. Not yet. But inside, where that ancient ache sat buried beneath layers of magic and war and fire and blood. For the first time in years, it started to ease. He sat on his bed, knees pulled up, eyes sweeping across the room that felt too small for everything he remembered. Too bright, too simple, too safe. "So, I'm back," he whispered to no one. The room hadn't changed. Not really. The walls were still plastered with All Might posters, heroic poses frozen in time. There were shelves lined with action figures, a battered notebook or 2. His younger self had been obsessed. It felt like peeking into someone else's life. "Which means, I'm Quirkless," he said slowly, almost testing the words. He flexed his fingers. No warmth of mana pulsing through them. No intricate glyphs appearing, no innate hum of spellcraft. Just skin. Just bones. Just a normal boy again. And yet he smiled. "A little. That's not so bad. I'm alive. I'm with my mother." His chest tightened suddenly, and he leaned back against the wall with a slow exhale. "Tesha." He could still hear her voice. The way she'd call him in for dinner. The The way she'd fuss when he got too deep into his studies. The way she held him after nightmares, soft fingers smoothing back his hair. And Arthur, his father. The only real one he'd ever had. He hadn't been born their son, but they had loved him like he had been. 10 years. 10 whole years with them. For more under the Order's grip. For years of blood, pain, spells, and scars. Of being turned into a weapon and told it was duty. 14 years, he murmured. I spent 14 years there. It hit harder when he said it out loud. Time didn't care where your soul came from, he had lived that long. He had grown. But, fought. I sound insane, he muttered, rubbing at his eyes. Gods, I sound insane. His eyes drifted toward the wall. A calendar. Old, faded, the kind you get from the pharmacy down the road. And circled in red the last day of school. He stared. That was the day. The day he shoved Inko out of the way. The day a truck hit him full force. The day he woke up in another world with pointed ears and a new name. Can I change it? His voice barely stirred the stillness of the room. Can I change fate? Silence. But something inside him, deep and still and burning, did not feel so silent. It stirred like a spark. Not of quirk. Not of magic. But of will. Izuku stood in front of the bathroom mirror, towel still draped over his head, watching himself like he wasn't sure the reflection was his. His face was the same. But it wasn't. Not to him. He'd seen this body stained in blood. Felt it break. Dribbled. Burn with magic until it peeled. This was the face of a child, freckled, soft, but behind the green eyes was someone else entirely. Okay. He tugged the towel down, tossing it onto the rack. Let's do this. He dressed in the Aldra Junior High uniform, shirt tucked a little too neatly, collar a little too straight, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. It felt light. No spellbooks. No blades. No hidden glyphs drawn on the inside flap. Just notebooks. Pencils. A packed lunch. Downstairs, the smell of miso soup hit him like a spell to the chest. Breakfast's ready. Inko called. You've got 10 minutes before you need to head out. He blinked. That voice. He almost teared up again. But he swallowed it down and padded down the stairs, trying not to look like he was seeing the kitchen for the first time in years. Inko was humming to herself, wearing that silly pink apron with the cartoon vegetables on it. She looked up, beaming. Oh good, you're dressed already. He sat at the table. She set a bowl in front of him. Miso soup, rice, tamagoi. It was warm. Familiar. Thanks, Mom. He meant it more than he could say. They ate in quiet conversation. Mostly her talking. He nodded and smiled when he needed to. She didn't notice anything off, just that her son seemed a little quieter this morning. When he stepped outside, the sun was already rising. The streets buzzed with the energy of another normal school day. He adjusted his bag on his shoulder. His steps were steady. Back to school, he said to himself. Let's try not to die this time. And with that, he headed down the road toward Aldra, toward Bakugo, toward the same life. Except this time, he wasn't the same boy. Classes passed in a blur. He remembered how these desks felt. Cold metal and 2 small chairs, paper textbooks, chalkboards with the faint scent of dust. The air conditioning rattled above, and the hum of other students scribbling filled the silence. The lessons themselves? Pointless. He didn't need to relearn algebra. He remembered constructing sigils based on geometric principles 10 times more complex. He'd calculated ley line convergence while sprinting through war zones. He could crush this in his sleep. Still, he didn't speak up. He took notes. He played the role. Kids whispered behind him like they always had. Still quirkless. Dumb nerd. He should just drop out already. One guy flicked a pen cap at the back of his head. It bounced off. Izuku didn't even flinch. He'd been stabbed. Beaten. Branded. This wasn't even noise. Even Bakugo Kaken, as his younger self had called him, was the same. But arrogant. Explosive. He got up in Izuku's face after lunch, like he was entitled to his attention. You're real quiet lately, Deku. What? Brain finally caught up with the fact that you're worthless. Izuku blinked at him. Just looked at him. Not mad. Not scared. Not anything. I'm fine, he said simply. And he walked off. Bakugo stared after him, like something didn't compute. By the time school ended, Izuku found himself standing outside the gates. He looked up at the sky. Blue, clean, almost too calm. He hadn't seen that shade of blue in 14 years. No smoke. No magic in the air. No pressure building in the back of his skull. Just peace. It's all here, he muttered to himself as he walked home. Everything. The streets. The smell of fried food. The vending machines. He passed a bakery and saw the exact melon bread his mom used to sneak into his lunchbox. A bus roared by, and he caught the same ad for a hero agency that had been running before he died. Even the cracks in the sidewalk were exactly where he remembered. It was also the same. Too same. Like time had paused while he'd been gone. I forgot how loud Japan is, he chuckled to himself. He reached up and touched the side of his head. He hadn't even noticed he was thinking in Japanese again. Funny. I forgot the language over there, he whispered. Took me years to speak like a local. But now? It's like it never left. His hand dropped to his side. The street ahead was quiet. He turned the corner, nearing the steps to his apartment building, and paused. That corner. That same crosswalk. That street light. The truck. He saw the moment in his head like a faded memory burning in reverse. His mother. The horn. His feet leaving the ground. He took a step back, steadying himself. Not today. Not this time. And then the front door opened. Inko leaned out, waving, her face glowing with joy. Welcome home, baby. I'm home, Izuku said, and this time. He smiled. The next day. It was just after lunch. The sun cast long, golden bars across the classroom floor, and the scent of microwaved bentos still hung in the air. Most students had slumped back into their chairs with that glazed-over, post-meal sleepiness. Izuku was quietly flipping through his notebook. Not doodling hero stats this time, just sketches of old runes. Symbols that had no place in this world. A flicker of magic, a memory, nothing more. Hey, Deku. The voice came from the front of the room, sharp and arrogant. Izuku looked up slowly. Katsuki Bakugo stood there, arms crossed, a familiar sneer on his face. A few of his cronies chuckled nearby, clearly sensing something was about to go down. Do me a favor, yeah? Bakugo said. Take a swan dive off the roof. Maybe you'll be born with a better quirk in the next life. The words echoed. They hit the room like a slap. A few kids winced. Others stifled their laughter. And Izuku. Izuku chuckled. So, quiet. He tilted his head and gave Bakugo the most unimpressed look he'd ever worn. That's it, he said. That's your line. Bakugo blinked. What? You've had, 3 years to come up with something better, and that's still the best you can do? Izuku actually smiled a little. It didn't reach his eyes. Bakugo's confusion flared into anger. The hell did you just say to me? I said, Izuku repeated calmly, if you're gonna try and be cruel, at least try to be original. The room went quiet. No one laughed now. Bakugo took a step forward, hands sparking, but Izuku didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't even tense. He just stared, steady and tired and done. You're not scary, he added, softer. Not anymore. Bakugo hesitated. And for just a second, there was a flicker of something in his face. Uncertainty. What the hell happened to you? Izuku turned away, packed his notebook, and stood up. The bell hadn't even rung yet, but he didn't care. He walked out without another word. I really screwed up. Izuku stuffed his hands in his pockets, his pace slow as he wandered the streets. The shadows stretched longer now, dipping over sidewalks and railings like ink bleeding from the sky. Bakugo's gonna be even worse after that. Guess I poked the bear. He sighed. Whatever. He's just loud now. Not scary. Noise. His thoughts drifted, far from Aldra Junior High, far from this world even. So distracted, he didn't realize where his feet were taking him. Until he looked up. This bridge. The exact path he used to take every day after school. The same underpass. The same sewer cover. The same. Bang. A deafening crack ripped through the air as something exploded from the storm drain ahead. A massive wave of green sludge erupted from the darkness like a beast unchained, crashing toward him with monstrous speed. Was! Before Izuku could run, it was on him. The smell hit first rotten meat and gasoline. Then the weight, the pressure cold, wet, alive. It slammed into him, covering his chest, snaking up his face. His mouth was forced open, the goo jamming its way inside. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't see. Something was slithering down his throat, into his eyes, his ears, his soul. No. He thrashed, panic erupting in his chest. Not again. Not like this. Just got back. His hands flexed. Desperation surged through him. Magic, please anything. His palms ignited. Not with fire, but with heat. White-hot pure force. Raw mana surging through him like a geyser suddenly uncapped. The sludge around his arms began to boil. Screeya! The villain screamed an ugly, high-pitched shriek that rattled the concrete. The ooze writhed and peeled off, smoke hissing from the contact as Izuku's hands burned white. "Get off me!" he roared, voice guttural and full of something not entirely human. A shockwave slammed into the alley. Wind howled through the underpass. And a voice thundered. "I am here!" A blur of gold and red streaked past Izuku. Crush. A single punch. The sludge villain exploded into the wall behind them, splattering in every direction. And there, standing tall, muscles bulging, wind billowing around his cape, was All Might. Eyes glowing. Grin shining. And Izuku. Izuku was on the ground, coughing, his hands still faintly glowing, breath ragged. All Might turned to him. And for a moment, both of them just stared. Smoke drifted lazily through the air, curling off the scorched bits of sludge that still clung to the pavement. The smell of burning ooze mixed with the thick, humid stink of the underpass. Izuku was on his knees, panting. His hands trembled, still faintly glowing with heat, like embers that refused to die. He didn't even hear the first few words. Not until the figure crouched beside him. "Sorry I was late, young man." The voice boomed with practiced heroism, that same confident lilt he'd heard 1,000 times on TV. Izuku blinked up. All Might. The All Might. Grinning like a sunrise, his blue eyes bright, his presence somehow larger than life. Even here, in the grime. "But I am very glad you're okay," All Might continued, his tone gentling. "Your quirk seems quite impressive." He nodded toward Izuku's still smoking hands, then reached down and scooped up the unconscious sludge villain, what was left of him, anyway. With almost casual ease, he popped the lid off a 2-liter soda bottle and stuffed the remains inside. Glorp. Izuku blinked again. What the hell? All Might either didn't hear him or pretended not to. "Anyway, my boy, I'm sorry to rush off, but I need to take this villain in." He gave a short salute with the bottle in hand. "Can't leave the cleanup to the sidekicks every time." Izuku, still breathing heavily, nodded slowly. "That's fine," he muttered, voice hoarse. "Thanks for showing up." He stood on shaky legs and slung his backpack over his shoulder. It felt heavier than usual. Or maybe he just felt heavier. All Might lingered for a moment, watching him. Then he leapt. Gone in a gust of wind and a crack of air. Izuku stood alone again, under the bridge. The same way he always had. He looked down at his palms, faint scorch marks still marked the center. His fingers were blackened with soot. So I still have it. The thought stirred something strange inside him. Not joy. Not relief. But confirmation. Like a part of him that had been numb since waking up was slowly warming again. He walked. Not hurriedly. Not aimlessly. Just forward. Each step a little steadier than the last. Man, that was kinda cool though. Izuku flopped back onto his bed, limbs spread wide, his gaze locked on the ceiling fan above as it spun lazily. His heart had finally stopped racing, though the phantom sensation of heat still tingled in his palms. He flexed his fingers. "I met All Might, and I have magic." A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Was that the gift that silly god was talking about? He laughed to himself. All Might had thought it was a quirk. "Yeah, right," he muttered with a snort. "If that was a quirk, I'm the dim-en avatar." The moment replayed in his head over and over, the sludge, The panic, the fire that wasn't fire. Izuku! The scream hit him like a bolt. Not panicked. Not angry. Terrified. He bolted upright and ran, socks skidding as he flew out of his room and into the hallway, then into the kitchen. "Moms? What's wrong?" He skidded to a stop. His mother stood frozen, one hand over her mouth, the other holding the remote in a white-knuckled grip. Her eyes were wide, locked on the television. "Mom!" She slowly pointed at the screen, her voice barely audible. "Why didn't you tell me?" Izuku turned. A grainy video was playing on the local news broadcast, clearly taken from someone's cheap flip phone or old camcorder. It was shaky and blurry, zoomed in from a distance. The bridge. The sludge villain. A small figure struggling in its grasp, barely visible, almost swallowed by the green mass. His uniform. His hair. It was definitely him. But the hands? What had happened to free him? The video jolted, skipping frames. Static fuzzed the feed. You could hear the sludge scream, and then all at once All Might came crashing down. It cut out just before the villain was fully captured. The news anchor came on. A frightening scene in a local underpass this afternoon, but thanks to pro-hero All Might, disaster was averted. The identity of the student caught in the attack remains unconfirmed, though witnesses claim he used some sort of ability to free himself before All Might's arrival. Izuku's stomach twisted. Inko turned to him, eyes glossy and stormy. "Was that you?" He didn't answer. Didn't have to. "Izuku," she whispered, walking toward him. "Why didn't you tell me you were attacked by a villain?" "I saw you were being choked, baby." She grabbed his arms, gripping him like he might vanish. "You could have died. And you just came home like nothing happened?" He started, then stopped. "It was fast. I didn't want to worry you." "Too late." Her voice cracked. She wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tight. He stayed there a long time, burying his face in her shoulder, letting himself breathe. She pulled back eventually, brushing his hair away from his face with shaking fingers. "They said the boy in the video fought back somehow. That you had a quirk?" Izuku blinked. Then gave her the smallest, crookedest smile. "Maybe I do," he whispered. Still figuring it out. She didn't ask anything else. She just held him again. A few days later, the apartment felt a little warmer than usual. Maybe it was the summer heat finally kicking in. Or maybe it was the nerves. Izuku sat on the couch, tapping his fingers against the fabric of his jeans. He wasn't scared, at least, he didn't think he was. But when his mother told him she'd booked an appointment at Muzutafu Quirk Registry and Diagnostics, something clenched tight in his chest. "You've been acting a little off, sweetheart," she'd said gently. "And I saw what you did during that attack. I know it's not just adrenaline. I think your quirk finally awakened." He didn't correct her. How could he? So now he sat there, waiting. The building was sterile white and smelled faintly of citrus cleaning products. A nurse with pink hair and a mechanical eye smiled at them as they were called in. "Midoriya Izuku, here for quirk reclassification?" Izuku nodded once. "Alrighty. Just head back to room 4. Dr. Wada will meet you there." Inside, the room looked more like a lab than a clinic. Machines lined the walls, humming softly, and a reinforced glass panel separated the observation area from the examination zone. Just in case things got flashy, Dr. Wada entered with a clipboard and a warm, professional smile. She had a sleek bob of gray-streaked hair and soft but tired eyes. "Izuku, right? I've reviewed your previous file. Says here you were diagnosed quirkless around age 4. That happens sometimes. Late bloomers are rare but not impossible." Izuku stayed silent. Wada smiled more gently. "Let's see what you've got, He stood in the reinforced testing chamber. The lights dimmed slightly. Izuku raised his hand. He didn't do anything dramatic, not yet. Just a gentle flick of his fingers. A soft breeze curled around his feet, then lifted gently upward. The papers on Wada's desk fluttered before settling again. Next, he cupped his palm and focused. A small orb of flame no bigger than a candle flickered to life. He made sure it danced lightly without heat, and snuffed it just as quickly. Then he waved both hands, slowly, methodically. Thin threads of water spiraled from the air itself, forming an elegant helix before vanishing with a faint hiss. That's incredible, Wada breathed. Inko gasped behind the glass, covering her mouth with her hands. Izuku glanced to her, then said calmly, I can manipulate elements. Wind, fire, water, earth, I call it arcane control. Wada scribbled rapidly onto her pad. Support type with high versatility. Your neural scans are clean, no signs of overload. This might be one of the rare elemental synthesis type quirks. We'll have to run a few more tests to be sure, but Izuku, this is amazing. You'll want to register this as soon as possible. The support course at UA might want to fight over you. Izuku smiled politely. Thanks. He didn't mention the old tongue. The void. The god. He didn't need to. Not here. The hallways buzzed with end-of-year energy papers fluttered through the air like lazy snow, lockers slammed shut for the last time, and someone was blasting a victory song through a cracked phone speaker 2 classrooms away. Izuku walked through it all quietly, his backpack slung over one shoulder, his body loose and calm in a way it hadn't been in years. It was strange being here again. The floor tiles were the same cracked beige, the posters still sun-bleached and curling at the corners. His desk, 3rd row from the front, closest to the window, still had the tiny scratch he'd made once with a pencil out of boredom. But he was different. He could feel it in his bones. The weight of a lifetime lived twice pressed softly behind his eyes like a memory he hadn't quite shaken. It was after homeroom right before dismissal when the inevitable happened. Bakugo. He'd been circling like a shark all day, probably waiting for the right moment. Izuku had stepped just outside the classroom when the blonde shoulder-checked him harder than necessary. Oh, didn't see you there, Deku. Izuku didn't stumble. Didn't even flinch. Bakugo scowled. What? Too good to say anything now. Heard you got a quirk finally. What is it? Crying until someone else feels bad for you. A few of their classmates laughed behind cupped hands. Izuku stood still. Then, he turned his head slightly. Eyes calm. Voice low. You done? Bakugo blinked. What did you just say to me? Fush. In a blink, a burst of water surged from Izuku's palm like someone had flipped a bucket in midair. It crashed straight into Bakugo's chest, soaking him from chin to knees. Everyone froze. Bakugo looked like a drenched cat, dripping and stunned. Izuku let the water fade into the concrete in seconds. He adjusted his bag on his shoulder. You're not scary, he said simply. Just loud. And with that he walked away. The classroom. Left the school. Left the last thread of fear in that hallway. Later that evening, Shimizu Grill House. Izuku stopped walking. He hadn't even realized where they were heading until they reached the corner, until the familiar glow of the sign came into view, neon against the early dusk. Shimizu Grill House. His feet felt like they weighed 100 pounds. Oh, Inko said with a soft smile. They had a reservation open. Lucky, right? Last time. That night. That meal. That crosswalk. Izuku's mouth went dry. He swallowed hard. Why? Lucky. His mother didn't notice the way his breath caught. Too excited, maybe. Too proud. She walked a little ahead, already thanking the hostess. Izuku followed slowly, heart thudding. They were seated near the window. Same table. Same corner. He ran his fingers along the grain of the polished wood as he sat, something cold crawling up his spine. The ghost of a memory flickered, his mother laughing, then a horn, then nothing. You shoved her. You died here. Inko smiled at him from across the table. You okay, sweetie? He blinked, jerking out of the haze. Why? Yeah, just spaced out. Long day. Something like that, he muttered, looking down at the menu. His hand trembled, just slightly. They ordered the katsudan. It felt surreal. Déjà vu twisted his stomach. The smells, the quiet chatter, the warm light overhead. He tried to breathe deep, to ground himself, but the weight in his chest wouldn't go away. You're alive this time. She's alive. It's different. But gods, it didn't feel different. He kept looking at the door. At the window. At the space where it had happened. And then her hand was over his, soft and small and warm. You sure you're okay, Izuku? She asked gently, real concern in her eyes now. He looked at her. And somehow, through the panic clawing at the edges of his mind, he smiled. Yeah. I just really missed this. That at least was true. Their food came. They ate. He pushed past the knots in his gut and laughed when she almost choked on her tea after he told a joke. It wasn't easy. But she was here. She was alive. He was alive. And this time, he wouldn't let it end the same way. The katsudon came out steaming, just like he remembered. Just like a lifetime ago. Izuku stared down at the bowl as the scent hit him warm, savory, familiar in a way that tugged at something deep in his chest. His hands were still for a moment, almost reverent. Then he picked up his chopsticks. The first bite made his eyes sting. Gods, I missed this. The texture, the sauce, the little crunch of the pork, everything hit like a memory. Like he was 10 again, sitting at the table with a book open beside his plate, Inko humming in the kitchen. That was before everything, before dying, before magic, before war. He swallowed hard, forced the emotion down. Still your favorite? Inko asked with a little grin, watching him across the table. He nodded quickly. Yeah. It still doesn't beat yours though. Her smile softened. You're just saying that. No, he said, almost serious. Yours really is the best. She laughed, a little flustered, and that made something settle in his chest like bricks falling into place. He sat back slightly, looking around the room, letting the moment hold. And then the thought came quiet, random. I kinda miss my ears. The realization made him blink. He did. He missed the long, tapering elven ears. Missed brushing hair over them. Missed how they twitched when he got excited or annoyed. He missed Tesha's gentle teasing about them, and how Arthur had taught him to listen with more than just ears. Then he thought, chewing slowly. I really was happy there for a while, huh? But this was good too. This here, with her, was better than he'd ever dared hope for. And even if he'd lost some things, he was going to protect what he had now. No matter what it took. They lingered at the restaurant longer than they needed to. After dinner, Inko ordered a small dessert for them to split. Just one, she'd said, tapping his nose with a grin, because I know you'll end up eating most of it anyway. And he had. He'd forgotten how nice this was. The calm. The laughter. Just being normal. But even as they stepped outside, night having fully settled over the city, Izuku's shoulders stiffened. This is it, he thought. The walk home. The crosswalk. The place where everything had ended before. He kept pace beside her, hands deep in his pockets. He didn't speak, didn't joke. He just listened, watched. Her voice was soft beside him, telling him about a new tea blend she'd seen at the store, how she might try growing her own herbs again. It was so painfully domestic. He loved it. But he couldn't shake the feeling growing in his chest. The closer they got, the harder it was to breathe. Then there it was. The crosswalk. His crosswalk. He stopped without realizing it. Inko paused beside him. Sweetheart. Izuku's eyes scanned the street. Left again. He watched a car crawl past, tires hissing on damp asphalt. He counted how many were coming, checked the light, triple-checked it. His pulse thundered in his ears. It's fine. It's fine. It's not happening again. He exhaled through his nose and stepped forward. This time, there was no scream. No truck. No blinding lights. No blood. No impact. Just concrete beneath his shoes. His mother's hand brushing his sleeve. The chill of early summer air. He was okay. They were both okay. He let out a breath that shook more than he meant it to. Inko glanced at him sideways, concerned, but didn't say anything. Not yet. Not here. The night was quiet. His room was the same as it always had been, small, cluttered, cozy. All Might posters lined the wall, slightly faded at the edges. His old notebooks were stacked on the desk. A few plastic figurines watched him from the windowsill. Nothing had changed. But he had. Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed, the covers rumpled beneath him. His hands rested on his knees, fingers twitching slightly as he stared at the space in front of him. Okay, he whispered, voice barely audible. Let's see if you're still with me. He reached. Not with his body. Not with a quirk. But with will. With memory. With intent. The air in front of him shimmered. Just faintly like heat rising off pavement. Then it bent inward, folded, twisted, and tore. A tiny rift opened his void. It wasn't much. Just a sliver of darkness, swirling gently like black smoke in water. But it was his. A grin tugged at his lips. Still got it. He reached inside, arm disappearing past the wrist, then it felt cold like dipping into deep water but familiar. He fished around. Thunk. Something wooden. Clink. Something metallic. Something wrapped in worn leather. One by one, he pulled things out and laid them across his bed. A carved training wand Arthur had made him. A chipped flask from one of Dee's brutal survival drills. A worn journal of forbidden runes. A cracked orb that pulsed softly with residual magic. A smooth river stone Tesha had once given him, for luck, she'd said. He swallowed hard. They shouldn't exist here. Not in this world. Not in Japan. But they were here anyway. His breath hitched as he ran his fingers along the spine of the rune book. The language written inside looked wrong and beautiful and powerful all at once. He wasn't crazy. He hadn't imagined it. That life, it happened. All of it. The fight. The blood. The war. The order. Tesha. Arthur. Veilth. He closed his eyes. They were gone now. But maybe he hadn't left them behind completely. He still had their lessons. Their love. Their pain. And, apparently, their relics. He lay back on the bed, arms behind his head, the ceiling barely visible in the low light. What to do? He murmured. The void pulsed softly from where it hung in the air, open just a crack, like it was waiting. I could join the support course. Play it safe. Build tech hell, maybe even sneak in some magic stuff. I could go for the hero course. He stared up, voice trailing off. I've still got most of my magic. Haven't tried any of the old tongue yet, but I doubt I'll need that for anything here. Not unless things get really weird. A long sigh escaped him. Still, I live today. That's something. He turned his head, eyes drifting toward the calendar pinned to the wall marked with pen and smudges of time. Today was the day. The day he was supposed to die. And he didn't. He lived. He smiled faintly to himself, body growing heavier with each breath. Guess I've got time to figure it all out, he whispered, eyelids slipping shut. For once. Sleep claimed him. The darkness came quickly familiar, deep, quiet. Not cold. Not this time. And then, Izuku. A voice like velvet wrapped around thunder curled into his thoughts. I needed to talk with you. Izuku let out a quiet breath. I figured. The god did not laugh this time. Didn't tease. Instead, the next words came slow. Careful. That man, that wretched thing you killed. Izuku felt something cold grip his spine. He is alive in this world. The void didn't shift, but he felt its weight change. He blinked into the nothingness. How? There was no silence in this place, but the pause felt like one. Then the god said, I can feel his soul. Twisted. Reformed. Different, yes, but intact. I don't know who he is now. I don't know whose face he wears or what name he answers to. But he's here in your world. Hiding. Izuku's voice was quieter than before. You're sure? I am. He swallowed. The taste of dread was old and familiar. The god exhaled. If such a being could. You wonder how you made it back. You wonder if it was the coin flip. Izuku nodded once. I do. It was. Chance. The weight of a single breath tossed into the wind. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. It felt like cheating, he admitted. But I still did it. I wanted to come back. And I let you. Why? There was no answer to that, at least not at first. Because I loved your choice. The words struck deeper than they should have. But Izuku kept going. So what about him? He asked. That man. That thing. He didn't get here on his own, did he? The god seemed to hesitate. Izuku tilted his head. No. I bet he didn't. He looked into the dark like it was a mirror and said, he had a god too. A whisper passed through the nothingness, like wind over ancient stone. Izuku's voice lowered, soft but certain. Mine flipped a coin. Theirs rigged the table. Silence again. Then the god's voice came softer. Maybe. There are others like me. Not all of them noble. Some of them. The pause. Some of them simply want to watch what burns brightest when they light the match. Izuku flexed his hand. Felt the spark of heat still in his veins. Then I guess I better be ready, huh? Yes. This is my last warning. My last gift. I can't help you again. The beat. But Izuku, please. This time stay alive. And then, like a curtain falling, the presence vanished. The silence grew warm. And Izuku's eyes opened to morning. Sunlight poured through his window. He stared at the ceiling for a long time before sitting up. Okay, he whispered. Izuku sat up in bed, chest tight, face damp. He hadn't even realized he was crying until a tear dropped onto the blanket, soaking into the fabric like it had somewhere important to be. He didn't sob. He didn't shake. But the tears wouldn't stop. And he wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because that voice, the god's voice, was gone for good. That strange, comforting presence that had watched over him for years, spoken in riddles and warmth, and nudged him down paths he hadn't even known he needed to walk. It had helped him, warned him, stayed with him through a life that hadn't been his to begin with. And now, gone. Like so many others. At least it used its last words to help me, he thought, wiping his eyes with the heel of his palm. That's more than most ever get to do. Still it hurt. Maybe it always would. His thoughts wandered, circling the words like vultures picking at scraps. He is alive in this world. Veilth. What was he now? Who had he become? Was he hiding in a city? Was he smiling somewhere with someone else's face? Izuku hated not knowing. He sat there on the edge of his bed, eyes open but distant. The room was quiet, save for the ticking of a wall clock and the faint sound of traffic outside. He stared at nothing. Thought about everything. His hands clenched. Then unclenched. There would be time to figure it out. Time to fight if it came to that again. He had to be smart. Had to stay ready. But right now? A voice broke through the fog of his thoughts. Izuku, his mom called from the kitchen. Come eat before it gets cold. His breath hitched. And then he smiled. A little cracked. A little tired. But real. Coming, he shouted back, his voice still hoarse with sleep. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, grounding himself in the warmth of home. One step at a time. He could figure out the rest later. Right now, there was breakfast. And his mother. And the fragile, fleeting peace of a morning where he was still alive. He chewed slowly at breakfast, picking at the eggs even though they were warm and fluffy. His mom had added just a little too much soy sauce, the way he liked them. She chatted softly across the table, mostly about school, bills, neighbors, things that felt almost dreamlike in how normal they were. Izuku smiled when she looked up. Forced himself to nod, to respond. But his head was somewhere else. Somewhere darker. Older. More dangerous. His mind still whirled from the dream from the god's voice, those poetic final words, and the warning that echoed in his bones. Veilth was here. Somehow, he had come back too. And worse, he remembered. Izuku needed to be sure. If he was going to be in this world, if he was going to protect anything, his mother, this life, himself, then he had to know if his magic still worked the way it used to. He quietly excused himself once the dishes were done. The construction site was only a 15-minute walk from the apartment, a forgotten office complex project that had been started years ago and left half-finished, a skeleton of concrete and rebar tucked between warehouse rows. There were rusted fences, spray-painted signs, and one old tarp flapping loose in the breeze. It was perfect. Izuku ducked through a hole in the fencing and stepped into the shade of the first ruined structure. Dust crunched beneath his shoes. The air was still. He took a breath. Then raised his hand. Nothing dramatic. Just a tiny spark at first. A flick of heat in his palm. The way it used to begin back in Thaleria. He felt the energy respond, like old muscle memory waking up. A flame bloomed to life, no bigger than a candle. Izuku grinned. Well, he muttered, that's something. He turned and looked at a half-broken wall. With a flick of his fingers, he whispered, Vamir. A pulse of compressed wind blasted outward, sending loose gravel flying and snapping a wooden beam nearby with a clean crack. The grin widened. He pulled a small charm from his void space just to test if it still worked, and sure enough, the space flickered open in a shimmer of violet light. His satchel of reagents, a cracked gemstone, a book of incantations, all there. He tossed the charm back in and stepped deeper into the building. Okay, he said to no one, rolling his shoulders, let's see what I really remember. He planted his feet and called out again, voice low and commanding. Voltina Aarshar. Lightning cracked in his palm. He threw it like a fastball. It struck a slab of cement, leaving a black, sparking scorch mark across it. The impact echoed. A warning bell rang in the back of his head, too loud, too flashy. But he didn't stop. Not yet. He weaved his fingers together, muttering in a tongue that hadn't been spoken on this earth. The shadows around him deepened. The dust swirled unnaturally, and a line of runes etched themselves into the ground with faint, humming gold. He stood in the middle of it all. The spell circle. The lightning. The burning wall. And for the first time since waking up in his old bed, he felt like himself again. Not Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy with too many notebooks. Not even Zukamagi, the child of elves raised for war. But both. And something more. He slowly let the magic fade, sweat on his brow, heart pounding. He didn't want to overdo it. Not yet. But he had his answer. The power hadn't left him. He was still dangerous. Still capable. Still a mage. He wiped his forehead, stepped around the shattered rubble, and headed back toward the hole in the fence. And for the first time since that truck hit him, he smiled like he meant it. He knew he should have gone home. The sun was starting to dip behind the skyline, casting long shadows across the broken building he'd chosen to test his spells in. But magic, it was like an itch he couldn't scratch deep enough. Like music still stuck in his bones. He had to make sure it was still his. A flick of his wrist conjured a small flame in his palm. With a breath, he turned it to a blade of fire. Another breath, and it froze into glassy blue ice. He laughed under his breath. Still got it. All right, he said to no one, let's try something new. He opened his void, grabbed an old charm with unstable core magic, and muttered a chant under his breath. The air rippled. The ceiling creaked. He looked up. Wait, no. Crack. A rusted metal pipe swung loose. It crashed into a half-collapsed support beam above him, and the drywall broke like eggshell. The world tilted. Something hard hit the side of his head, and then darkness. It was cold. Not physical cold, something deeper, bone deep, soul deep. Izuku opened his eyes. The world around him was ash. Gray skies. Twisted spires. Crumbling stone and scorched earth, stretching on forever. He knew this place. Veilth's sanctum. But it was wrong. Warped. Broken beyond repair. The scent of sulfur filled his nose, thick and suffocating. Then he heard it. That voice. Smooth. Oil-slicked. Rotten at the edges. You thought you were rid of me. Izuku turned. And there he was. Veilth. Not as he'd last seen him, not burned away in an explosion of light and arcane fire. This version was worse. His body was stitched together from blackened flesh and bone. His eyes bled smoke. His grin was wider than it should have been, stretching too far, too deep. Izuku stepped back. Impossible, he whispered. You're dead. Veilth laughed. What is death to a god, little mage? He floated forward, feet never touching the cracked stone beneath him. You burned my body. You shattered my sanctum. And yet, here I am. Because your world is mine now. Because my soul was never bound to just one realm. Izuku clenched his fists. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But he felt it. The heat of the corrupted magic in the air. The pressure. The fear twisting low in his gut. Veilth circled him slowly, like a vulture. The god that favors you, he warned you, didn't he? Tried to protect you with that little coin flip. But I flipped too. And I landed here. His grin widened. I will consume this world, Izuku. And when I do, I'll take back what you stole. He leaned in, voice now a whisper, curling against Izuku's ear. Your power. Your soul. Your body. Izuku tried to move, tried to conjure flame, or ice, or light, but his limbs wouldn't respond. He was frozen. You see, Veilth murmured, breath like smoke. We're not so different. You and I. A bony hand reached for his chest. Both born in one world, and cursed to live in another. The fingers touched him. Everything turned white. Izuku let out a soft groan as he sat up on the dusty warehouse floor. His head throbbed not from magic backlash, but from the very real, very stupid blunt trauma of getting knocked out by his own mess. He touched the side of his head gently. It was still tender, but the skin had already started closing up. Still got that regeneration, huh? He mumbled, blinking the sleep or memory out of his eyes. But it lingered. That dream. No, not a dream. A warning. Veilth. He let out a shaky breath and looked around the warehouse. Bits of broken crates and scattered debris littered the floor from his earlier magic testing. One scorched wall, one half-frozen pipe, a stack of books still humming faintly from stored energy. Everything felt normal. Except it wasn't. Not after seeing him again. He's here, Izuku thought. That was real. Or real enough. And if he's here. He didn't finish the thought. Couldn't. His gut twisted too tightly. Slowly, he got to his feet, brushing dust off his pants and shirt. He winced at the soreness in his shoulder. He'd been lying on it too long. His bag was still leaning against the wall, untouched. He grabbed it, slinging it over his back with a grunt. He looked around once more, almost warily. Nothing but silence. Just a warehouse. Just a dream. But the weight in his chest said otherwise. Later, he whispered to himself. I'll deal with it later. Right now. He looked at the sky through a broken window. The sun was dipping low. I need to get home. The air outside was cooler than he expected. The streets were quieter now. Late afternoon shifting into early evening, a sleepy kind of lull settling over the neighborhood. Izuku kept his hood up and walked with his hands in his pockets, eyes flicking up every now and then. Every shadow looked deeper now. Every stranger got a second glance. He's in this world. And I don't know who he is. That thought played on repeat all the way to his apartment. But when he reached the front door and heard the sound of cooking inside, he let himself breathe again. He was home. For now. And Inko was humming in the kitchen. The pencil in his hand hovered just above the page, its tip shaking ever so slightly. The words at the top were simple, almost innocent. UA entrance exam. Hero course. Izuku stared at them, jaw clenched. The hum of the city drifted through his bedroom window, cars rolling by, the distant sound of a dog barking, the soft hush of wind brushing through trees. It was peaceful in a way the other world never really had been. No patrols. No screaming. No rituals in blood-streaked fields. Just quiet. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, eyes locked on the ceiling. Gods, he muttered softly. I died. I came back. Twice. It felt impossible to put into words. Hell, it was impossible. He sat back up and tapped the pencil against the page, then slowly, like the weight of it was just now settling, let out a shaky breath. I want to be a hero. Not like the Order's version. Not a blade in the dark. Not a tool to be used. A real hero. Like the ones he used to idolize. Like All Might. Like the version of himself that had scribbled notes on training techniques and rescue operations in old, coffee-stained notebooks. Like the boy who wanted to save people with a smile on his face, not blood on his hands. His fingers tightened around the pencil. I don't care if I'm not supposed to be here, he whispered. If he's really back, if Veilth's soul made it here, then I'm not gonna just watch. I'm gonna fight. Because no one else knew what he was. No one else had seen the things Izuku had. No one else could stop him. He was quiet for a while after that. Then he stood. He changed into a hoodie and track pants, slipped his shoes on quietly so he wouldn't wake his mom, and grabbed his bag already packed with what he needed. Just in case. Far below the city. In a place deeper than any hero dared dig. The corridor hissed open. Footsteps echoed heavy, even, mechanical. All for one walked with the slow precision of someone who had once ruled from a throne of ash. His body was wreckage encased in armor, tubing threaded into his chest plate, oxygen filtering through a compact respirator in his helmet. He was alive. Inside the chamber, Dr. Kyudai Garaki turned from his workstation. You're mobile. Limited motion, All for One replied, voice rasping slightly behind the modulator. But I'll manage. Only thanks to your own brilliance, Garaki said with a chuckle. Not many could survive what you did. I've survived worse. That at least was true. The last time had been slower, more painful. Magic burned differently than quirks. It unraveled you, cracked your soul open and left it howling. But he'd clawed his way back then too. He always did. Your vitals are steady, Garaki said, studying the monitor. Reinforced systems are holding. Neural activity is elevated. All for One gave no comment. Just the faintest tilt of his head. Not from a quirk. Not a side effect of the battle. Just remembering. A tower. A boy with storm-colored eyes. Runes burning with light. He remembered the way the world shattered when that boy screamed his name. He remembered dying. And then waking up again. Across the chamber, Tamura Shigaraki approached slowly, hands tucked into his coat. He didn't slouch this time. No cracks. No complaints. Just stillness. Sensei, he said, voice quieter than usual. All for One turned. Tamura. They stood there in silence for a moment. Is something wrong? Tamura asked. You've been distant since we moved to this node. No, All for One said smoothly. Not wrong. Just thinking. Tamura blinked. About the plan? The beat. Then calmly, about the shape of the world. Tamura frowned. What does that mean? All for One offered no clarification. Instead, he stepped toward the monitor Garaki had been working on, watching its scrolling lines of data. You'll inherit this world soon, he said to Tamura. What happens after that will depend on whether you're ready. I am, Tamura said. I've leveled up. I can feel it. I'm not the same as I was as a child. No, you're not. He paused, letting the words settle. And neither am I. You've been quiet too, Garaki offered carefully, tapping on his tablet. Any memory feedback? Pain spikes? Disorientation? All for One gave a slight shake of his head. There are things I remember now, he said, that don't belong to this body. Garaki blinked. Dreams? Something like that. Tamura leaned in. Are they useful? The pause. I'm still deciding. Tamura didn't press. The silence stretched out. Again awkward only for those who didn't understand patience. I'll be above ground soon, All for One said at last. We'll resume operations as planned. Notify the others. Yes, Sensei, Garaki said. Tamura hesitated, then nodded. Got it. All for One turned away, the hiss of his respirator filling the quiet. His hand flexed slowly as he walked toward the shadowed corridor. He still felt it. In his spine. In his marrow. The thread between lifetimes. The boy who killed gods. He was back. And this time, All for One would not underestimate him. The morning sky above Muzutafu was soft and gray, bleeding light through thin clouds that hadn't made up their minds about rain. In a quiet park just outside the city center half-forgotten, overgrown in places, Izuku Midoriya stood barefoot in the grass, his jacket discarded on a bench, his breath steady in the cold. To anyone watching, he looked like a kid trying to do yoga badly. To anyone really watching, the air around him was warping. Sparks flickered at his fingertips. Not fire. Not lightning. Something older. Brighter. Magic. He exhaled through his nose, arms outstretched, and whispered under his breath. Senior Lumen Vestra. A ring of violet light snapped into place around him. The grass flattened instantly. His fingers trembled as he held the sigil steady. The light pulsed once, then again growing hotter, brighter, until it nearly seared the air. Then fizzled out. He dropped to one knee, gasping. It. Too fast. Too much channeling. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, fingers stained faintly with magical soot. This wasn't like before. This body, this world wasn't made for magic. It had no built-in conduits, no natural ley lines to pull from. He was forcing it, like trying to run a symphony through a broken radio. And yet, it worked. Just barely. He pushed himself back to his feet and took a deep breath. Another spell. This time simpler. He pointed 2 fingers at a cracked concrete planter on the edge of the grass and whispered, "Gravious." The air above the planter shimmered and suddenly, the entire thing slammed to the ground with a thunderous crack, crushing into the earth like it weighed a ton. Izuku winced. A little too much gravitational force. He shook his hand out and mumbled, "Dial it back next time." Still it felt good. Familiar. Even if the ley energy in this world was patchy and unpredictable, he still had years of experience under his belt. Muscle memory. Ritual instinct. Zuka Magi might be gone, but he remembered. His hands moved faster now, weaving new glyphs into the air. Not all of them worked, some fizzled, others refused to take shape, but the ones that did left scorch marks across the soil and vibrating tension in his bones. Offense, speed, precision, he muttered. Need something non-lethal. Or at least UA legal. He was running drills the way he used to in the lore, when he trained under High Warden Estrin, only now he was dodging questions about quirks and keeping his ears human-shaped. Not to mention, hiding a power this strange was no easy task. The system this world ran on wasn't designed for what he was doing. If someone from UA tried to analyze his quirk, they wouldn't find one. Not really. They'd find energy displacement, thermal spikes, spatial irregularities, and lies. Lots of them. He summoned a small orb of light into his palm. Simple. Controlled. It floated, pulsed, hovered between his fingers like a soft glowing butterfly. Then he clenched his fist. The orb vanished. "I'm going to pass that exam," he told the air, to himself, to the wind. "And I'm going to do it without anyone finding out who I really am. Not yet." He reached for his jacket on the bench, slipping it on with a quiet grunt. His hand brushed the notebook tucked inside. UA practical exam, 10 months. Let's get to work. The wind coming off Dagoba Beach tasted like rust. Izuku stood at the edge of the trash-choked shoreline, hoodie zipped up against the early morning cold, the sky still a pale gray like it hadn't finished waking up yet. Waves slapped against mountains of abandoned appliances, plastic bottles, old tires, rotting cardboard. The whole place smelled like salt, metal, and time. He took a slow breath. "Okay," he murmured to himself. "If I'm going to get back to where I was, this is step 1. His fingers twitched, already itching for magic. Not the big spells. Not the ancient tongue. Not the ones that bent the air until reality screamed. Just control. Precision. Strength. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the stiffness crack along his back. This body was too small. Too soft. Too weak. His elven frame in Thaleria had been quick, light, trained. He had 10 years of physical development to re-earn. He stepped deeper into the sand and held out his hand. Gravious, minor. A thin, golden glyph spun into existence above his palm, the air vibrating with a faint hum. The trash immediately around him trembled, plastic bottles jittering, metal scraps lifting an inch off the sand. Good, slowly. He exhaled, keeping his breathing steady as he pushed his hand forward. The gravitational field widened, the glyph rotating faster, light intensifying. A rusted washing machine creaked, lifting. 3 inches. 6. A foot. Izuku's arm shook, the strain of maintaining control burning through his shoulder, his bicep, his ribs. Down. The washing machine dropped with a thud. Izuku gasped, bending over, hands on his knees. God's this body is. He laughed breathlessly, wiped sweat off his forehead, and straightened. Again. He trained for hours. Gravity spells to lift and sort broken furniture into piles. Wind spells to blast sand into dunes, clearing pathways. Fire control tiny, precise to burn away mold. Ice to stiffen old metal so he could carry it without it collapsing. Between spells, he forced himself into physical workouts, push-ups, sprints across the sand, crunches, squats, balance drills. His arms shook. His lungs burned. His legs felt like wet noodles. Perfect. That meant he was improving. Halfway through a set of burpees, he face-planted into the sand. Maybe not 50. He rolled over, laughing breathlessly at the sky. A seagull landed beside him. Izuku stared at it. The gull stared back. What? The gull blinked. Izuku lifted one shaky finger. No. I'm not insane. Don't look at me like that. The gull screamed anyway. He sighed and got back up. By midday, the beach looked different. Not good. Not clean. But different. The trash piles had shape now. Organized into sections. Metal, wood, plastic, unknown sludge he did not want to touch again. The sand around the water was smoother than before, the air a little less foul. Izuku stretched his sore shoulders and nodded to himself. Progress. He tapped his chest lightly. Now, strength. He summoned a sigil small, tight, perfectly formed. A gravity anchor. He pressed it into the sand. Instantly his body felt heavier. Like he weighed double. His knees bent. His spine protested. Good, he hissed. Just like the order used to do it. He lifted a heavy crate arm screaming, magic humming in the air around him. He carried it to the metal pile and dropped it. His vision blurred for a moment. He didn't stop. Hours later, sweat dripping into his eyes, hoodie tied around his waist, hair sticking to his forehead, Izuku stood in front of the largest pile of junk yet a half-collapsed refrigerator wedged against a rusted car door. His muscles trembled just looking at it. All right, he muttered. Big spells only. He raised both hands. A sigil circle spun into existence, blue and gold, layered with runes from a language no one in this world remembered. The refrigerator vibrated, groaned, lifted. Izuku gritted his teeth, pushing both hands upward. Just a little more. The fridge flipped, arcing through the air and landing perfectly in the metal section. Izuku dropped onto his back in the sand, chest heaving. Okay. Hate to admit it. But that was sick. He laughed weakly, hands covering his face. He stayed like that for a while. Long enough for the tide to creep closer. Long enough for the sun to reach its peak. Long enough for the world to be quiet except for gulls, wind, and the faint buzz of mana through his veins. Finally, he sat up. Looked around. The beach wasn't clean. Far from it. But it was more the shape of clean than it had been this morning. He wasn't where he used to be, nowhere near his old strength, his old precision, his old endurance. I'll get there. He squeezed his fist, feeling magic spark between his fingers. I've climbed worse mountains. He stood, stretching sore legs, wiping dust and sand off his clothes. The wind brushed through his hair. The sea glimmered. And Izuku smiled, not big but real. Tomorrow, we go even harder. Izuku stared at the wall of costume accessories like a man trying to make sense of his own identity. Plastic vampire fangs. Clip-on cat tails. Witch hats. And what he'd come here for. A cheap pair of elf ears, LTX, and slightly too shiny. He lifted one off the rack, turning it between his fingers. It was flimsy. Nothing like the way his real ears used to move, twitching when he got excited, turning warm when he was embarrassed, flattening when danger crept close. Gods, he missed that. He pressed the plastic ear against the side of his head. It looked horrible. He sighed and put it back. As he did, something tugged at the edge of his mind. A memory, soft and sharp at the same time. Daimon's voice. Rough, tired, echoing off stone walls. Appearance shaping isn't glamour magic, kid. It's intent. Projection. Make your body remember what it needs to be. Izuku blinked. He remembered the lesson clearly now. Daimon snapping his fingers to change the length of his beard, shifting the shape of his jaw, even briefly giving himself cat ears to prove a point. Izuku had practiced it once or twice. It had hurt. A lot. But that was when he was still growing into a half-elf body. This one already felt too small. Too human. Too plain. Maybe he could do it. Just a little. Just enough. People in this world already associated magic with fantasy aesthetics anyway. Arcane manipulation was such a broad quirk description that a few strange features wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. Right? He sighed again, rubbing his forehead. Oh well, he muttered, heading toward the checkout empty-handed. I'm doing it. Screw it. If anyone asked, he'd just say it was a manifestation of his quirk. Horns, tails, wings, people got weirder things all the time. Elf ears wouldn't even be top 10. He walked home deep in thought, hood up, hands shoved in his pockets. Each step felt slower than the last. His mind wasn't in Mizudafu anymore. It was in the mountains of Thaleria. The cold stone balcony outside his quarters. The night daimon taught him the spell after a sparring match left him bruised and sulking. If you ever need to hide, change, look older, younger, whatever you use this, daimon had said. Appearance is just a mask your soul lets your body wear. Rewrite the mask and the flesh follows. Izuku remembered how the mana snapped against his skull the first time he tried it. How the spell warped across his cheekbones. How the tips of his ears elongated before collapsing back. He'd given up after that. But now, he wanted them back. Not for stealth. Not for a mission. Just because they were his. He reached his apartment door as the sun dipped low, orange light washing over the hallway tiles. "I'll do it tonight," he whispered to himself. "Right after I go through the void again." Because he still hadn't checked everything inside. And something in his gut told him there were items from Thaleria he hadn't touched yet. Relics that had followed him across worlds. Relics that he might need. He pushed the door open, the familiar scent of dinner drifting through the air. "Welcome home, Izuku." Inko called from the kitchen. "I'm home," he answered softly, already planning the spell circles he'd draw the moment night fell. He would open the void. Find what survived the crossing. Relearn the spell. Force his magic through this too-human skin. And bring back the ears of the boy he used to be. Just a little piece of Zuka magi. Something he wasn't ready to let go of. Izuku waited until the apartment was asleep. The lights were low. The kettle clicked off on its own. His mother's soft snoring drifted faintly down the hall. He sat cross-legged on his bedroom floor, curtains closed, the faint glow of streetlights sneaking under the window. His heart thudded in his ears not from fear, but from anticipation. He hadn't opened the void properly since coming back. Not all the way. Not deep enough to find Thos. Izuku swallowed, placed both palms down on the wooden floor and whispered, "Vera nihil, open." The air in front of him shivered. Not with light. With absence. A thin crack split in the air, then widened like a curtain pulled apart, revealing the swirling violet-black mist of the void, the storage dimension he carved open with blood. And runes years ago. He leaned forward, bracing himself. Even now, the void felt wrong in this world, like it was hungry. He pushed fingers through first. Cold, wet, electric. Then his hand. Then his arm. He groped through the dark space, feeling for the familiar shapes. Cloth, metal, glass, wood. Things he had taken not out of greed, but because he refused to let these memories die. Something brushed against his fingertips. Smooth leather. Izuku's breath caught. He pulled. A small bundle emerged from the void, wrapped in faded navy cloth. He recognized it instantly, the scent of seawater and crushed minerals clinging to it. Narelle's charm. The one she kept braided into her hair for calm seas. He held it gingerly, thumb brushing the crystal shard tied to the cord. "She'd kill me if she knew I took this," he whispered, a soft smile tugging at his lips. He set it aside carefully on the bed. Back into the void. Something heavier this time. Metallic. He gripped it with both hands and dragged it through the tear. A pair of scorched gauntlets thunked onto the floor. Kales. Still stained with soot from the last spar they ever had. Izuku ran a hand across the dent near the knuckle. "Idiot," he murmured. "You always punch too hard." He placed the gauntlets beside the charm. Then he reached in again. This one felt delicate. Cold. Soft light pulsing faintly against his palm like a heartbeat. He pulled out a thin silver band, celestial metal etched with starlines. Seelan's ritual circlet. The one she used to align her lineage-born spells. The one she wore into battle every time. It still glowed, faint and steady. Izuku's throat tightened. He set it gently with the others. Then he hesitated. There was one more thing. Something he never meant to take. His hand just grabbed it during the chaos before he shoved them to safety. He reached deep, deeper still, and touched a familiar length of warped wood. He froze. No, he didn't want to pull that out. But the void pulsed. Insistent. As if reminding him. You took this for a reason. Izuku swallowed hard and dragged it out. A staff. Splintered at the end. Wrapped with cloth to hide the fractures. Humming with leftover magic even in this world. D's training staff. The one he used to smack Izuku upside the head more times than he could count. The one that saved his life during their final mission before Veilth. The one Izuku grabbed while screaming for them to run. Izuku stared at it. Then sat back on his heels. I really did steal half your stuff, he whispered, voice cracking a little. The items lay on his bed in a small, neat line. Narel's sea charm. Kale's gauntlets. Seelan's star circlet. D's broken staff. All that was left of the people he'd nearly died to protect. People who might still think he was gone forever. He took a shaky breath. These aren't just mementos, he said quietly. They're anchors. Connections to magic he'd mastered there. To a family forged in war. To the person he had been. He reached up and wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his hoodie. I'm not losing any of you, he whispered. Not again. The void crackled faintly behind him, as if responding to the emotion bleeding off him. He closed it with a soft gesture. Later, he murmured. I'll organize everything later. For now, he picked up D's staff. Splintered. Still humming faintly with old lessons. Old pain. Old warmth. Izuku held it tight against his chest and whispered. Thanks for getting me this far. He placed the staff gently on the bed and exhaled deeply. Tonight, he didn't feel like the Quirkless kid. Or the mage prodigy. Or the resurrected weapon. He felt like Izuku. And Zuku. At the same time. And for the first time in 2 lifetimes. He allowed himself to feel that. Izuku sank into sleep, and the world folded into another. Cold rooftops. Moon hanging low. Fog curling over the city like a blanket of breath. His boots silent on stone. This wasn't the night of loss. This wasn't the final war. This was before everyone else. When life was simpler, quieter, sharper. When it was just him and D. D crouched at the edge of the roof, cloak pulled tight against the wind. His eyes flicked toward Izuku. You're thinking too loud. Izuku blinked. You can hear thinking? No. But your face is always shouting. Izuku rolled his eyes. D smirked faintly. Below, the magistrate's estate burned with lamplight. A guard passed by slowly, spear tapping the cobblestones. Izuku whispered, We really doing this? We're not here for tea, D muttered. Stay close. He tapped his boot to activate a spell. Senior Lumen Vestra. Sound bled away around them, replaced with cold, thin silence. Izuku did the same, voice barely audible. Arvith Nura Silen. Shadow veil wrapped around him like smoke. D nodded. Approval. That rare warm spark. Could follow. They crossed the rooftops with disciplined quiet, just 2 shadows cutting through the night. D stopped suddenly, holding up a hand. Izuku halted instantly, muscles coiled. A guard sat on a balcony below, half asleep. D whispered, Your trick. Izuku steadied his breath and whispered, Veshtal Eri Mura. A phantom footstep echoed from the opposite alley. The guard jolted awake and stumbled toward the noise. D glanced back with a small approving hum. Not bad. Izuku grinned. They reached the magistrate's study window. Inside, the man hunched over papers, muttering to himself. D leaned in. Remember, 2 spells. Silence. Subdue. Quick, clean, done. Izuku nodded. D slid the window open with almost delicate precision. Izuku raised his hand. But his nerves snapped tight when the magistrate abruptly turned. Whose? Izuku panicked. Senior Vita. A muffling barrier snapped around the man's throat. D vaulted through the window and grabbed him before he could move, pinning him to the desk. Now, Viest. Izuku raised his other hand, breath shaky. Astrin Cordavel. The magistrate slumped, unconscious and silent. D checked his pulse. Clean work. Izuku let out a long breath. Did I? You didn't screw up too badly, D said. Points for that. Izuku snorted softly. They searched the room, finding the ledger of illegal deals. Izuku tucked it into his pouch. Mission done, D said. Now let's get out before. A sudden crack echoed in the hallway. Boots. Voices. D grimaced. Someone's early. He spun his staff in a smooth arc. The splintered clean in half against the stone windowsill. Izuku froze. D stared at the broken wood in his hand like it had personally offended him. Oh, for this stupid stick. He tossed the broken pieces aside without hesitation. We're leaving. Quiet exit. Move. Izuku hesitated only a second. Then snatched the broken staff halves and stuffed them into his cloak. He didn't even know why he did it. He just liked it. It felt familiar. Important. Kid, what are you? Never mind, D said, grabbing his collar and dragging him toward the window. Stop collecting trash. It's not trash, Izuku hissed. It's broken wood. It's historical broken wood. It's going in a fire when we get home. It is not. D shoved him toward the rooftop. Less talking, more escaping. Guards stormed into the study moments after they jumped back to the roof. D shot Izuku an unimpressed look. Next time, don't loot during missions. Izuku clutched the staff pieces protectively under his cloak. They're not loot. They're garbage. You're garbage. D snorted. At least I'm usable. Izuku sputtered. Hey. Quiet, D said, smirking. And pick up your pace. If I have to carry you, I'm throwing you off the nearest roof. They vanished into the night. Side by side. Alive. Izuku's eyes snapped open. His heart pounded, but not from fear. From warmth. He was still holding the splintered remains of D's staff. The same garbage he'd stolen all those years ago. Told you it wasn't trash, he whispered to the empty room. The staff hummed faintly in his hands, as if agreeing. Izuku rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he shuffled out of his room, still half-dazed. His head felt lighter, warmer, too aware. Every sound seemed sharper, the kettle humming, the fridge humming, even the rustle of his mother's slippers on tile. The spell had worked. He wasn't sure how good it looked in daylight, but he stepped into the kitchen. Inko turned and froze. Her entire soul left her body. She let out a sharp gasp, hands flying to her mouth. Oh my goodness, Izuku. She practically launched across the kitchen. Her hands were instantly everywhere, cradling his cheeks, brushing his hair back, poking under the edges. Oh sweetie, sweetie, what your ears? They're there. She touched one. It twitched. Izuku flinched. Sensitive. Oh my gosh, it moved, Izuku, it moved. Her fingers flew over them, tracing the curve, the pointed tip, the warm edges, like she couldn't believe they were real. Were you born with these and I somehow missed it? Did they grow overnight? Did something happen? Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Are you okay? I'm okay. Izuku squeaked, ears flattening instinctively. Really, it's fine. Inko circled him twice, absolutely frantic, mumbling to herself. What do I even tell the doctor? Do doctors handle this? Quirks can change during PBRY, right? Right? Oh my goodness, they're so cute, Izuku, they're adorable. Oh sweetheart, look at you. She grabbed his face again, pulling him down so she could look close. He felt his cheeks burn hot. Are they part of your quirk? She demanded, staring intensely. You tell me right now, young man. Izuku swallowed. He had practiced this lie in his head. He had not practiced it under maternal interrogation at point-blank range. Yes, he offered weakly. Yes, they're part of your quirk, or yes, you're lying to me? Yes. Inko raised one brow. Izuku wilted instantly. Okay, they're a quirk manifestation, he blurted. Probably. Most likely. Magic quirk aesthetics are a thing. She gently took his face again, this time not panicked. Just soft. Loving. Izuku, she whispered, brushing her thumb along his new ear. He twitched again. You look beautiful. Izuku felt his heart stop. And oh, Mom. I just grew extra body parts. And they are beautiful, she declared, hands on her hips. Do you hear me? Beautiful. Izuku covered his face with both hands. Mom. Inko stepped behind him and, without warning, started playing with them. Rubbing the edges. Straightening the tips. Izuku nearly died on the spot. Sensitive, he squeaked. Very sensitive. Oh. She yanked her hands back. Sorry, oh you're blushing, oh that's so cute. Mom please. She giggled, wiping a tear. I'm just happy, she said softly. You look happier today. And you haven't looked like that since you were little. Izuku's chest hurt in that too full way again. He managed a small smile. Thanks, Mom. She cupped his cheek again. No matter what your quirk does, no matter how you change, you'll always be my boy. Pointy ears or not. He nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. Then Inko clapped her hands suddenly. Now turn your head. I need to see if you have earwax in these. Izuku practically bolted out the apartment door. Inko had tried to brush his ears, inspect them with a flashlight, ask if they needed sunscreen, ask if they needed cleaning tools, ask if she should buy special earmuffs for winter. He barely survived. By the time he made it to Dagoba Beach, he was half dead from embarrassment, half awake from adrenaline, and 100% certain he was never letting his mother near his ears again without a helmet. He dropped his backpack onto the sand and exhaled. The ocean breeze brushed against his new ears. And they twitched. Instinctively. He froze. Hey, that's weird. They twitched again, sharper this time as the wind shifted directions. Like they were scanning the environment. Izuku blinked. I haven't done that since I was. He cut himself off, swallowing a complicated wave of nostalgia. Different world. Different body. Same instincts. He shook it off and rolled his shoulders. Training. He summoned a gravity sigil into his palm. Gravius Minor. The air pressed down on him instantly, shoulders heavy, legs sinking slightly into the sand. His muscles strained, but the pressure felt good. Controlled. Focused. He moved through the motions. Repeat. He reinforced his thighs with a whisper. Ardino Vesh. Heat pooled through the muscles, strengthening them. Then he grabbed a rusted refrigerator door and lifted. His entire body screamed. But he got it up. Okay, good. He tossed it into the metal pile, chest burning, sweat rolling down his jaw. A second spell snapped from his fingers automatically. Fresh Tari Vento. A cool rush of air spiraled around him, chilling his overheated skin. He didn't realize he was smiling until he felt his cheeks hurt. Magic flowed easier than yesterday. And his body, this small human shell, felt like it was finally beginning to understand him. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead and looked over the fish. Yesterday it had been a disaster. Today? Still a disaster. But a slightly more organized disaster. He cracked his knuckles. All right, let's see how much stronger you've gotten. He focused, lifting both hands as a rune formed between them, this one larger, layered, glowing softly like molten gold. Senior Gravis Vela. A gravity curtain. The rune ignited. Suddenly, the entire field of loose debris in front of him trembled. Lifted. Hovered in a massive wave. Izuku staggered, muscles locking. Come on, hold. The spell wavered, shivered, buckled, and slammed everything down at once with a thunderous crash. Izuku landed on his back. He stared up at the sky, gasping. Ow! Then he laughed. A short, breathless sound. Better than yesterday. He sat up, rubbing sand out of his hair. His ears twitched. Izuku froze. It wasn't just the wind this time. Those footsteps. Approaching. From behind. Soft, cautious, unsure. His senses sharpened instantly, instincts flaring the same way they had in the other world. Izuku slowly turned. Izuku froze the moment he heard the voice. Hey kid. He turned slowly. Standing at the edge of the beach was a man who looked like he'd barely survived a washing machine, a divorce, and the last 7 years of his life all in one afternoon. Wild black hair. Dark circles so deep he looked undead. Scarf that definitely used to be white. Eyes half-lidded like he hadn't slept since the Edo PRD. A hobo. A very judgmental hobo. The man stared at him with the flat, exhausted glare of someone permanently disappointed in the youth. You got permission to be using your quirk out here? Izuku's soul immediately tried to escape his body. Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I was just training, nothing illegal, probably, maybe. The hobo lifted a hand. I'm already tired. Don't make it worse. Izuku immediately shut up. The man approached, eyes dragging over the neat piles of debris Izuku had organized and the huge crater from his last gravity spell. You did that? He asked. Izuku's brain short-circuited. No. I mean maybe. My quirk is complicated and… Stop, the man said bluntly. Izuku froze mid-ramble. The hobo squinted at his newly sprouted elf ears. Mutation. Izuku slapped his hands over them. Yes, sir, quirk mutation, sir, please don't arrest me. The man blinked. Twice. I'm not a cop, kid. Oh. Izuku slowly lowered his hands, ears twitching. The man's eyes tracked the movement, but he didn't comment. Instead, he looked around the beach again. You cleaned this? Izuku nodded shyly. Wait. Yesterday and today. The man knelt and picked up a scrap of metal, inspecting it like it was evidence in a murder case. He tossed it aside. Not bad. Izuku's whole chest warmed. Thank you. Didn't say good, the man grumbled. I said, not bad. There's a difference. Izuku deflated slightly. Then the man pointed at the sand where Izuku had landed on his face earlier. Your stance was off for that last move. Right foot planted too far forward. If you try that again at higher intensity, you'll blow a ligament. Izuku blinked hard. How did you? I've seen a lot of dumb kids break themselves, the hobo muttered. And you're about 3 seconds from joining them. Izuku wanted to deny it, but he did almost tear something. The man sighed like this conversation alone removed 5 years from his lifespan. What's your name? Izuku. The man gave a barely there nod. Shota. Izuku smiled. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shota. Mr. Shota makes me sound like I pay taxes. Izuku blinked. Do you not? Shota side-eyed him like he'd asked a deeply offensive question. Then he stretched, back cracking loud enough to scare pigeons 3 blocks away. All right, training's your business. But keep it subtle. And don't collapse a building. Izuku nodded rapidly. Yes, sir. Shota turned to leave, then paused, looked over his shoulder, and Izuku could swear just for a second. The man's tired eyes sharpened. Curious. Measuring. Dangerous. Kid, he said quietly, keep your guard up. There's more than garbage on this beach. Izuku stared. What do you mean? Nothing. The man shoved his hands in his pockets. Forget it. He walked away, vanishing behind a pile of rusted appliances. Izuku stood alone again, ears twitching in confusion. What kind of hobo gives professional combat advice? What Izuku didn't see. 30 meters away, out of sight, the hobo pulled out his phone and sighed. To raise her head. Nizu, we might have a situation. A few weeks passed. Dagobah Beach changed. Not dramatically, not yet, but enough that anyone paying attention would notice the difference. And one man was paying attention. Shota. He didn't show up every day, but he came often, too often to be coincidence. Sometimes he approached openly, other times Izuku just turned around and the man was suddenly there, leaning against an appliance like he'd spawned from the sand. He spoke with a dry, quiet cadence. More formal than their first meeting. Measured. Izuku didn't realize it at first, but the man carried himself like someone used to giving direction and having it followed. He wasn't hobo-ish anymore. He was something else. Something trained. Something like D. This morning, Izuku lifted a heavy door with a gravity rune when he heard that now familiar voice behind him. You're favoring your left side. Izuku looked back. Oh, good morning, Shota. Shota nodded once. Morning. Izuku adjusted his stance. Like this? Just. Exactly. A brief pause. You learn quickly. Izuku flushed a little. I've had good teachers before. Shota's eyes flicked toward him, unreadable. I can tell. They worked in comfortable silence for a while. Izuku practiced spell-assisted lifts. Shota quietly corrected a wrist angle or foot placement with brief, almost clinical comments. Lower your hips. Keep your weight centered. Your breathing is uneven, fix it. It was so familiar. So much like D. Izuku caught himself smiling as he wiped sweat from his forehead. You know, he said lightly, you really do give teacher energy. Shota froze for exactly half a second. Do I? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Or maybe a dojo instructor. You explain things really well. Shota exhaled through his nose. Something like that? A strange warmth spread through Izuku's chest. He liked this. Training with someone. Being guided. Being seen. Even if Shota was prickly and semi-feral, he was steady. Reliable. Izuku crushed the thought before his chest could ache harder. An hour passed. Shota watched Izuku perform gravity curtain drills until the boy nearly collapsed. Stop there, Shota said. Izuku blinked, panting. Ha! You're close to overexertion. Continuing would be counterproductive. Izuku stared at him. That wasn't just advice. That was a teacher talking. Shota, Izuku said, stepping closer, are you actually trained in this stuff? Shota's expression didn't change. But something in his eyes sharpened. I've had experience, he said simply. Formal. Reserved. That was all he offered. And Izuku didn't push. Eventually, Shota checked the time on a watch that absolutely did not belong to a hobo. I need to go, he said, adjusting his scarf. Don't push yourself further today. Yes, sir, Izuku said automatically. Shota paused, looked at him, then gave a very small nod. Until next time. He turned and walked toward the steps leading up to the street, posture straight, movements controlled, absolutely unmistakable to anyone with trained eyes. Izuku tilted his head, ears twitching. He definitely runs a dojo. Shota waited until he was out of sight of the beach before pulling out his phone and dialing the principal. The line clicked. Nizu speaking. It's me, Shota said. Ah, Shota, Nizu chirped. Checking in on the beach project? More like checking if the paperwork went through. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. You said the city council was reviewing it. They approved it yesterday, Nizu replied cheerfully. Dagoba Beach is now under provisional UA custodianship. Quirk use is permitted so long as a staff member is present. Good, Aizawa said. Because I found a kid training there. A strong one. Oh my. Not dangerous, Aizawa clarified. Not intentionally, anyway. But dedicated. Reminds me of some of our problem children. Nizu hummed knowingly. Aizawa continued, when the cleanup program starts, the expelled candidates and disciplinary cases can work alongside him. Might motivate them. It might, Nizu agreed. Or he might inspire fear in them. Either works, Aizawa said with a shrug. Do you have concerns about the boy? Aizawa exhaled slowly, thinking back to Izuku's focus, his DS-pillin, and the way he accepted feedback with almost alarming readiness. I don't know yet, he admitted. But keep his file open. I want to observe him a little longer. The pause. Nizu's tone softened with interest. Is he really that promising? Aizawa adjusted his scarf and narrowed his eyes as he remembered the strange pointed ears, the gravity spells, the perfect instinctive footwork. He might be, Aizawa murmured. Or he might be something else entirely. Izuku jogged down the familiar slope toward the beach, humming lightly under his breath. His ears twitched with every shift of the wind, something he was still getting used to, but he liked it. Routine. Training. Quiet mornings. And Shota. Shota showed up often enough that Izuku kind of missed him when he didn't. But today, Izuku stopped dead. Because today, there were people on the beach. A lot of people. At least 12 teenagers stood in a loose line, all wearing matching white UA gym uniforms. Some looked nervous. Some annoyed. Some very, very confused. Izuku blinked repeatedly. A tall blonde boy with a bright, sunny grin and absolute golden retriever energy waved at him. Hey there, he boomed. You training too? Izuku flinched. Yeah. I train here. You're? Mirio Togata, the blonde boy announced proudly. Nice to meet you. Izuku stared. A lot like All Might. Same smile. Same energy. Same ridiculous optimism. Izuku's ears twitched involuntarily. Mirio leaned closer, eyes sparkling. Oh wow, are those real? So cool. Izuku slapped both hands over his ears again. Quirk mutation. Mirio nodded enthusiastically. Nice. Very hero-like. Izuku nearly had a heart attack. Some of the other students drifted over. A girl with short-cut black hair. A muscular boy with a sharp jawline. A tired-looking kid with bandages on his hands. Another girl with freckles. A boy carrying a broom, muttering bitterly about punishment cleaning. They didn't look hostile. Just curious. Who are you people? Izuku asked timidly. Mirio grinned. We're from UA. Izuku's heart stopped. UA students. On this beach. 12 of them. He didn't know what this was. The bandage-handed boy scratched his cheek. We got in trouble, he admitted. Again. His friend elbowed him. You got in trouble. We got dragged with you. Izuku blinked. Why are you all here? Mirio slapped his hands on his hips. Well, according to the principal, this place is now UA-adjacent property. Training grounds, cleanup zone, DSPN's site, the whole works. Izuku's brain short-circuited. What? Mirio nodded. We're supposed to clean the beach using our quirks under supervision. Supervision? Izuku echoed weakly. Oh yeah. Mirio said cheerfully. Mr. Aizawa's supposed to be here any minute. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku didn't know who that was. Then his ears twitched. A familiar footstep rhythm. A familiar tired sigh. A familiar presence, heavy and sharp, pressing into the air like a storm cloud. Izuku turned around. And the hobo was walking down the slope. Hair wild. Scarf fluttering. Dark circles fully intact. The students all straightened. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, half of them shouted. Izuku experienced emotional whiplash. W-it, he squeaked. Mr. Who? Shota. Aizawa. Gave a curt nod to the class. Morning, he said. Line up. Then his eyes slid to Izuku. Izuku stared at him. Aizawa stared back. Izuku pointed at him with trembling hands. You're a teacher? Aizawa sighed. Suffering. Like a man who had seen every mistake in the world and then stubbed his toe. I thought it was obvious, he said flatly. Obvious? Izuku squeaked. You look like you live under a bridge. Mirio wheezed. Half the class choked. A girl tried very hard not to laugh and failed. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. I am not a hobo. Izuku's ears drooped. Sorry. Aizawa exhaled, calming himself. Kid, he said in a low, steady voice, I wasn't lying to you. My name is Shota. His full name. Shota Aizawa. Izuku felt his face catch fire. Why, you're a teacher? Yes, Aizawa said. At UA. Izuku stared at him like he'd been hit by a truck full of plot twists. And you? Izuku pointed at him again. You were giving me combat advice for weeks? Yes. And watching me train? Yes. And telling me to fix my posture? Yes. And correcting my breathing? Yes. And you didn't tell me? The pause. Aizawa shrugged. You didn't ask. Mirio absolutely lost it. Aizawa continued, I'm the instructor for Class 1A. And I'll be supervising the beach cleanup program for the next several months. Izuku blinked hard. Class 1A. At UA. Ah, Izuku whispered. His heart thumped loud enough to echo in his skull. Aizawa stepped closer, voice lowering. So, Izuku, he said, tone gentle but firm. Are you going to keep training here? Now that you know who I am? Aizawa's question hung in the air for all of 2 seconds before Izuku blurted. Yeah? I mean I was here first. Aizawa blinked. Slow. Tired. Unimpressed. Fair enough, he said at last. Just stay out of the students' way. Or don't. Honestly, Some of them need the competition. The group snickered nervously. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Competition? Against UA students? Nope, nope, nope. But he nodded anyway. Mirio clapped him on the shoulder with the enthusiasm of someone who had never once experienced shame. Great. Then we'll work together. Izuku yelped. Sure. Mirio beamed, hands on his hips, sunlight practically radiating off him. So, Mirio said loudly, you've been training here for a while, right? That's awesome. Dedication is super important for heroes. Izuku blinked. Hero? His ears twitched involuntarily. Thanks, Izuku muttered. You guys, really come out here for punishment? A boy behind Mirio groaned loudly. Yeah. Mirio got us in trouble again. Mirio scratched his cheek innocently. It wasn't that bad. You suplexed a vending machine, another student snapped. It was malfunctioning. It was fine until you touched it. Mirio winced. Okay, that one might have been my fault. Izuku stared at him. Then back at the others. Then back at Mirio. This guy? Punishment? He looked like he should be rescuing kittens, not smashing vending machines for fun. Izuku's ears angled forward, confused. Why are you here if this is punishment? He asked. You don't seem like a troublemaker. Mirio blinked. Then burst into a huge grin. Oh, that's because I'm not. The other students groaned in unison. Mirio continued proudly. I'm here because I volunteered. Volunteered? Half the class shouted. Mirio nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Aizawa said some of our classmates were on thin ice and I thought, hey, they shouldn't clean alone. So I asked to come and help motivate everyone. Izuku stared. Mirio volunteered to do punishment labor because he didn't want the others to feel bad. His ears flattened with affection and confusion. You volunteered for punishment, Izuku repeated. Mirio nodded. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Are you okay? Mirio laughed so hard he bent over. Aizawa, who had been quietly listening with the dead-eyed patience of a man raising 27 dysfunctional children, finally stepped in. Togata is here, Aizawa said flatly, because he insists on helping everyone, even when it's detrimental to himself. Mirio saluted proudly. It's my best quality. Aizawa sighed. It's your most exhausting one. Izuku smiled. A little shy but real. I think it's nice, he said softly. Mirio's grin softened, warmer now. Thanks, Izuku. For the first time since the beach became UA's cleanup project, Izuku didn't feel like an outsider. He felt like someone who belonged here. So, you're all first years? Izuku asked, rubbing the back of his neck. What? No. Mirio laughed, waving both hands. I'm a second year about to be a third year. The rest of these guys and girls, he thumbed behind him toward the chaos of students arguing over a single broom. Yeah, they're first years. One of the first-year boys groaned. Former first years, he muttered. Expelled for not showing enough of whatever Aizawa likes. A girl raised her hand. He said I lacked urgency. What does that even mean? Mirio patted her shoulder sympathetically. Aizawa gives second chances. Mirio declared proudly. That's why he does stuff like this. Cleanups, probation assignments, controlled training. If you're willing to work hard, he'll notice. Izuku blinked, glancing toward Aizawa. He stood off to the side with a clipboard, expression blank, eyes scanning every student like he was mentally uninstalling them from existence one by one. Izuku nodded. Yes, he definitely notices. Mirio turned back to Izuku, hands on his hips. What about you? Are you from a school nearby? Izuku shook his head. Oh no. I'm kind of done with school right now. So I'm just training to take the UA entrance exam. Mirio lit up like someone plugged him into a generator. That's awesome, he shouted, pumping a fist. UA needs more kids who put in real effort. Izuku flushed. I'm trying. You're doing great, Mirio said with absolute conviction, even though he had no evidence. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. so he just nodded awkwardly. Then Mirio tilted his head. So, Izuku, brace for impact. What's your quirk, anyway? Izuku froze. Completely. Like a deer in headlights. Or like someone whose quirk was actually centuries-old spellcraft from another universe. His ears twitched violently. Behind Mirio, 3 first-years paused mid-argument to listen in. Even Aizawa's head lifted slightly. Izuku swallowed. Well, my quirk is Mirio leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yeah. Izuku mentally screamed at every god, spirit, dragon, and deity across both worlds. My quirk is, he said slowly, heart pounding, arcane manipulation. Mirio blinked. Whoa, that sounds cool. Izuku exhaled so hard he almost collapsed. Mirio clapped him on the shoulder, grinning wider than should be legal. So what does that do? Fire? Lightning? Teleportation? Can you, like, summon magic swords? Or shields? Or portals? Or do you chant spells? Izuku panicked. Aizawa watched him like a hawk, one eyebrow raised. Izuku blurted the safest lie he could think of. It's, really too complicated. Mirio nodded sagely. Nice. Mysterious. Izuku shifted nervously as Mirio beamed at him. He needed to redirect. So, what's your quirk, Mirio? Mirio puffed out his chest with a proud, heroic grin. My quirk's called permeation. I can phase through anything. Walls, floors, attacks, you name it. Izuku blinked. Blink blink. And then he exploded. What? That's incredible. Mirio laughed. Aha, thank you. No, seriously, that's amazing. Izuku shouted, practically vibrating. Phasing through solid objects? Eliminating momentum? Ignoring physical limitations entirely. The applications are insane. Mirio kept laughing, scratching the back of his head. I mean, I try my best. Oh my god, no, Mirio, that quirk must be so hard to use. Izuku rambled, pacing in a tight circle, ears flicking madly. You can't see or hear while phasing, right? And you fall through the floor if you mess up, and you could suffocate in a wall and… Mirio held up a finger. Technically, yes. Izuku's jaw dropped. That's terrifying. Mirio beamed even harder. Izuku sputtered, how did you even get good at that? Well, Mirio said, slamming his fists onto his hips like a golden retriever announcing his G. I trained under Sir Night-Eye. Izuku screamed internally. His ears flung straight upright. Sr Night-Eye? He shrieked. The Sir Night-Eye? The one who worked under All Might. The analytical genius. The legendary. Mirio nodded proudly. The very same. Izuku grabbed his own face. That's amazing, you trained under our Night-Eye, what, how, when, what, Mirio was now laughing so hard he was doubled over. One of the troublemaker first years whispered to another, is this dude for real? The other whispered back, honestly? Kinda refreshing. Aizawa watched the entire meltdown from 10 feet away with the patience of a saint and the expression of a man who was absolutely done with everyone involved. Eventually, Mirio patted Izuku's shoulder gently, because Izuku looked like he might burst into confetti. He trained me really hard, Mirio said warmly. Hours and hours every day. I had to learn how to use permeation one body part at a time. Izuku's eyes sparkled like a starved scholar in a library. That's so cool. Mirio grinned. Thanks. It was tough, but I want to be the kind of hero who inspires people, you know. Izuku nodded rapidly, almost violently. You absolutely do, he declared. Your quirk is amazing. Your training is amazing. You are amazing. Mirio blinked. Then softer. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku's ears drooped sheepishly. Sorry. I get excited. Mirio clapped him on the back again. Never apologize for passion. The world needs more of it. Aizawa let out a long sigh behind them. If Togata gets you too expelled by proximity, he muttered, I'm retiring early. Izuku jumped. XP. Mirio gave Aizawa a bright thumbs up. Don't worry, sir. I'll be responsible. Aizawa rubbed his temples. That's exactly what I'm worried about. After Mirio finished happily rambling about Sir Night-Eye and the others dispersed to begin their own cleanup tasks, Izuku drifted toward the far end of the beach, the section nobody touched. A half-buried engine block. A sun-bleached sofa. A mountain of rusted cans. Perfect. He let out a slow breath and rolled his shoulders. His ears twitched with the wind. Okay, he murmured, back to order form. He planted his feet in the sand in a stance D had drilled into him 1,000 times. Stable. Grounded. Centered. Ready to redirect force instead of fight it. Izuku lifted his hand, fingers tracing a familiar rune pattern. Senior Gravis Vesk. A soft golden sigil spun into existence above his palm. The air tightened. His knees bent involuntarily as gravity intensified around him. He stepped forward. His foot sank several inches into the sand. His muscles strained. His arms trembled. But the pressure wasn't overwhelming. Not like the first day. Izuku smiled a little. Better. He stepped again. And again. Each motion under a controlled weight far above what his current body should handle. A normal person would snap their ankles. Even Mirio would struggle without preparation. Izuku breathed. 1, 2, 3. He reached for a half-broken refrigerator and wrapped his fingers under the metal grill. Then he exhaled softly. Ardino Vesh. A strengthening pulse warmed his thighs and shoulders. He lifted. Not with magic. Not with telekinesis. But with his own body under gravity pressure. The fridge rose. 1 inch. 3 inches. Chest height. He pivoted, knees shaking, and slammed it down on a cleared spot with a loud thud. Izuku gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his spine. His ears flicked forward. But again. He moved to the next object. A rusted couch. Then a washing machine. Then a broken vending machine bisected by time and salt. Each lift felt like his bones were turning to liquid, then reforming stronger. Gravity. Pressure. Control. Order training. The method D always insisted on. Magic sharpens the mind, D would say, but gravity sharpens the body. Izuku smiled faintly despite the burn in his muscles. Bet you'd be proud, he whispered. He closed his eyes, focused his breathing. Then whispered, Grevner Vethra. A gravity pulse erupted around him, lifting sand and debris into a swirling ring. His hair floated. His ears flattened slightly from the force. He held the spell for 5 seconds. 7. The ring collapsed in a rush. Izuku staggered, catching himself on his knees. Okay, maybe not that one yet. Aizawa had been supervising the troublemaker's half-hearted broom war when he noticed Izuku walking toward the far corner of the beach. Something about the boy's posture shifted the moment he thought no one was looking. More confident. More focused. Less restrained. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. He watched from a distance, silent. Izuku stood perfectly balanced, not like a kid, not like a hobbyist, but like someone who'd studied for years under rigorous discipline. Then the sigil appeared. Gravity magic, or what the kid claimed was a quirk, rippled through the sand. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. That wasn't a standard quirk activation pattern. No electricity. No physical transformation. No mutation markers. Just controlled pressure and a structured energy release. He watched Izuku lift a refrigerator under multiplied gravity like he'd done it 100 times. Then he heard the muttered spell under the boy's breath. Aizawa's heart skipped. That wasn't Japanese. And it wasn't any quirk language he'd ever heard. He stood quietly, scarf shifting in the breeze. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. Izuku wiped his face, panting as he prepared to start another round. He didn't notice the tired, sharp-eyed pro-hero watching him from across the beach. But Aizawa noticed him. And for the first time, the man's voice carried a note of something he rarely showed. Genuine curiosity. Izuku finally sat down, letting the gravity pressure fade from his limbs. His legs trembled, sweat cooled on his skin, and the sun felt warm on his ears. He sighed and flopped backward. Into the sand. 5 minutes, he muttered to himself. Just 5. The ocean murmured softly. Seagulls cried. The breeze brushed his hair. And then the sand beneath him shifted. Just a little. Izuku blinked. He looked down. The sand bulged. Twice. Mirio's entire face erupted out of the ground like a smiling blonde demon. Hey Izuku! Izuku's soul left his body. Gah! He jumped so violently he almost achieved liftoff. His fist snapped forward on pure instinct, a perfectly placed strike that would have broken Mirio's nose, cheekbone, and possibly the sand beneath him. Except Mirio yelped and permeated straight through the punch, sinking his head back into the sand like a terrified groundhog. Wait, sorry, don't hit me. Izuku stumbled backward, panting. Oh my god, Miro, why would you? Who does that? Mirio's head popped back out, sheepish this time. I forgot you had reflexes. Izuku clutched his chest. My reflexes? You nearly got your face vaporized. Mirio blinked. Do you vaporize faces often? Izuku sputtered violently. And no. That's not. That's... Mirio crawled the rest of the way out of the sand like it was totally normal to be buried alive. He brushed sand off his hair and grinned. Sir Night Eye says surprise training keeps people sharp. Sharp. Izuku wheezed. You scared 10 years off my life. Mirio beamed. So you are sharp. Success. Izuku dropped to his knees, face in his hands. I hate this beach. Mirio plopped down beside him with the bright, blinding optimism of someone who definitely did not hate this beach. Sorry. I really didn't think you'd almost punch me through the planet. Izuku peeked between his fingers. You jumped out of the sand like a cursed jack-in-the-box. What was I supposed to do? Mirio shrugged. Say hi. Izuku stared at him. Disbelieving. You're insane. Thank you. From across the beach, Aizawa didn't even look up from his clipboard. He simply sighed and said loud enough for both to hear. Togata, if you traumatize one more civilian, you're cleaning this beach alone for the rest of the year. Mirio sat up straight. Yes, sir. Izuku looked between Mirio and Aizawa. You really volunteered for punishment, Izuku whispered. Mirio nodded proudly. Izuku rubbed his temples. I regret asking. Mirio's eyes sparkled like he'd just discovered a new flavor of candy. Hey, Izuku, he said, practically vibrating. Show me some magic. I'm guessing that's what your quirk is, right? Izuku froze. Completely. Like someone had just asked him to recite the entire dictionary backward. And magic? Mirio leaned in, both hands on his knees, face way too close, smile way too bright. Come on. Just a little something. Spell. A spark. A glowy circle. Anything. Izuku's ears flattened. Mirio Togata, future top hero, student of Sir Night Eye, golden retriever incarnate, was begging like a child who wanted to see card tricks. Izuku panicked. Big panic. Loud panic. But he couldn't say no without looking suspicious. He swallowed hard, lifted one trembling hand, and whispered the smallest, dumbest, safest spell he could think of. Lami Vesh. A tiny sigil flashed in his palm. A small ball of water materialized. Izuku flicked it at Mirio. It hit him square in the face. Splush. Mirio froze. Water dripped dramatically off his chin. Izuku stared, horrified. I'm sorry. I panicked. Mirio wiped his face. And smiled so hard it could power a city. That was awesome. Izuku shrieked internally. That was literally just a water flick. But it was magic water. Mirio insisted, grabbing Izuku's shoulders with sparkling eyes. Do it again. Do it again. Izuku made a noise somewhere between a dying kettle and a screaming mouse. Across the beach, Aizawa finally looked up. He took one long look at the scene. Mirio dripping wet. Izuku hyperventilating. A faint spell circle fading in the air. Aizawa sighed. Loudly. I am too tired for this. Mirio bounced on the ball of his feet. Do you have fire magic? Or wind? Can you make little spirits? Can you? Izuku clapped both hands over Mirio's mouth. Stop talking before I have a heart attack. Mirio blinked. Nodded. Izuku slowly lowered his hands. Mirio inhaled deeply. Okay, he whispered, whisper yelling. But that was really cool. Izuku covered his face and whimpered. Aizawa leaned against a half-collapsed lamppost, arms folded, scarf drifting in the breeze. He told himself he was supervising the troublemaker kids. He told himself he wasn't paying special attention to the green-haired boy with twitching elf ears and very questionable, arcane manipulation. He told himself he wasn't suspicious. He was lying. He watched Izuku and Mirio sit in the sand, Mirio wet and grinning, Izuku red-faced and apologizing every 2 seconds. Then Izuku held out his hand. A tiny flame flickered to life. Fire. Aizawa's brows lifted. Then Izuku curled his fingers, and the flame hardened into a pebble of glowing magma before cooling into a smooth stone. Mirio gasped like a child on Christmas morning. That's awesome. Izuku laughed nervously. Only small stuff. Just, basic applications. Aizawa felt a prickle on the back of his neck. This wasn't fire manipulation or earth manipulation. It was too precise, too deliberate, too crafted. Then Izuku whispered another soft incantation. Saran Ferris. A silver glint formed between his fingertips, a sliver of metal, no bigger than a nail clipping, hovering as if weightless. Mirio clapped. Metal too. That's 3 elements. Izuku panicked. Shoo. Not loud, no one's supposed to, it's just my quirk's weird. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. That didn't feel like a quirk. That didn't look like a quirk. Most importantly, his own quirk didn't react. Aizawa always felt an instinctive pull whenever someone activated a quirk, a tension in the air, in his eyes, in his nerves. Recognition. But with Izuku? Nothing. Not a ripple. Not a spark. Not even a hint. Just stillness. Like Izuku wasn't triggering natural quirk pathways at all. A strange, unsettling weight formed in Aizawa's gut. He murmured under his breath. Let's test something. His eyes narrowed. Hair lifted. Erasure activated. His gaze locked onto Izuku. Red glowed faintly around his irises. Mirio continued clapping at the tiny metal spark. Izuku smiled faintly, focusing, preparing another harmless trick. Water. Maybe a flower. Aizawa braced. If Izuku had a quirk, it would fizzle, collapse, stop midair. Instead, the metal shard rotated gently. Izuku flicked it. Upward. A small wisp of flame followed. Mirio gasped, delighted. Izuku laughed nervously. And nothing changed. Aizawa felt a chill crawl up his spine. He blinked his quirk off. Then on again. Same result. Erasure did nothing. Izuku didn't even flinch. Didn't break concentration. Didn't feel the suppression. Didn't notice anything at all. It was like looking at someone with no quirk, no power, but with something else entirely replacing it. Something older. Something structured. Something wrong. Aizawa's jaw clenched. What are you, kid? Izuku lifted the little flame pebble again and looked at Mirio proudly. See? Totally harmless. Mirio's eyes sparkled. I love it. Show me more. Izuku giggled nervously. Maybe a little later. Aizawa watched them a moment longer, eyes shadowed. He wasn't scared. He wasn't angry. He was curious. Uncomfortably curious. He whispered to himself. That wasn't a quirk activation. And for the first time in a long while, Aizawa felt something rare. Concern. Not fear. Not suspicion. Concern. For the kid who didn't react to erasure. And didn't even know why that was a problem. The sun dipped lower, casting long orange streaks across the water. Aizawa checked the time, clicked his pen, and exhaled the universal sign of a man whose patience had expired. All right, he called out. Cleanup's done. Line up. A chorus of groans rose from the first years. Mirio, of course, saluted. Yes, sir. Izuku watched as the UA students gathered. Some waved goodbye, some didn't notice him at all, and some whispered excitedly about the elf kid who does magic. Izuku's ears burned. Aizawa walked past him, hands in pockets, voice low and clipped as always. "We'll be back next week," he said. "Same time." Izuku tensed. "Oh, okay. I'll probably be here." Aizawa's gaze flicked to him, unreadable, dark, assessing. "Good," he murmured, and that one word carried way too much layered meaning. Then he turned to leave with the group. Mirio lingered. He jogged back over to Izuku with a grin so wide it could have been illegal in several countries. "Hey," he said, bouncing slightly. "Before we go, gimme your hand." Izuku blinked. "Why?" "Trust me." Izuku hesitated, then held it out. Mirio slapped a folded slip of paper into his palm. "My number," he said proudly. "In case you ever want to spare, train, or just hang out." Izuku stared at it. His eyes widened. "Oh, Mirio, Mirio winked. "I'll be rooting for you, Avatar hero." Izuku's ears shot straight up. "A Avatar?" Mirio laughed loudly, bright and contagious. "You've got all the elements, dude. Fire, earth, metal, water. Next you'll be flying." "I will not." That's just my quirk isn't." Mirio patted his shoulder, unbothered by the meltdown. "I believe in you," he said simply. "And if you need help getting ready for the entrance exam, I got you." Izuku stopped breathing for a second. No one said stuff like that to him. No one. Mirio didn't wait for an answer. He just smiled that warm, sunlit smile and jogged back to the group. "Bye, Izuku. See you soon." Izuku weakly lifted a hand. "Bye." Aizawa paused at the steps, glancing back once. He watched Mirio waving at Izuku. Watched Izuku holding that slip of paper like it was treasure. Watched the boy smile small, real, vulnerable. Aizawa's eyes softened. Very slightly. Then he turned away. "Let's go," he called. The students followed him up the stairs, leaving Izuku alone on the sand as the waves lapped quietly at the shore. Izuku looked down at Mirio's number. His heart thumped. "Avatar hero," he whispered, cheeks flushing. He wasn't sure if he should laugh or cry. So he did neither. He simply folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his pocket like it meant something. Because maybe it did. Aizawa pushed open the sliding doors exhaling slowly through his nose. The cool air-conditioned hallway hit his face like a mercy after hours of baking on the beach. Behind him, Mirio's voice echoed through the lobby. "Heido! Tamaki! Guess who I met at the beach?" Aizawa didn't need to look to know Nijire Heido came barreling toward Mirio at Mach 3, blue hair bouncing, while Tamaki Emajiki shrank into himself with a mortified squeak. "Mirio, please, this is a school hallway. You won't believe this kid, he has ears and magic." Aizawa stopped walking. Just for 1 second. He slowly lifted a hand and rubbed his forehead. "I am going to have to erase that boy's ability to talk one day," he muttered. He kept walking. But his stomach twisted in ways Aizawa hated, ways he didn't let happen often. Curiosity. Concern. Unease. What was Izuku? How did he use those abilities? Why didn't erasure work? Was it a mutation type? Something exotic? Unknown? Something dangerous? Far worse. Something completely outside the quirk spectrum? He didn't like any of those answers. His feet took him to a familiar door without even thinking. The door with a gold plate. Principal Eni. UA High School. Aizawa raised a hand and knocked. "Come in." Nizu's cheerful voice chimed. Aizawa sighed and opened the door. Nizu sat behind his desk with tea, a mountain of paperwork, and an expression far too excited for someone doing taxes. "Aizawa!" Nizu exclaimed, tail swishing. "Welcome back. How was the cleanup today? Did the students complain? Did Togata frighten anyone? Did anyone drown? Did you drown? I can fetch a towel." Aizawa shut the door behind him and pinched the bridge of his nose. "We need to talk." Nizu's ears perked immediately. "Oh my, that tone usually means a child is concerning me. Is this about the students, or the other one?" Aizawa crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "The other one." Nizu set his teacup down slowly, expression sharpening despite the smile. "Izuku." Aizawa nodded once. Nizu folded his paws together. Tell me everything. Aizawa inhaled. He demonstrated his arcane manipulation. Fire, metal, water, minor constructs. All controlled. All stable. Nizu hummed. That is quite a lot for one quirk. That's not what bothered me, Aizawa said quietly. Nizu tilted his head. Go on. Aizawa's voice lowered. When he used these abilities, I didn't feel anything. Nizu blinked. Anything. No quirk signature. No activation instinct. Nothing that Erasure would respond to. Nizu's tail went still. Aizawa continued. I used Erasure on him. And? Aizawa met Nizu's eyes. And nothing changed. Nizu's ears slowly lifted, then lowered. Izuku didn't react at all, Aizawa said. Not physically. Not mentally. Not magically. Whatever he's doing, it's not quirk-based. Or not in any way I've seen. Nizu tapped his claws together, eyes glinting with sharp, analytical curiosity. My, how fascinating. Aizawa frowned, voice strained. It's not just fascinating. It's concerning. He's a kid alone, training in public using something I can't shut down. Something I can't counter. Something that doesn't behave like a quirk at all. Nizu's smile softened. And that worries you, he said gently. Aizawa looked away. Yes. Nizu nodded once, decisive. Then you did the right thing coming to me. We'll investigate quietly. Carefully. No pressure on the boy. For now, observe him. Aizawa hesitated. You want me to keep visiting the beach? Nizu's smile widened. I want you to be available to him. Aizawa blinked. Nizu continued, voice warm but sharp underneath. He clearly responds to you. And you're worried about him. That means you're the best person to watch over him for now. Aizawa sighed. A long, tired, accepting sigh. I hate when you're right. Oh, it happens so often. Nizu chirped happily. Aizawa ignored that. He stepped toward the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. Nizu, he said quietly, whatever Izuku is, I don't think he knows. Nizu's smile faded to something thoughtful. Then we'll help him figure it out. Aizawa nodded. Yeah. And for the first time in years, Aizawa felt something he almost never admitted to feeling. Protective. Nizu opened a drawer with both paws and pulled out a slim, pale green folder stamped with the Mizudafu School District seal. Let's take a look, he said softly. Aizawa stood beside him, arms crossed, leaning in just enough to read. Nizu flipped the file open. Aizawa's eyes narrowed immediately. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Quick status, Quirkless, until 1 month ago. Current registered quirk, arcane manipulation, manifested at age 14. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Quirkless until a month ago, he muttered. Very late bloomer. Extremely, Nizu agreed. He flipped another page. Medical notes. No sign of quirk factor expression during early childhood. No spontaneous mutation markers. No recommended labs or quirk counseling performed. Student discouraged from hero track early. Aizawa frowned deeper. Nothing? Not even a re-evaluation? Teachers really wrote him off. Sadly common for late bloomers in lesser-funded schools, Nizu said softly. Aizawa scowled. Then Nizu turned the page again and Aizawa's eyes sharpened. Behavioral record. 2 counts, instigating fights. 1 count, disruptive behavior. 1 note, aggressive tendencies. Aizawa's voice dropped to a low, skeptical growl. I don't buy that. Nizu hummed. Nor do I. Aizawa tapped the paper with 1 finger. He's careful. Too careful for a kid with aggressive tendencies. Has control. Has DSPLN. Way more than a 14-year-old should. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't brag. Doesn't seek attention. And he responds to corrections instantly. He paused. That's not a troublemaker. That's someone who's been trained, Nizu agreed. Aizawa's jaw tightened. And these accusations? They read like someone looking for an excuse to label him a problem. Nizu's smile turned thin and knowing. Bullying being reframed as mutual conflict, is a sadly common pattern. Aizawa's face went colder. He knew exactly what that meant. Niza flipped to the next page. Personal notes. No father listed. Only caregiver, Midoriya Inko. Perfect attendance. High academic marks. Socially withdrawn. Prone to muttering. Overly fixated on hero symbolism. Aizawa exhaled through his nose. He wasn't a troublemaker. No, Nizu said softly. He was a quirkless child in a society that romanticizes quirks. Aizawa looked away, hands tightening around his own arms. Nizu continued turning pages. But then he reached the last tab. Quirk manifestation report 1 month ago. Notes. Sudden activation. No recorded trigger. Student refused testing. No observable quirk factor present. Parents declined lab analysis. Evaluation incomplete. Description vague. Magic-like energy, possibly illusionary? Potential multi-element manipulation. Aizawa stiffened. There it is, he whispered. Nizu shut the folder slowly. Arcane manipulation, he said, repeating the name with delicate doubt. And yet no doctor found any quirk factor. No alteration in bone structure. No mutation lines. No quirk-related biomarkers. Aizawa's voice dropped to a whisper. Because it isn't a quirk. Nizu looked up at him, eyes shining with bright, dangerous curiosity. Something else, then? Aizawa nodded once. He's using something. Something refined. Something structured. His posture, his breathing, his incantations, his output. It's studied. Learned. Not genetically inherited. Aizawa paused. And whatever it is, Erasure can't touch it. Nizu's tail swayed. Fascinating. Aizawa clenched his jaw. Izuku doesn't feel dangerous. But he doesn't know what he is. And that scares me. Nizu closed the file fully, paws resting gently atop it. Then we'll watch him. Help him. Quietly. Aizawa let out a slow breath. Yeah. Nizu looked up at him, expression turning thoughtful. And Eraserhead? Aizawa raised a brow. Nizu smiled warmly. Thank you for caring. Aizawa looked away, ears slightly red. I don't care, he muttered. He's just unusual. Nizu giggled softly. Of course. But both of them knew. Aizawa cared. More than he wanted to admit. Izuku's dream didn't begin softly. It dropped him into the memory like a blade falling through air. Cold wind. Screaming. The metallic taste of mana burned into the back of his throat. The ground beneath him wasn't sand. It was snow-packed, torn, stained red where bodies had fallen moments ago. He knew this battlefield. He knew this day. He was a child. A soldier. A mage in training with hands too small for the weight he carried. A boy standing in the middle of a war he didn't understand. A man lay at his feet, chest cracked open, steam curling upward in the winter air. The sword lodged in his ribs was still vibrating from the force of Izuku's last strike. Izuku stood over him, panting. Sweat freezing on his neck. Ears flattened. Hands shaking. He had killed him. His first. The bruised sky above flickered with distant spells, arcs of blue lightning, eruptions of flame, the dull boom of collapsing shields. Izuku stared down at his own hands. Bloodslick. Trembling so violently he couldn't tell if he was cold or dying. His voice broke as the words spilled out. I didn't mean to. But that wasn't true. He had meant to. He had cast the spell. He had shaped the blade. He had aimed for the chest. He had done what he was trained to do. Dee's voice roared through the battle haze. Could move. A blurred figure ran toward him, Dee, cutting down a charging beastwalker with a single crash of his staff. Snow erupted into shards around them. Izuku gasped, stumbling backward. I killed him. Yeah. Dee barked, parrying another strike with brutal force. Welcome to war. Izuku shook his head, tears stinging hot despite the cold. He was going to surrender. No, he wasn't. Dee shouted over the chaos. And if he was? Then he shouldn't have picked up a sword in the first place. Izuku's breath hitched. The world blurred. His heart pounded too fast, too loud. He tried to focus. tried to breathe, tried to remember the spells D drilled into him. Tainer vs. Too shaky. Saran Vesh. His mana faltered, flickering like a dying lantern. D grabbed him by the collar and dragged him behind a half-buried shield wall just as an explosion of ice magic tore the ground where Izuku had been standing. You freeze now, you die, D hissed. We'll deal with your conscience later. I don't want to kill anyone, Izuku whispered, shaking uncontrollably. D's expression softened for just a moment, just enough for Izuku to notice. Kid. His voice dropped. You don't get to decide what war wants from you. Izuku flinched as another scream echoed through the battlefield. D put a hand on the back of his neck, grounding him. Listen to me. Look at me. Izuku's wide, panicked eyes rose. You're alive. You did what you had to do. You saved your own DMN life. That's not evil. Izuku's voice broke. It feels like it. Good, he said. Because the day it doesn't feel like it, that's the day you're lost. A wave of frost magic blasted past them, freezing a nearby corpse solid. D grabbed his staff tighter, eyes burning. Get up, kid. His tone sharpened. We're not done. Izuku swallowed. Looked down at his shaking hands. At the blood. At the sword he had shaped from raw mana still lodged in the dead man's chest. His breath trembled. I'm scared, he whispered. D nodded once. Everyone is their first time. Izuku wiped his face with the back of his hand, tears mixing with melting snow. He stood. Barely. But he stood. D gave him a fierce, quick nod. That's it, he said. Now get ready. Izuku inhaled sharply, cold filling his lungs. The sky above cracked with lightning. War screamed around him. And 11-year-old Izuku Midoriya held his hands steady, shaping another spell. The dream blurred as the memory swallowed him whole. Blood on snow. Fear in his throat. Magic sparking from trembling fingers. Andy's voice, always ahead. With me. Weeks had passed since Izuku's first kill. He was still too small. Still too scared. But war didn't care. Orders didn't care. And neither did the screams echoing inside his skull every night. D gave him his second mission. Alone. A cult operating in the hollowed ruins of an old fort. A cult that had been sacrificing children to appease some half-forgotten god. Izuku had felt his stomach twist when he heard that. Why me? He whispered. I'm just. D cut him off. You're the only one who can get in unseen. And the only one with enough precision not to get the kids hurt. Izuku wanted to argue. But his voice never came out. The cult's lair stank of rot and incense. Torches flickered along the stone walls. Izuku crouched in the rafters, hood pulled down, heart pounding hard enough to hurt. Below him, robed figures circled a crude altar. Symbols painted in a thick, dark paste smudged the floor. A child lay bound at the center. No older than 7. Crying quietly. Izuku's breath shook. Not again. Not another helpless kid. Not another life lost. He whispered an incantation. Sainir Lumen Vesk. Silent Vesh. A veil of shadow wrapped around him. His heartbeat steadied. His hands stopped shaking. He leapt. A flick of Izuku's wrist. A whispered rune. A burst of force that hit the man's chest like a hammer. He collapsed, breath gone, body limp. Izuku swallowed hard. One down. He raised a jagged blade. Izuku murmured, Arden Sinjal. A lash of burning energy cracked through the air, striking his wrist. The blade clattered to the floor. Izuku followed with a downward strike of shaped mana, dropping him instantly. His pulse thundered. 2 down. Izuku didn't hesitate. He closed his fist. Vesh Taler. The air itself folded around the man, crushing the scream into silence. He dropped, unmoving. Izuku stood there, fist trembling. 3. Robes scattered. Torches fell. Chants turned into frightened wails. Izuku didn't give them time to regroup. He lifted one hand. A glyph ignited under his palm, spiraling, sharp, carved from memory and desperation. Eris flew men. A wave of shimmering force exploded outward, slamming into the cluster of cultists. Bodies flew. Some hit stone. Some crumpled. None got back up. The room fell silent except for the crackle of torches. Izuku's chest heaved. He shouldn't have been able to do any of this. He shouldn't have known these spells. He shouldn't have felt this calm. He shouldn't have felt this empty. But he did. All he felt was relief that the child was still breathing. A man with wild eyes and a cracked mask. He reached for a charm around his neck, something pulsing, humming, ancient. "No," Izuku whispered, stepping forward. "Don't." The man muttered something in a tongue that made Izuku's skin crawl. Izuku clenched his teeth. He moved his hand forward. Saran Velka. The light wrapped around the man's head like a vice. The chant stopped. Then everything was quiet. Izuku finally sank to his knees, shaking from head to toe. He didn't cry. He couldn't. Not yet. He moved to the altar, casting gentle sparks of light to dissolve the bindings. The little girl sobbed as she sat up, trembling. "He's gone," she whispered. Izuku nodded, voice raw. "You're safe now." His hands glowed with healing light as he loosened the last of the ropes. The girl stared up at him with wide, terrified eyes. "You're the hero." Izuku froze. His stomach twisted. Hero? He looked around at the fallen bodies. At the smudged runes. At the silence he'd created. An 11-year-old murderer. An 11-year-old savior. An 11-year-old weapon. "No," he whispered. "I'm not." But he lifted her gently anyway and carried her out into the cold night air. Dee would find the others. Izuku's hands shook as he walked. "Not a hero," he repeated under his breath. But the child clung to him like he was one. Izuku jerked awake so hard he almost fell out of bed. His heart hammered against his ribs. His breath came fast and uneven. His shirt stuck to his skin with cold sweat. For a moment he didn't know where he was. Snow? Blood? Stone walls? The girl's small hands gripping his cloak? His bedroom. For walls. Quiet. Morning light creeping through the curtains. He sat up, trembling. His hands moved on their own, touching his face, his cheeks, his eyelids, the corners of his mouth. Searching. Checking. Am I covered in blood? Did I? Just sweat. But the shaking wouldn't stop. He stumbled out of bed, feet unsteady, and leaned over the dresser to grab the mirror sitting on top of it. He lifted it with shaking hands. Looked at himself. Green eyes. Messy hair. Elf ears twitching uncontrollably. Skin pale and clammy. "I now?" he whispered, voice breaking. He set the mirror down, then immediately grabbed it again, checking. His shirt, his sleeves, his arms. His face again. His neck. He breathed out a shaky sigh of relief when he found no blood. Then he gripped the sides of the dresser, knuckles turning white. Why am I shaking? His legs felt like jelly. His throat felt tight. He didn't feel guilty. He didn't feel wrong. He knew what he had done back then. He knew those cultists would have killed that child. He knew he'd been the only one who could stop it. He didn't regret it. So why did remembering it hurt so much? Why was his body reacting like this? Why did it feel like he was 13 again, staring down at a man he'd killed with magic he barely knew how to control? He pressed his forehead to the cool surface of the mirror, breathing raggedly. "I don't feel bad," he whispered. I don't feel anything about them. They had been monsters. He had stopped monsters. His hands shook harder. So why am I like this? He clenched both fists, pressed them to his sternum. Because it wasn't guilt. It was fear. Not of them. Not of dying. Not of being wrong. He was terrified of what remembering these things meant. Every time the past broke through, it chipped away at the life he was trying so hard to live here. Every time he remembered killing like it was normal. Every time he remembered war at 13. Every time he remembered Dee's voice telling him to move. It reminded him. He wasn't normal. He wasn't just Izuku Midoriya. He wasn't just a kid with a late-blooming quirk. He was someone else. Something else. Someone who had killed without flinching. Someone who knew dozens of ways to end a life. Someone who could make fire, metal, earth, and air obey him with a whisper. Someone who wasn't supposed to be here. His breath hitched. He pressed his palms into his eyes, ears flattening tight against his head. Stop, he whispered to himself. Stop shaking. Stop. You're fine. You're here. You're not there anymore. You're fine. But his hands wouldn't listen. His heart wouldn't listen. The memory wouldn't fade. He slid down the wall until he sat on the floor, drawing his knees to his chest. He hated this feeling. He hated remembering that world like it still owned him. He hated being afraid of something he knew hadn't been wrong. He hated shaking like this. Shaking when he didn't even feel remorse for the cultists he'd killed. So why was he shaking? A tear slid down his cheek. He didn't even notice. Why? He whispered it into his knees. Why now? Izuku didn't go back to sleep. He couldn't. Not after that dream, that memory chewing through his chest like a living thing. Not after waking with shaking hands he didn't understand. Not after staring at himself in the mirror and seeing a 13-year-old killer inside the face of a 14-year-old boy. The morning light crept across his floor, warm and soft. Izuku felt none of it. He sat on the edge of his bed, elbows on his knees, fingers pressed against his forehead as he tried to slow his heartbeat. He was supposed to go to the beach. Mirio would be there. Those other students. Aizawa. He wasn't ready to see Aizawa's eyes today. Not with his skin still crawling from the dream. And if he tried training with the slightest bit of instability, magic slipped. Magic spilled. Magic broke things. A 13-year-old version of him had destroyed a cult. He didn't trust a 14-year-old version not to accidentally blow apart a refrigerator or sink half the beach into the ground if he lost focus. So he stayed home. He didn't text Mirio. He didn't warn anyone. He didn't even leave his room. He pulled the blanket over his shoulders and curled into a tight shape on the mattress. The house was completely quiet. Inko had already left for work. Izuku stared at the wall and whispered to no one. Not today. His ears drooped. He couldn't risk losing control in front of those kids. He couldn't risk using magic when his hands still trembled from remembering blood on snow. He couldn't risk letting Aizawa see him shaken. He hated skipping training. He hated feeling weak. But today he felt like his past life was leaning over his shoulder again, whispering in a voice he couldn't ignore. You aren't done. You aren't healed. You're still that boy. Izuku pulled the blanket tighter. Not today, he repeated, softer. Outside, the world went on. At the beach, Mirio probably wondered where he was. Aizawa probably didn't care or pretended not to. Niza might have asked a question too casually, too cheerfully. Izuku didn't know. He didn't want to know. He stayed where he was. Quiet. Trying not to shake. Trying not to remember. Trying not to fall apart. The wind off the water was crisp, warm, and carried the familiar tang of salt and sweat. The usual training noise filled the beach: grunts, laughter, crashing waves, the thud of feet hitting sand. But one voice was missing. Hey, Sensei Aizawa? Aizawa looked up from his perch near the rocks, where he'd been quietly sipping from a water bottle and pretending not to care. Mirio jogged over, wiping sweat from his brow. Where's Izuku at? Aizawa blinked once. Then slowly looked out across the beach. The stretch of clean sand. The scattered trash bags waiting to be filled. The rusting refrigerator still embedded in the shoreline like some ancient relic. No green-haired kid in sight. I don't know, Tagata, Aizawa muttered. He's usually here before I am. Mirio frowned. Yeah, he's always early. Said he liked getting the place to himself before the noise started. Aizawa nodded absently, then let out a sigh. Maybe he's just taking a day off. Mirio tilted his head. Does he do that? Aizawa didn't answer right away, because he knew the answer. Izuku didn't take days off. He didn't show signs of fatigue. He didn't let people see him tired. He trained like someone chasing something impossible. Like someone running from something with teeth. Aizawa looked at the sand for a long moment, eyes narrowed. He doesn't. Mirio raised a brow. You think he's okay? Aizawa didn't answer, because he wasn't sure. And that bothered him more than he liked to admit. Izuku Midoriya checked the time on the microwave. 10:42 a.m. Izuku should have been gone hours ago. Training at the beach, running himself ragged, coming home sweaty and smiling that tiny, shy smile he didn't even realize he had. But the apartment was silent. Too silent. She frowned and walked down the hall, slippers soft on the floor. "Izuku," she called gently. "Sweetie, are you awake?" No answer. She knocked once. Then twice. "Baby? It's late. You normally go out early when you're training." Still nothing. Her heartbeat picked up. She knocked again, voice softer, more worried. "Izuku? What's wrong? Honey, please answer me." Nothing. That silence was wrong. Izuku was many things: quiet, anxious, overthinking, soft-spoken. But silent like this? Not unless something was very wrong. Hand trembling slightly, Inko cracked the door open. "Baby, I'm coming in." The sight made her chest collapse. Izuku was curled under his blankets, bundled tight like he was trying to disappear into the mattress. His knees pulled to his chest, hands tucked under his chin, ears drooped flat, hair damp with sweat. He looked small. So small. "Oh baby," Inko whispered, the words catching in her throat. She rushed over, sitting beside him on the bed. The mattress dipped, and Izuku flinched. Not violently, but like someone who'd been startled awake too many times. His eyes peeked out from under the blanket, red-rimmed and glassy. Her heart cracked. She stroked his hair gently, brushing sweat-damp curls off his forehead. "Sweetie, what happened?" Her voice wavered despite her best effort. "You never stay home. You always go train. You look so pale, baby." Izuku swallowed hard and looked away. His voice was barely a whisper. "I had a dream." Inko stiffened. Not because she knew what it was she didn't, but because she'd heard that tone before. When Izuku was younger. When he'd wake up crying from nightmares he couldn't explain. When he'd cling to her shirt with tiny hands and shake like the world was ending. She pulled the blanket down gently and placed a hand on his cheek. "Izuku, look at me." His eyes looked broken. Haunted. Shaking. "Sweetheart," she whispered, "you don't have to tell me what it was about. You don't have to say anything at all. I just want to know, are you hurt? Are you scared?" Izuku's throat closed up. His voice cracked. "I don't know." "Oh baby," she breathed, pulling him into a hug without asking. He pressed his forehead to her shoulder, ears twitching weakly, fingers twisting in her shirt like he needed something to hold onto. Inko rubbed small circles on his back, soothing, gentle. "You don't have to be strong all the time," she whispered. "You don't have to train today. You don't have to push yourself if you're hurting." Izuku shuddered against her. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't sadness. It was fear of remembering who he used to be, fear of slipping, fear of losing control. Inko's voice softened even more. "Stay home with me today, okay? Just rest. Please." Izuku nodded against her shoulder. Slow. Shaking. "Okay." She kissed the top of his head and held him tighter. "I've got you, baby." For the first time all morning, Izuku let himself breathe. Somewhere far from the beach, far from Izuku's trembling hands and tear-stained cheeks, beneath steel and stone and a silence built for secrets, all for one was playing. Not the kind of play that involved laughter. The kind of play that meant blood on tile floors, restraints too tight for comfort, and machines humming with hungry purpose. The underground was cold. Not the kind of cold that bit at skin. The kind that settled in the bones, in the air, in the silence between footfalls. All for one walked through the old access tunnel at an unhurried pace. Each step echoed against rusted walls. Above him, the city roared with life. Below, only whispers remained. The air smelled of iron, dust, and old blood. He liked it here. No cameras. No heroes. No light. Only time. Only shadows. Only him. The long corridor ended at a sealed vault door. He raised a single hand. The wall didn't open, it bent, caved inward like it recognized the pressure of his presence. He stepped through the warped threshold into a chamber humming with energy. No guards. No followers. Just a chair. And a speaker embedded into the wall. He sat slowly, as if the world had waited all day for this moment. He didn't press a button. He didn't have to. The system recognized him instantly. A low beep signaled the connection. On the other side, in a dingy bar surrounded by glowing monitors and cigarette smoke, a speaker clicked on above the counter. Kurogyri straightened immediately. Tamura looked up from where he was slouched in a chair, one finger twitching against his neck. The voice that followed was calm. Measured. Heavy. Like thunder muffled by velvet. You've both been quiet lately. Kurogyri bowed slightly toward the speaker, mist shifting behind his collar. Sensei. Tamura flinched. Then relaxed. Barely. He crossed his arms, eyes still fixed on the floor. Progress? The voice asked. Kurogyri answered. The Nomu samples have arrived. We've begun modifying the suppression protocols as you instructed. Good. The pause. A hum of electricity filled the silence. Tamura finally looked up at the speaker. Is it time yet? Not yet, came the reply. But soon. Kurogyri shifted. Shall we begin preparations for a field deployment? No. Another pause. I'm still watching. Still listening. There are pieces moving above us that I haven't named yet. Let them fall into place. Tamura scowled. I'm tired of waiting. The voice didn't respond right away. Then with just a faint edge of amusement. Then train harder. The speaker clicked once. Twice. Then silence. In the underground chamber, All for One leaned back in the chair and folded his hands. He stared into the dark. And smiled. Not wide. Just enough. All for One sat alone in the dim of the underground chamber, fingers resting lightly against the arm of his chair. In the silence, his memories curled. Warmly through him. Power. Real power. Not this world's crude, biological mutations, but magic. Language that bent the world, laws that broke the sky, creation itself answering to his will. He remembered it vividly. And he missed it. A soft hiss escaped from the vents of his mask, the artificial breath replacing the one he lost long ago. He had hoped, when he first woke in this world, that the arcanum would have followed him. That he would simply lift a hand and feel reality tremble the way it used to. Had that been the case, he wouldn't have ended up in this metal coffin of a body. He wouldn't need doctors or machines. He would have walked straight out of the rubble, raised a single sigil, and broken all might in half. He would have unleashed fire the size of mountains and reduced Japan to a kneeling kingdom in a single night. He would have remade this world in the shape of his last. His mask hissed again. No matter, he murmured. Magic had not followed him. But he had followed himself. And he still had quirks. Millions of possible combinations. Billions of potential evolutions. If magic was gone, he would build something greater from the pieces this world offered. And he would do it slowly, carefully, with hands that had destroyed gods before. He leaned back, fingers steepled. Plans for plans, and plans inside those, he whispered. The long game is still mine. His voice darkened. Cold. Certain. That oaf all might will die. Slowly or quickly, whichever suits my mood. He angled his head toward the cracked concrete ceiling, as if staring through it at the world above. And Zukamagi. A faint tremor passed through his voice. Not fear. Recognition. Hunger. Wherever you're hiding in this world, I will find you. He smiled beneath the mask. I'll make you kneel again. The next whisper was softer. Almost tender. And I'll make you watch your loved ones die. One by one. Until you understand that your power was always mine to shape. His hand curled into a fist. Sparks of quirk light flared along his fingertips. I've done it before, he murmured. I'll do it again. The chamber lights flickered. The hum of the underground seemed to tighten around him. All for One sat perfectly still, listening to the quiet beat of machines that kept him alive. Then he spoke two final words, almost lovingly. Just wait. Hey. There you are. Izuku turned, half blinded by sunlight and sweat. Mirio was jogging toward him, shovel bouncing on his shoulder, his grin as bright as ever. Where were you yesterday? He asked, skidding to a stop beside him. Beach felt weirdly quiet without you here. Izuku hesitated, brushing sand off his palms. Sorry, I wasn't feeling great. Mirio frowned for half a heartbeat, then his usual warmth flooded back. You okay now? Yeah, Izuku said, forcing a small smile. I'm fine. Good. Mirio slapped him on the back, laughing. Can't clean without my favorite workaholic partner. Izuku blinked. You have other partners? Sure. They just don't survive long enough to qualify. Izuku groaned. That's not funny. It's a little funny, Mirio said, grinning. 3 weeks until the exam. Days bled together after that. Every morning, Izuku arrived first. Every night he left last. When the others dragged trash bags, Izuku dragged entire car doors. When they lifted small pieces of scrap, he hauled the twisted frames of refrigerators. Every lift, every spell, every drop of sweat felt like a promise away to burn out the shaking that sometimes still woke him before dawn. He whispered to himself while he worked. Old words. Pieces of D's teachings. Senior Gravis Vesc. Lumi Vesh. Ardino Vethra. He shaped the air around him, feeling gravity bend in response. He used it to push his muscles further, to sharpen control, to rebuild himself. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes he collapsed in the sand, panting and laughing weakly until Mirio offered him water. You train like you're fighting someone no one else can see, Mirio joked one afternoon. Izuku just smiled, small and tired. Something like that. Aizawa didn't comment, but he watched every session with eyes half hidden behind his scarf. He never told Izuku to slow down. He didn't have to, he could tell the kid wouldn't. 2 weeks until the exam. The piles were smaller now, metal gleaming under the sun instead of rusting away in shadow. Most of the other students stopped showing up. Punishment sessions ended, their slates were clean. Only a few volunteers remained. Mirio, of course, never missed a day. Neither did Izuku. Aizawa started bringing a clipboard again, checking notes, but Izuku caught him watching more than writing. One evening, Mirio plopped down beside Izuku in the sand after hours of work, both of them drenched and exhausted. You're seriously taking that entrance exam, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I have to. Mirio's grin softened. You'll get in. No question. Izuku stared out at the water, voice low. You really think so? I know so, Mirio said simply. You've got that look the one people get when quitting isn't even an option anymore. That made Izuku's chest tighten in a way he couldn't name. 1 week until the exam. The beach was almost clean. What was left was just debris buried deep in the sand, the kind that required patience more than strength. Izuku didn't mind the quiet. He liked hearing the waves crash while he practiced. He liked that Mirio and Aizawa gave him space when he needed it. He liked that sometimes, just sometimes, he forgot about everything else. He spent the last hours of daylight lifting, pulling, shaping. Not just the beach himself. When he looked at his reflection in the water, he almost didn't recognize the boy staring back. Taller. Stronger. Sharper. Still tired. Still scared. But not weak. Not anymore. The sky was streaked with fading gold when Aizawa finally called out, Midoriya. That's enough for today. Izuku straightened from where he'd been hauling one last crate of rusted junk, sweat dripping from his chin. The waves hissed against the shore as he dragged the metal aside and dusted off his hands. Aizawa was waiting near the boardwalk, scarf loose, eyes half-lidded like always. But his posture relaxed, not irritated, made Izuku pause. He walked over slowly. Did I do something wrong? Aizawa snorted. No. For once. Izuku scratched his cheek. Oh. The older man watched him for a long moment, the silence stretching between them before he finally spoke again. I already signed you up for the UA entrance exam. Izuku froze. Wait, what? Aizawa shrugged, almost bored. You've been training here for months. You've shown DSPLN, control, and actual drive. That's more than I can say for half the kids already enrolled. It'd be stupid not to. Izuku blinked several times, completely lost for words. He opened his mouth, then shut it again. Finally, all that came out was a small, startled, You sign me up? Someone had to, Aizawa replied flatly. Nizu approved the paperwork this morning. Izuku's heartbeat quickened. Wow, I thank you, Sensei Surum. Aizawa raised a hand. Don't thank me yet. You still have to pass. Izuku nodded so fast he almost fell forward. All right. The teacher smirked faintly behind his scarf. I was going to recommend you directly to the hero course. You've got the instincts and attitude for it. Izuku's head snapped up. You were. Aizawa shrugged again. But I figured you'd rather do it the normal way. Earn it. Am I wrong? Izuku's answer came instantly. No, he said softly. You're not wrong. Aizawa gave a small nod. Didn't think so. The sound of waves filled the silence again. Mirio's laughter echoed somewhere down the beach where he was still helping the last few students clear scraps. Aizawa's voice came quieter this time. You've got potential, Midoriya. Don't waste it. Izuku felt something in his chest tighten, not fear this time, but pride. Real, steady pride. He bowed slightly. I won't. Good. Aizawa turned, scarf fluttering as he started toward the road. Be here tomorrow. You've got 1 week left. Izuku watched him go, still stunned, a small smile creeping onto his face despite the exhaustion pulling at his body. 1 week left, he repeated under his breath. He looked at the clean stretch of beach, the glowing horizon, and the reflection of light on the water. Then he smiled wider. Guess I better make it count. The week went by faster than anyone expected. By the time Saturday morning rolled around, Aizawa and the remaining students made their way down the familiar path to the beach talking, laughing, complaining about sand in their shoes. But the noise stopped the moment they saw it. The beach wasn't just cleaner. It was empty. No piles of junk. No rusted scraps. No half-buried debris. Just smooth golden sand stretching as far as the eye could see, glimmering under the early sun. Waves lapped gently against the shoreline, and in the middle of it all, sitting cross-legged near the waterline, was Izuku. He wasn't training this time. No spells. No magic. No heavy lifting. Just sitting there, the ocean breeze tugging softly at his hair, his ears twitching with every sound of the waves. Mirio was the first to break the silence. No way, he whispered. He actually did it. Aizawa stared for a long moment, unreadable as ever. Then quietly he said, He did. They walked closer. The other students followed, stunned, their chatter turning to quiet admiration as they took it all in. Izuku turned when he heard them approach. His expression was calm, tired, sure, but peaceful in a way it hadn't been for a long time. Oh hey, he said with a small wave. You're all early. Mirio laughed softly. We're early? Dude, you finished the whole thing before we even got here. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. Yeah. I couldn't sleep, so I just kept going. Aizawa's scarf fluttered in the wind. When did you get here? Izuku thought for a second. 3? Maybe 4 in the morning. Several students groaned. You're insane, one of them muttered. Mirio grinned. Insane, maybe, but in the best way. Izuku looked out at the water again, eyes reflecting the sunlight on the waves. I just wanted to finish it, he said quietly. It felt wrong to leave it half done. No one said anything for a while. The sound of the ocean filled the space between them. Aizawa finally spoke, his tone softer than usual. You did good, Midoriya. Izuku looked back, startled. Huh. Aizawa's gaze stayed on the horizon. I said you did good. Most people would have quit halfway through. You didn't. Izuku blinked, a faint smile forming before he looked back at the sea. Thanks, Sensei. Mirio sat down beside him, folding his legs. So, how's it feel? Izuku tilted his head. What? Mirio gestured at the wide, empty shore. Finishing it. The whole beach. Just you. Izuku hesitated, then let out a small laugh. Kinda like breathing after holding it too long. Mirio nodded. That's the best feeling. Behind them, Aizawa turned toward the rest of the group. That's it for the beach project. You're all done. Go home, rest. Tomorrow's going to be busy. The students cheered weakly, too stunned to argue. As they filed off the sand, Mirio stood, stretching. I'll see you at the exam, Izuku. Izuku smiled up at him. Yeah. See you there. Mirio jogged off after the others, leaving Izuku sitting alone again, the waves brushing against his feet. Aizawa lingered a moment longer, scarf whipping gently in the wind. Midoriya, he said quietly. You're ready? Izuku turned, eyes wide. You think so? Aizawa nodded once. You've already done the hard part. The rest is just proving it. And with that he walked away, heading back up the steps. Izuku watched him go, then looked out over the water one last time. The sea shimmered gold in the morning light. He smiled to himself. 1-1, he whispered. Then you. He stood, brushing sand off his pants, and took one final look at the horizon before heading home. The sun was sinking low when the last of the voices faded. The other students had gone home, and even Aizawa had finally left with a quiet nod and a rare word of praise. Now it was just Izuku and the ocean. He sat in the sand, legs pulled close, watching the waves roll in and fade out again. For the first time in months, the water looked clean enough to touch. He let out a long breath. It's finally done. The sound of footsteps on sand broke the silence behind him. Soft, uneven, almost cautious. Wow, a voice said. Young Togata wasn't kidding when he said you all cleared the beach. Izuku turned, startled. A tall, thin man stood behind him, blonde, though the color was dulled by exhaustion. His clothes hung loose on a lean frame, and deep shadows circled his eyes. Still, his smile was gentle as he looked out at the water. Sorry, the man said with a small laugh. Didn't mean to sneak up on you. I was just curious. I used to come here years ago, hard to believe it's even the same place. Izuku blinked. The man didn't look like a hero, but there was something strangely familiar about the way he carried himself, something that made the air around him feel heavier, calmer. It used to be a dump, Izuku admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. We've been working on it for weeks. So I've heard, the stranger said, smiling faintly. You've done good work. Not many your age would stick with something like this. Izuku shrugged, looking away. Didn't feel right to leave it half-finished. The man chuckled. That's a good answer. They stood there for a moment, the quiet stretching comfortably between them. The waves caught the sunlight, throwing gold across the water. Finally, the stranger said, You're Midoriya, right? Izuku's ears twitched. Yeah. How did you? We met once, the man said simply. You probably don't remember me. There was an incident. Some time ago. Sludge villain, narrow escape. Izuku froze, eyes wide. Wait, you. The man lifted a hand, laughing softly. Don't look so shocked. I was nearby. Saw how you handled yourself. You were brave that day. Izuku's throat went dry. I don't even know your name. The man hesitated, then said, Call me Yagi. Or Toshi if you prefer. Either works. Yagi, Izuku repeated slowly. You used to be a hero? Something like that, Yagi said, that faint tired smile still on his face. These days I do more watching than saving. He looked back out at the water, wind tugging gently at his hair. So tell me, Midoriya, are you planning to take the UA entrance exam? Izuku blinked, caught off guard by how casual the question sounded. Yeah. Tomorrow. Yagi nodded slowly. But you've got that look. Izuku frowned. What look? The kind people get when they've already decided they won't give up, Yagi said. That's the one thing no school, no training, no quirk can give you. You either have it or you don't. Izuku stared at him for a moment, unsure what to say. You really think that's enough to be a hero? Yagi smiled at the horizon. It's where every real hero starts. The words sank deep, quiet and heavy. Izuku looked back out at the sea. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. Just Yagi's fine, the man said with a small wave of his hand. And thank you. You gave this place a new start. Don't lose that habit. Izuku smiled faintly. I'll try not to. The man nodded once, then turned to go. Good luck tomorrow, Midoriya. You too, Izuku said automatically, then winced. I mean if you, Yagi just laughed, raising a hand in farewell. Keep training, he said. I have a feeling we'll see each other again. And with that, he walked off down the beach, his long shadow stretching across the clean sand until it vanished into the fading light. Izuku watched him go, still feeling that strange warmth in the air, like something important had just happened even if he didn't know what yet. Izuku was nervous. So nervous he could practically hear his own heartbeat in his ears, which didn't help, since those ears wouldn't stop moving. Twitching. Flicking. Flattening. It was like they had minds of their own, reacting to every thought that crossed his head. And his mother noticed every single twitch. "Oh, honey, look at you." Inko cooed, snapping another picture on her phone. "They move so much when you're excited. Oh. Do that again." "Mom," Izuku groaned, adjusting his jacket. "I don't even know what I'm doing." Click. "Mom." Inko giggled, not the least bit sorry. "You're just so cute when you're nervous." Izuku sighed, face bright red. "I'm not cute, I'm ugh." Click. He groaned louder, covering his face. "You've taken like 1,000 already." "Only 47, she said sweetly. 50 if you count the ones where you were blinking." "Mom." But even as he complained, he couldn't help smiling. Her fussing grounded him. It made the shaking in his hands and the knot in his stomach feel less like fear and more like excitement. Real, genuine excitement. This was it. After everything, the training, the long nights, the sweat, the bruises, the doubts. It was finally time. The goal he'd dreamed of since he was little. The thing he never thought he'd reach. The place where the strongest heroes were made. And he was going to try. Inko stepped back, hands clasped in front of her, eyes shining. "You look so handsome," she whispered. "My little hero." Izuku blinked hard, suddenly forgetting how to breathe. "Don't." She smiled and reached up to fix his collar, her touch gentle, comforting. "You'll do great. I just know it." Izuku nodded, swallowing past the lump in his throat. "I'll try." "You always do," she said softly. He hugged her before he could think about it, quick, but tight. She hugged him back immediately, resting her chin against his shoulder. "Don't forget to eat," she murmured. "And don't let nerves get in the way of what you've trained for. You've worked so hard, baby." "I know," he said into her shoulder. "I just can't believe it's really happening." Inko pulled back, cupping his cheek. "It's happening. Now go show them who you are." He smiled, small but sure. "I will." One last photo. One last flick of his ears that made her giggle again. Then he grabbed his bag, stepped out the door, and took a long, steadying breath of morning air. The train ride to Mizudafu felt both endless and far too short. Izuku spent most of it bouncing one knee, trying not to psych himself out. Every stop made his heart beat faster. Every passing building looked more and more like the start of something he'd only dreamed about. And then, finally, there it was. UA High School. It rose above the city like a monument, sunlight glinting off glass and steel, gates wide open to a sea of hopeful students. Izuku swallowed hard. This is really happening. He adjusted his bag strap, took one careful step forward and promptly caught his foot on the edge of the walkway. Ah! He lurched forward, windmilling his arms, certain he was about to faceplant before even getting through the gate. A hand caught his wrist. "Whoa! Careful!" He blinked up, startled. A girl stood in front of him, smiling a little awkwardly, her short brown hair bouncing as she steadied him. Her eyes were bright and warm, the kind of color that caught sunlight and kept it. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" she asked, still holding on to him. Izuku's brain short-circuited. "Awaya. I'm fine. Totally fine. I wasn't a falling or anything, huh?" She laughed softly, releasing his hand. "Good. I thought you were gonna eat pavement for a second." He rubbed the back of his neck, face burning. "Would have been a great first impression, huh?" "Could be worse," she teased. "Please. You'd stand out." Izuku laughed nervously. "Yeah, true." A short pause, then she held out her hand again, this time for a proper introduction. "I'm Achiko Uraraka." He blinked, then shook it quickly. "Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Midoriya," she said brightly. "You're here for the entrance exam too, right?" He nodded, ears twitching. Yeah. I've been training for this all month. Me too, she said, smiling wide. Guess we're both nervous, huh? Izuku laughed under his breath. You can tell. She tilted her head. You were talking to yourself on the way over. His eyes went wide. You heard that? Just the part where you said, don't panic, don't panic. She grinned. I say that every day. They both laughed, genuine, quick, easy. The gates of UA loomed ahead, glowing in the morning sun. Wanna walk together? She asked. You know, so we don't both trip again? Izuku smiled, a small, real one this time. Yeah. I'd like that. And so, side by side, they walked through the gates toward whatever waited inside. Two nervous kids trying to become heroes, and the first spark of something that would change both their lives forever. The main hall of UA was even bigger than Izuku had imagined. Polished floors gleamed beneath the massive glass ceiling, and banners hung overhead reading UA entrance exam welcome, future heroes. Students were everywhere talking, stretching, nervously reviewing notes. It felt less like walking into a school and more like stepping into the heart of a legend. Wow, Achiko whispered beside him. It's huge. Izuku nodded dumbly. Yeah, I think my heart just stopped a little. They joined the line snaking toward the registration desks. Each table had a staff member verifying IDs and handing out test numbers. Most of the pro heroes on duty were people Izuku had only ever seen on TV. And then, he saw her. Midnight, the R-rated hero herself. Sitting at the third desk down, hair shining, that signature confident smile pulling the attention of everyone within 50 feet. Izuku's hands started trembling instantly. Oh no, he whispered. It's her. It's really her. Midnight. The Midnight. The other hero costume controversy XXX Midnight. Achiko blinked. You okay? I'm fine, he lied. Totally fine. Just a dying inside. When it was finally his turn, he stepped forward, trying very hard to act like a normal, composed person and not someone about to combust from hero-induced anxiety. Midnight looked up from her clipboard, eyes glinting. Name, she asked smoothly. Izuku Midoriya, he blurted, louder than necessary. She blinked, then smiled a little too much. Oh my God, she gasped suddenly, leaning forward across the desk. Look at your ears. The words hit the room like an explosion. Izuku froze, entire body locking up. My what? Your ears, she repeated, grinning. They're so cute. They move when you talk, oh my gosh, they twitched again. He wanted to die. Every head within 10 feet turned to look. A few other students whispered. Someone giggled. Achiko covered her mouth, clearly trying not to laugh. Midnight, completely unbothered, kept going. That's the most adorable quirk mutation I've seen in years. You could probably sell merch of those. Izuku made a strangled noise, cheeks burning crimson. Thank you ma'am, I mean hero, I just need to. He leaned down as fast as possible, scribbling his name on the clipboard while trying to hide his entire existence behind his arm. Midnight winked. Don't be shy. I'm serious, those are precious. Please stop talking, he mumbled under his breath, signing faster. He shoved the pen back onto the desk, bowed so quickly it was almost a headbutt, and muttered, Thank you Havian Isedebi, before speed walking away like a man fleeing the scene of a crime. Achiko caught up to him halfway down the hall, laughing softly. She really liked your ears. I'm never showing my face again, Izuku groaned. They are kinda cute though, she teased. He made a sound that might have been a squeak. Not helping. She giggled, patting his shoulder. Come on, ear hero, we've got a written test to survive. He sighed, pulling himself together as they reached the classroom door. Written test first, he muttered. Then combat. Then a heart attack. Achiko grinned. You'll do great. He gave a weak smile in return. Yeah, sure. If I live that long. And with that, Izuku stepped inside, cheeks still red, heart still racing, somehow both terrified and thrilled to finally be standing where he'd always dreamed of being. To Izuku's surprise, the written test wasn't terrifying at all. It wasn't easy, Exactly, but after weeks of stress and training, sitting at a desk with a pencil felt almost peaceful. No gravity spells. No magic flaring out of control. Just questions and answers. He worked his way through each section carefully, double-checking every line of math, every detail of hero law. The questions about quirk ethics and situational analysis came naturally to him. He'd spent years obsessing over heroes, memorizing their techniques and battle decisions. For once, all that overthinking actually paid off. And then he hit his favorite question on the final page. Analyze the efficiency and ethics of a pro hero of your choice. Provide examples of decision-making, resource use, and risk assessment. Izuku smiled as soon as he read it. He didn't even have to think twice. His pencil started flying across the page. Pro hero chosen, Eraserhead, Shota Aizawa. He wrote about the importance of control not just of one's quirk, but of emotion. He wrote about Aizawa's decision-making under pressure, how he prioritized logic over showmanship, how he fought without relying on fame or flash. He wrote about how Aizawa used his quirk as a tool, not a crutch. How he turned a power meant for suppression into something that saved lives. Izuku even included a line about Aizawa's quiet leadership, how he guided his students by example rather than words. He didn't mention the beach, or the training, or the rare moments when Aizawa had almost smiled. But he didn't need to. It was all there between the lines. When he finished, he set his pencil down and leaned back with a quiet breath. That one felt good. He looked around. Some students were still frantically scribbling, others slumped over in defeat. A few were whispering to themselves. But Izuku just smiled faintly. He remembered Mirio mentioning weeks ago that Aizawa-sensei was actually Eraserhead, the underground hero who once worked solo before taking on UA's problem students. It had surprised him then, but now, sitting here, it just made sense. He's everything I wrote about, Izuku thought. Practical. Human. When the proctor called time, he turned in his paper with steady hands. He didn't know his score yet, but for the first time that morning, he didn't feel nervous. Just ready. The written exam ended, and the examinees were ushered into a larger hall to wait for orientation. Rows of metal chairs filled the space, students chatting nervously or reviewing notes while the giant screens overhead flickered with the UA logo. Izuku found a seat near the middle. He was still riding the quiet satisfaction of finishing strong, heart steady, thoughts clear. For once, he felt like things were going right. And then, oi! The single word made his stomach drop. He didn't need to turn around to know the voice. He'd recognize that sharp, simmering tone anywhere. Slowly, reluctantly, Izuku glanced to his left. Bakugo Katsuki was sitting 2 seats away, elbows on his knees, eyes locked on him with enough heat to burn through stone. Izuku froze. Bakugo leaned forward, his voice a low, angry whisper that somehow still carried across the noise of the room. Don't think I forgot what the F you did before you left school, a-hole. Izuku blinked. Kaken. Don't call me that, Bakugo snapped, the words like broken glass. You think I forgot you shooting that water sheet all over me? You humiliated me in front of everyone. Izuku opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He hadn't even thought about that moment since before the beach cleanup. He hadn't meant to lose control that day. It was the first time his magic had flared in public, the first time something from his other life had slipped through the cracks. Bakugo sneered. So what, you finally got a quirk? You think that makes you special now? Izuku said quietly, I didn't. And what the hell's with those? Bakugo jabbed a finger toward Izuku's head. You seriously walking around with fake ears now? What, is this some kind of joke? Izuku stiffened. They're not fake. Bakugo scoffed. Yeah, right. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't flinch or argue, just looked back at him calmly, eyes tired, waiting for it to be over. Then, right on cue, one ear twitched. Bakugo froze mid-sneer. What the hell? Izuku sighed, leaning back in his seat. You done? Bakugo stared at him, jaw tightening. For once, he didn't have a comeback, just raw confusion. Thought so, Izuku muttered, turning his gaze toward the big screen as the UA logo brightened. I'm not here to fight you, Katsuki. Bakugo clenched his fists, small sparks crackling between his knuckles, but he didn't say anything. He wanted to yell. He wanted to insult him. He wanted to burn that calm look right off Izuku's face. But something about the way Izuku said his name, steady, unshaken, almost tired, made him stop. Izuku kept staring forward, pretending not to notice. But inside, his chest felt tight. He hadn't seen Bakugo since the day he left school. Since the day everything changed. And now, sitting 2 seats apart, it was like the past and the present were colliding in real time. The room dimmed slightly as the big screens came to life. Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers. Test takers, welcome to UA High. The crowd erupted into nervous chatter. Izuku exhaled slowly. For now, he told himself, the only thing that mattered was the exam. Not Bakugo. Not the past. Not the guilt. Just the test ahead. The lights dimmed and the massive screens at the front of the auditorium flared to life. The UA logo spun for a moment before cutting to a larger-than-life image of a pro hero with spiked blonde hair and sunglasses, grinning like he owned the room. "Phew," he shouted, voice cracking through the speakers like a sonic boom. "Welcome, future heroes. Present mic in the house." Half the students jumped. The other half scrambled to cover their ears. Izuku winced, his own twitching wildly. "Oh, okay, that's loud, very loud. Oh, wow, that's present mic. He's even louder in person. Oh my god." Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Still muttering like a freak, huh?" Izuku ignored him, clutching his notes and staring at the stage. On the screen, present mic continued enthusiastically, flipping through holographic panels as he explained the exam structure. "All right, here's the deal. Each of you's been assigned to a different testing site. 4 types of robots. You earn points by smashing them to bits, simple as that. But watch out. There's one you don't want to fight, the 0-pointer. That bad boy's just an obstacle." Izuku's pencil scribbled notes automatically, muttering under his breath, "Faster now. 3-point robots midsize, probably faster than it looks. 0-pointer must be a distraction tactic or a test of situational judgment. Wow. They really thought this through. Maybe there's a hidden scoring factor, maybe." A shadow fell over him. "Excuse me." Izuku blinked up. A tall, serious-looking boy with sharply combed dark blue hair and glasses stood beside him. He looked every inch the kind of student who'd alphabetize his pencils before class. "You there?" the boy said crisply. "Yes, you, the one muttering nonstop." Izuku froze. Sorry." The boy adjusted his glasses. "If you cannot focus on the presentation, please refrain from distracting others with your rambling." Several nearby students turned to look. Izuku shrank slightly in his seat. I wasn't sorry, I just think out loud when I'm nervous." "Then learn to think silently," the boy said sternly. "We are all here to become heroes. Discipline begins with awareness." Bakugo snorted behind him. "Someone shut that guy up before he short-circuits." The boy turned sharply. "The one with the attitude. Show some respect for the rules and for our instructors." Bakugo smirked, flicking him off. "Respect this, 4 Eyes." "Gentlemen." Present mic shouted from the screen, oblivious to the brewing argument. "Save it for the battlefield." The room erupted into laughter, easing the tension. Izuku exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging. That could have gone worse. The blue-haired boy sat down, straight-backed and unbothered. "I hope you take this seriously, Midoriya." Izuku blinked. "Wait, you know my name?" "It's on your form," the boy said matter-of-factly. "I'm Tenya Ida, from Semi-Private Academy. I look forward to seeing how you perform." Yeah," Izuku said, offering a small, nervous smile. "Same here." Ida nodded once, crisp and formal. "Good. Then let's give this everything we have." Present Mick's voice boomed again. "All right, examinees. You'll be escorted to your designated testing grounds shortly. Move like you mean it." The crowd erupted into motion, chairs scraping as students gathered their things. Izuku stood, heart hammering in his chest, his nerves returning all at once. "Okay," he whispered to himself. "This is it." He caught Achiko's wave across the room and waved back weakly before following the line of students out of the hall. Ahead of him, Ida walked like he was already in a parade, posture perfect. Behind him, Bakugo cracked his knuckles, muttering about extras. And in the middle of it all, Izuku walked toward the light pouring through the open gates of UA's training fields, one step closer to the day he'd spent his whole life dreaming about. The testing grounds were huge, a mock city stretching across several blocks, full of crumbling towers, scattered debris, and silent machines waiting to move. Groups of examinees stood behind a massive metal gate, eyes wide with nerves, hearts pounding in their chests. Izuku adjusted the strap on his bag, fingers steady. The wind tugged at his jacket, ruffling his hair and twitching his ears. He'd been nervous all morning. But not now. Now, everything inside him went still. He scanned the field, noting every alleyway, every vantage point, every possible ambush route. His breathing slowed. His pulse steadied. Behind him, he could hear the chatter of students, some trying to pump themselves up, others muttering in panic. Achiko stood a few paces away, bouncing slightly on her toes. She gave him a quick thumbs up when their eyes met. Izuku nodded once. He didn't need words. All right. Present Mick's voice thundered from the watchtower above. Are you ready? The crowd roared back, some shouting, some just trembling too much to speak. Then get ready, because the gate mechanisms began to whine, gears grinding, metal rising slowly upward. Izuku rolled his shoulders, centering his weight. His voice was quiet, almost to himself. No countdowns in real life. And the moment the gate lifted just high enough to duck under, he moved. No hesitation. No stutter. No fear. Just motion. Sand kicked up behind him as he sprinted into the city ahead of everyone else, feet silent, eyes sharp. His body flowed with a mix of physical power and subtle magic, small gravity bursts to boost his leaps, air pressure rippling around his steps to absorb shock. Hey! Wait for the countdown, someone yelled behind him. There is no countdown. Izuku shouted back without turning, voice steady, cutting through the noise. Present Mike laughed so loud it nearly shook the tower. That kid gets it. The others finally surged forward, realizing he was right. As Izuku vaulted over a broken wall, he whispered an incantation under his breath. Senior Lumen Vesk. A faint shimmer of light gathered in his palm, forming into a crackling sphere, pure energy shaped like a spell, passing off as his quirk. He hurled it into the first robot rounding the corner. The explosion of blue light lit up the street, metal scattering across the pavement. 3 points. He didn't pause. He didn't celebrate. He just moved on. More robots turned toward him. Izuku spun, kicking off the wall, snapping another incantation through clenched teeth. Flames arced through the air, hitting the next machine square in the head before it could charge its cannon. 2 down. He hit the ground running, sliding through debris, his body moving on instinct, every motion clean, precise, lethal. It was like breathing, like coming home. Above him, the loudspeakers blared Present Mick's commentary. And we've got action already. Look at Examinee 1703 go. Kid's a machine. Izuku didn't hear him. He was locked in. Every flicker of movement, every shift of shadow, he saw it all. He read the battlefield like a second language. There was no fear, no stammer, no hesitation. Just Izuku, the soldier, the survivor, the boy who once fought wars and now called it training. And as the chaos of the exam unfolded around him, one thought cut through everything else. This time, I save people instead. The viewing room buzzed with quiet excitement and the occasional shout as dozens of screens displayed different sections of the exam fields. Each screen showed a different group of students, some panicking, some working together, some already scoring big. Field C's already a mess, Power Loader grunted, scribbling notes. Half the kids ran the wrong way. Midnight leaned forward on her elbows, eyes glued to a single screen in the corner. Forget Field C, look at Field A. That one's interesting. The feed zoomed in on a boy with green hair and a lean frame darting between destroyed robots, light flickering from his hands with each spell-like burst. He moved too fast for most of the cameras to keep up, leaping over walls, diving through smoke, using small gravity bursts to maneuver midair. Nizu sipped his tea, his whiskers twitching with amusement. Pious. Examinee 1703 Izuku Midoriya. Midnight let out the low whistle. That's the kid with the ears. Aizawa, standing with his arms crossed, didn't even blink. You're still talking about that? Well, can you blame me? She said, grinning. They twitch when he moves. It's adorable. Nizu chuckled softly. It seems our young examinee has made quite an impression on and off the battlefield. The rat-headed principal adjusted the monitor controls, zooming further in on Izuku's live feed. The boy ducked under a robot swing, countered with a flash of compressed air, then pivoted smoothly into a low stance all in one motion. His combat form's good, Power Loader murmured. Too good. That's not self-defense training. That's experience. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, I noticed that. Nizu smiled knowingly. Your influence, perhaps? Aizawa scoffed. Hardly. He trained on his own before I even met him. I just gave him a place to do it. Midnight tilted her head. How long's he been at it? Few months, Aizawa said. Started before we bought the beach property. Power Loader turned, incredulous. A few months? He moves like he's been doing this for years. Nizu set his cup down with a soft clink. Some people adapt quickly when given the right environment. On screen, Izuku vaulted over a collapsed car, landed in a crouch, and blasted a three-pointer in one shot. The scoreboard updated instantly. Izuku Midoriya 39 points. Nizu's eyes gleamed. Almost 40 points already. Mostly villain points, but look. He pointed a paw at a smaller window. He's also assisting others. See? That one student was trapped behind debris. He pulled her free before moving on. Midnight clasped her hands dramatically. He's cute and heroic? Oh, I like him already. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. You like everyone who twitches, blinks, or breathes near you. Not true, she teased. Just the promising ones. Nizu chuckled again. Promising indeed. His power sets quite unique gravity manipulation, elemental output, even minor barriers. A very versatile quirk. Aizawa gave him a side glance. A moment of silence passed before Power Loader spoke up again. Whatever the case, kid's killing it. The room's attention returned to the screen as Izuku tore through another cluster of robots, dust and smoke rising in his wake. Aizawa watched quietly, eyes unreadable. Finally, he said, He's ready. Nizu's whiskers twitched. You sound confident. I don't waste words, Aizawa replied. Midnight leaned back, smirking. Oh, you're totally proud of him. Aizawa didn't answer, just kept watching the boy on the screen. Nizu smiled to himself, tapping his paw against the armrest. Let's see, he murmured. Just how far he'll go before the zero-pointer shows up. Nizu sat perched at the control panel, tail flicking lazily as the teachers monitored the exam feeds. The chatter in the room had died down, replaced by the steady hum of machines and the occasional crunch of metal from the battlefields. Izuku's feed still dominated the main screen. He'd just taken down another 2 robots, his score climbing past 40. Impressive, Nizu said cheerfully. He's far exceeding our expectations. Midnight smirked. He's adorable and dangerous. My favorite combination. Power Loader groaned. Please stop saying things like that. Aizawa stood with his arms crossed, eyes flicking between screens. He's keeping calm even under fatigue. That's rare. Nizu hummed, his paw hovering just above a large, gleaming red button mounted in the console before him. Speaking of rare. Aizawa didn't even look up. Don't. Nizu tilted his head innocently. Don't what? You know exactly what, Aizawa said flatly. Don't press that. Nizu's grin widened, almost gleeful. Oh, come now, Aizawa. It's tradition. Tradition, Aizawa repeated, deadpan. You call unleashing a 10-story murder machine tradition. Midnight leaned over the console, smiling. Ooh, the button of doom time already? Button of doom? Power Loader asked, horrified. She calls it that, Aizawa muttered. I call it the thing that gives Recovery Girl a headache. Nizu's paw twitched toward the button. I prefer. He pressed it. The button of mass destruction and death. He finished happily as alarms began to blare. Aizawa sighed deeply. Don't call it that. You know nobody's actually going to die. Nizu sipped his tea, unbothered, as the ground in several of the live feeds began to rumble. Buildings trembled, cameras shook, and far off in the distance of field, a massive silhouette started to rise above the rooftops. Yes, Nizu said cheerfully, but they don't know that, do they? Midnight laughed, clapping her hands together. You're such a little gremlin. Nizu smiled wider, the kind of smile that never meant good things. Oh, I do try. The zero-pointer roared on the screen, its shadow blanketing entire streets as students screamed and scattered. Aizawa rubbed the bridge of his nose. You're enjoying this far too much. I'm observing human response to crisis, Nizu said, completely serious. Midnight rolled her eyes. You're playing God. Semantics. Nizu chirped. Power Loader groaned. One day that rat's gonna give me a heart attack. But even Aizawa leaned closer now, watching as Izuku's feed zoomed in. The boy had stopped running. While every other student bolted in the opposite direction, Izuku stood there, staring up at the colossal machine as the shadow engulfed him. Nizu's ears perked. Well, he said softly, let's see what our young Midoriya does when faced with something that can't be beaten. The ground shook so hard that Izuku almost lost his footing. Screams echoed down the street, followed by the thunder of 1,000 metal footsteps. He turned, eyes widening. The zero-pointer towered above the mock city, a walking fortress of steel and fury, its shadow swallowing everything beneath it. Each step shattered pavement, sending debris flying. Izuku's breath hitched, his heartbeat quick and sharp. He'd fought creatures this big before, real monsters. He'd nearly died to worse. This should have been nothing. But this time, something was different. He wasn't fighting to survive. He was fighting where no one could die. And that realization hit like a spark to dry grass. He grinned small, wild. I don't have to hold back. Then he heard it. A scream. A real one. He spun toward the sound. A few meters away, a girl was pinned beneath the wreckage of a collapsed support beam, dust, twisted steel, and chunks of broken wall pinning her down. Her brown hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, and her face was pale with pain. Achiko. Her leg was crushed beneath the rubble. She couldn't move. Help. I can't. Izuku didn't hesitate. His body moved before his thoughts caught up. He sprinted toward her, sliding the last few feet through dust and smoke. I've got you. Her eyes widened when she saw him. And Midoriya? It's too close, run. Not happening, he said, already scanning the debris. Hang on. He pressed both palms to the ground. Faint blue light rippled from his skin, crawling through cracks in the street like veins. Senior gravis vesc, lumen vethra, pharaoh valin. The ground answered him. The broken remains of fallen robots around them began to move, twisting and reforming under his will, steel flowing like liquid, reshaping into something new. Blades. Arms. A skeletal frame. He wove magic into metal, gravity into form, light into control, binding them together until the air itself shimmered with pressure. His nose began to sting. He ignored it. The makeshift construct rose between him and the zero-pointer, a towering mass of molten scrap and glowing blue sigils. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't elegant. But it was enough. Come on, he whispered, voice shaking. Move. The giant machine swung its arm down, smashing through the street toward them. Izuku clenched his fist. The construct met the blow head-on, a wave of force rippling through the city block. The impact was deafening, a shockwave of heat and light that hurled debris in every direction. The zero-pointer stumbled. It actually stepped back, metal screeching as it struggled to regain balance. Izuku gasped for air, his vision spinning. A warm trickle ran down from his nose, dripping onto his hand. Blood. He froze. His breathing hitched, the metallic scent cutting straight through his focus. His stomach lurched, a flash of memory, red-stained snow, hands that wouldn't stop shaking. Not here. Not again. Midoriya. Achiko's voice snapped him out of it. You're bleeding. He wiped his nose with the back of his wrist, forcing his breathing steady. It's fine. Doesn't matter. The zero-pointer roared, trying to push forward again. Izuku's construct cracked and groaned, holding just long enough for him to look back at her. Can you move your leg? And oh, she winced. It's broken. He gritted his teeth. Then I'll move you. He extended his hand, focusing the last of his magic. Gravity folded around her like invisible hands, lifting her gently from the rubble. The strain hit him like a wave, his head pounding, vision blurring, but he didn't stop until she was clear, floating safely toward the edge of the street where the rescue drones were converging. Got you, he muttered. You're okay. Then the construct finally shattered, molten steel collapsing as the zero-pointer's arm came crashing down again. Izuku braced himself, light flaring in his eyes. One more push. He whispered through clenched teeth, voice low and raw. Lumen burst. The explosion that followed tore through the street, sending the zero-pointer reeling backward again, crashing into a building and breaking through it in a cloud of dust and fire. Izuku fell to one knee, panting, blood dripping from his nose again. But Achiko was safe. That was all that mattered. He smiled weakly to himself, whispering under his breath. Guess I still got it. Then everything went white.